Purple, I swear for God, I just hit that link. I'm gonna take a picture and show you how many people is up in here from the damn and they from the damn Twitter. What's happening, Twitter? What is happening? I think we are in the new P. Diddy sector. Purple. I don't know how the chaos folks are gonna feel about that, but it is what it is. Okay. Oh, you think I'm playing? This is crazy. What up, Twitter? I ain't never mad at you. Hold on, let me make sure I can show you that it's you in here with the damn numbers. I ain't lying to you. I'm talking about, I don't know what they came, I don't know if they come to here, P. Diddy, wise, I don't know. Or they just might be just like me. I don't know. I don't know where these people come from. But I am not mad at you. Um, how to get you to, oh. That's great. That's crazy. Hey, Daniel. That's crazy. I done blanked up again. Lord have mercy. Y'all think I be tripping when I be telling you that them Twitter folks is be up in here. Hey, Twitter. Hey, Pumpkin. And everybody down with the YouTube. But mm, 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 mm. Oh, we got a lot to. Okay, here we go. Now, purple. Tell me, it done went up way more than that. Tell me this ain't you in here right now. Look at that number, and at 247. Look at that number. That's you up in here right now. Y'all see the title? Like what? I'm serious. I literally sat right out. I was eating, and I looked up, and what was happening? What's happening? Oh, I got to hurry up and get my albums up so I can go on over there and do some lives over there. But while we wait, we are gonna start off with Mr. Sean Combs today because he is the man of that. But of course, I like to share a point of view from someone. This is external, so and I always like to get good Lord, folks. I mean, listen, girl. Oh my God, y'all make me nervous over there on Twitter. But here we go. All right, so I asked my friend or ex, whatever you want to call him, about this Twitter situation. Now, He is a black man, but he's the whitest black man I know. Okay? And I didn't think that his view would be what it was. So I'm just going to play that while we get settled. I'll use this as my opening or my monologue or whatever you want to call it.
You be watching TV or what?
No, I am actually on the internet. Just looking at it on the internet. What's up with you?
Nothing. I was thinking about your cousin. Let me call and see what she's doing.
Oh.
I ain't talked to her in a while. See what she's doing.
I'm honored. I am so honored.
How you gonna be honored? You're the one that's a judge.
I'm no damn judge.
Damn, yeah, attorney, judge, same thing.
Oh Lord. What's going on?
You was running stuff beforehand, so what's the difference?
I'm running stuff. You crazy. Nothing. Well, you at work?
Hell yeah.
You stay at work.
Well, we all can't have them doggone judges' hours like you got.
Whatever.
Get it all good like you got it.
Really good.
Some of us got to be thankful we employed.
Whatever. I hear some kind of electronic, maybe a pallet jack or somebody backing up one of them things.
It's just me backing up in my truck.
Oh.
That's what you hear.
Oh. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So what you think about it? Got Diddy.
Oh, that's only because Diddy was fitting to pull a plug on all that Illuminati shit, and all them folks that he got on tape that signed the non-disclosures, he was gonna blow the whistle on all of them, and them folks back then, when he did that, might have been street level people on the rise, and now they all in the bag of chips now. They don't want to be exposed. So that's what that's about. So they're like, okay, we're gonna shut this Negro up. He got too much power. That's why they raid his houses and taking stuff, because they want to make sure that that he don't get nothing he ain't supposed to have. He don't want nothing. They don't want nothing on nobody. Nothing.
Well, you think?
Them is all white folks.
Oh
and
my
they
God.
don't want to be looked at in a bad light. That's what that's about.
Oh, okay. So let me ask you this. So you think in 2024, you think that those people are going to like go through all of that, and you don't think that it could be quite possibly that he committed these crimes because he's being charged for victims. He's not.
Yeah, but they, all that stuff was covered up until he started clowning. And then they was like, okay, let's take this stuff up. Let's bring this, pull this forward. We got it. GPS on.
You think so? I'm shocked. You would think that because none of this.
He had enough money, he could do it. So when he started getting too big for his britches, and they was like, okay, time to go, Negro. We got you.
Oh.
Because all this was fine. We got away with it. All of a sudden, nope, they ain't doing it that way no more. We're not going to play that way. So, that's what I think.
So, but, okay. All right. Now, years ago, there were a lot of cover-ups and things of that nature that took place, between the legal system and some of the more prominent figures in, different industries, right? Whether it be entertainment or, you can see the mafia, whatever, right?
Especially entertainment.
Yeah, okay, and also in politics as well. You know, a lot of cover ups that went on years ago. But it's almost with the advent of the media and how it has evolved, and with how the law has made it possible for people to seek adequate protections and things of that nature to come and cooperate. Do you think all that covering up? Well, you sound like a conspiracy theorist, Ramon.
Well, I just think he been doing it for too long, and why all of a sudden does it matter?
Well, I'm gonna tell you why. Because what happens is when you're trying to indict someone, right? Or you can you can sit up, and it's very frustrating to know that an entity has create committed a crime, but you can't arrest them, or you can't, even start, you know, generating any type of charge because one, you don't have sufficient evidence. Two, you don't have anybody that is willing to cooperate. That is frustrating, but it's more than a hunch. That person done committed a crime. But because of how the law is set up, you have to go by you have to have probable cause and all of this in order to have, hold their ass responsible. And so you got to sit there and wait. So once you get somebody that's gonna run their mouth or participate, and then also help you get additional evidence, like, you understand what I'm saying? So that's why it takes so long. A lot of times these people be scared to come forward. Or sometimes the person that comes forward may be also involved in it in somehow, some way.
Okay.
And they be scared.
What about when Cassidy got her ass? What's the excuse for that? Why nothing ever happened?
I don't think it was made known to the cops that she got her at. Oh, here's the thing. Hold on. Let me tell you about that. Let me tell you about when it comes to domestic violence and things like.
Place. It was a public place.
But yeah, but the tape, we didn't know nothing about it until they didn't put it out on the streets. Right, right. But here's the thing, right? When that happened, that was a long time ago. There's a statute of limitations in every state for those type of crimes, and also a prosecutor when they're dealing with domestic violence and they're dealing with anything involving some type of, you know, sexual crimes by taking.
That was just straight up abuse, getting snatched by her head and all that kind of stuff, in my opinion.
Right, that is. But even with abuse like that, the prosecutor almost always love to have the actual victim in order to seek charges. When you don't have the victim, when it comes to domestic violence and sex crimes and things of that nature, it makes it difficult to prove your case to a jury or a judge.
You got it on video. Honestly, was so.
But they didn't have a video at that time. You see, and now the statute of limitations in that state has expired. However, now, because now he's being prosecuted by the feds under Rico. A Rico can let it will allow you to go back. You know.
Yeah. Well, all right. My boss is here, so I got to go.
Okay.
All right. I'll talk to you later.
All right.
Yeah, you are. You running the damn show. You're the one that's training me.
So, okay. All right. So you got his point of view. And let me extend this. So we're going to go back over. It's a little bit talk about um, Ricos and conspiracy and statute of limitations and things of that nature because I mean that is a highly educated person, okay, who can wear any coat, okay, can wear peacock. Listen, him can wear an outfit, baby. What? Hey, I was checking, I was stalking Jeremy's Instagram, and he got another video of there talking about, man, y'all got to give it to me. I be dressing. Y'all got to give it to you, boy. I be dressing. So he know he be putting his outfits together. You know what I'm saying? But hey, yeah, hey, you got to give a player what a player deserves, okay? But anyway. So there's always a question of, well, why so long? Why this? Why that? What is whatever? Well, you have to pay attention to the um, the enumerated and the unenumerated parts of the law, right? Sometimes it's plainly stated and sometimes it's not. But when you think about it, it's almost common sense. A statute of limitations, depending on what state you're in, what jurisdiction you're charged, okay? The statute of limitations run when the crime has been discovered. And they also have sometimes, it might say when it should have been discovered, all right? Sometimes defense attorneys are very successful in challenging those and saying, you know, it's outside the statute of limitation because they can get it, um, they can get it uh, substantiated, like when the crime began, right? When the crime actually occurred, and a lot of times it's outside of the statute of limitations. But for the most part, it's when a crime was discovered or should have been discovered. All right, that's when the statute of limitations um, is in. Okay, so I am very. I'm not. Do I put shelter myself? Yeah, you know I have to shelter myself a lot of times from people, places, and situations. Right, but that does not mean that I am always totally in the dark about the goings on, especially after the goings on have been revealed. I am very aware that there is a lot of cover up, favoritism, nepotism, all kinds of stuff that goes on when it comes to the law and the industries that the law can affect, which is all of them. Because if you do something wrong, they can go come get you. Okay, I'm not a person that's got my head down and all that type of stuff and just don't know that. All right, that's not me. Okay. Also, um, also that means that I'm very aware that a lot of stuff has transpired, that people who have done much worse have received from a slap on the wrist to nothing at all. You know what I'm saying? So I am aware of that. I'm aware of the game, the cover up, and all of that. But I also am aware of evolution in all things, meaning the law, as well as these industries that the law can affect, which is again all of them. So I know that nowadays it is a little bit more harder to go through with the cover ups and the turn a blind eye and the favoritism, things of that nature, right? Because one is normally is an accountability process that's tucked in somewhere. Okay, there's checks and balances. There are people that aren't going to be down with, turning a blind eye and acting like stuff didn't happen and down with the cover ups and being a part of it. See, when you're talking about cover ups and things of that nature, cover ups, that in itself means that you're going to need somebody else. Well, everybody's not going to be willing. And we do know for sure somebody's going to tell. All right? And we do know that we live in an era of even self snitching. For whatever reason they do that, I have no idea, but they do it. Okay? So, with that being said, what I'm trying to explain is that it's just a little more harder to cover, to carry these things out. But nonetheless, I do know that it still happens. I'm just saying it doesn't happen as nearly as much as it used to, and in all those different areas and stuff. Like I think I was saying to him that, hey, we had a whole bunch of cover-ups like between the law and the political scene, right? Especially when JFK now was in force and J. Edgar, all those type of people. Martin Luther was there. A lot happened. A lot of cover-ups that happens. And what also happens is that culture travels as time goes. Because someone is going to teach someone else, and that person is going to teach the next, and that's just how it goes. All right, that's how it spreads. That's how it continues. That's how it becomes systematic and systemic. Systemic, okay? So, so with that being said, I get it. So I just want to get that out the way first before I get to explain what it's doing today, right? And I just believe that there are more good people than bad people. That it's got to be obvious, all right? There's more people that's going to be on the up and up, and that's going to buck some of that systemic and systematic things that we have in every activity, every industry. All right. So even when it comes to just how we were raised, right? I just, that's just my personal belief, and I think I have the science, meaning the math, and math is a part of science, to back up what I'm saying, right? And even when it comes to math and science, there are always going to be some variables to change the outcome. But I'm talking about actual numbers to evidence. When you do numbers to evidence, that's something totally different. Variables then becomes almost non-existent. Okay? All right. So, everybody is being caught up on Rico, right? So, we know extensively what a Rico is, how it performs, so on and so forth. If you don't know, you can Google it. And I do trust most of the Google definitions of what Rico is. But I know everybody that comes through here and have been in this sector, they should know what Rico is. Hey, Sonya. And I know a lot of people that have learned from this channel. Now, if you haven't, or if you're lying about it, but if you haven't, it's probably because maybe you might be, dumb, all right, a little slow, whatever. Because again, that's another mathematical equation. You got a whole bunch of people that have learned from this channel, and then you just have like one dummy that has. I don't, that's probably a you thing or you lying. Okay. So, but now now if you're a copycat type person and you can't duplicate it, then again, that's a you thing because you're limited, because you're dumb. All right. Anyway, everybody else, whether you give our channel credit or not, to everybody else, I know you get it because guess what? I've heard you repeat it. I've heard you put it to use. Okay, so I know that. All right, and it's almost verbatim. All right, which is I have no problem with that. Hate or love, whatever. I have no problem with that. The only thing I'm always interested in is that we put out correct information. And if you don't know if it's correct, in my opinion, what have you use that phrase, in my opinion. Okay. If not, the instructors, the teachers of the galaxy and the Rico internet, because that's what I'm saying. It's no longer Beyonce's internet, it's the Rico's internet. Because they locking up everybody. Okay, I mean the states are putting to use their Rico statutes. The feds have been look here, they locking up everybody because it tells you that everybody can be considered a Rico. Yeah, read it. It tells you that because it has something to do with your behavior, aka your actions. So, child Shibuki. Anywho, a main concentration of Ricos are conspiracies. And hold that thought right there, because I need to get something. Because my goddamn mouth is swelling by the moment. So let me get something real quick. Thank y'all for holding on here. Hold on. I have so much. You know what? Like a lot of times, swelling and whatnot. One of the other things I tell you I be doing a lot of times when I'm online, and I be just when I start rambling and sound like my speech is different. A lot of times because my mouth, my lips, and all that stuff starts swelling, whatever, and then it's so much maintenance that goes on with this swelling about the face and head. I also have to massage it, face and head and stuff, to make sure that it doesn't leave no permanent disfigurations when I finally get off this goddamn medication. And you understand what I'm saying? So, and I was thinking, I was like, oh Lord, I wonder should I have been doing that with these gunshot wounds and stab wounds to the belly and stuff. That's what it looks like, it feels like to me. Because some places there's little knots. Oh, maybe I had massaged it out. Like little hard knots. Oh no, it's still there. That I'm gonna get to it. I'm gonna get you. Oh, I'm gonna get your ass. I'm massage the hell out of it. And so I also want no shit. Alright, they ain't gonna have me permanently looking like mask. Either one of them, Rocket Dennis or that other mask. You ain't finna do that to me. Alright? But anyway, back to conspiracy, right? Conspiracy is the bread and butter of the Rico. Alright? Because what that means is that at least two or more people got together and made an agreement to break the law. And here's how they get you. You didn't necessarily have to break the law to carry it through. Just the fact that y'all intentionally got together, made an agreement to break the law, that's enough for a conspiracy. Yeah. All right. So that's why. And is it good? Education is always good, but is it good to know the nuances about everything? I mean, as much as you can, retain or whatever. Yeah, because it's just like math. You showing the steps when you figuring out those equations. They want you to show your work. That's the concept. A lot of times with a lot of writing, especially in law, they want to know how you get to where you got to. All right, a lot of the methods, teaching methods that are out there, especially the Socratic method. They want to know how you got to what you get to. Right. So you have the conspiracy, right? Which is just explain to you how easy to be, for people to get caught up on that. And another thing with the conspiracy is that indicted individuals can be held responsible for the actions of others, whether those actions were legal or illegal. And if you listen to me, you'll see how they build out this Rico. Because remember, Rico is for actions that are legal and illegal. But because you have people that's acting, that fulfills the Rico standards. Okay? So, and a lot of people were questioning why Young Thug is being held. Well, that's why. All right, he can be held liable for these other people's actions. All right, because the actions of those others is going to satisfy the RICO standards. It may not even mention anything about him, his participation in it, whatever. But because he's indicted, and someone else unbeknownst to him, went to go do this, that, and the third, because he's associated, allegedly, in fact, to those people, he can be held liable. And it is so crazy. And maybe because black men don't have the education about how Rico works or whatever, but I hear it, if you, sometimes I get a lot of like the black manpower stations dropping down in my notifications, because I have um, subscribed back to those places I used to be, probably like 6, 7 years ago. And those are not any of them, but because I guess they talk about some of the same issues, like affecting communities and affecting the world, whatever. I get a lot of those um, notifications, and you hear the men, talk about what's happening and what have you, but they don't know how it's possible. They don't talk about that part. And it could be lack of knowledge or what have you, but they are talking about they're picking everybody up. Everybody's getting picked up, okay? But they just don't know how, and how is it lawful. That's another thing. I'm telling you how it's lawful. That doesn't mean I support any of it, and I don't support criminals and stuff like that either. I'm just telling you what's happening, so don't blame me. I ain't got nothing to do with that. I ain't writing none of this, okay? But everybody likes to look for people to blame, and hey, I'm always your poster child. I can take it, baby, and I'm proudly to be the person that can stand out here and say I ain't never joined a group out here. And although they done put me in them, literally, the heads of them done put me in them, I'm like, hey, go out there and straighten that out. I ain't in your group. Yes. No followers. I ain't followed no damn body. I don't even have no damn group. I just have a club, blue. That's pretty much anybody. I ain't never called nobody and said, hey, don't go to such and such channel because of such. I ain't never have to do that. I can stand up to whoever I want to when I want to. Don't have no swing of it. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. And I'm proud to say that. And they mad because I can say it and be truthful. And anytime I want to, anytime somebody lie on me, baby, I got that evidence. That's your lie. I just might let it go because I really don't give a shit, really. But people I give a shit about, they already know who that is, who they are, seen or unseen. But yeah, I'm the only one. Well, I ain't probably not the only one, but the most notable one that can say that. I don't know how many times I've been recruited. Nope. See, I already knew something ain't right. I had a feeling. See that people picking process? I'm telling you, it done saved me a many a night. Because I know fucked up people, or I know people that's gonna probably have the people who have the potential of being fucked up. I don't want to do none of that. All right, I use my predetermination. Hey, my predetermination diagnosis code that you won't allow sister to activate all over. Okay, but I'm gonna activate it for myself. Nope, something in the milk ain't clean. Them folks ain't raised no food. Yeah, so yay. Anyway, um, so and so based on that, so you can see how easy it is for these people to get, caught up. And the law be okay. And let's get this together, right? And an indictment or a claim is a what? Is an allegation. Just a big old long list of allegations until it's proven or disproven. Okay? So, but in between that, in between that, you have, probable cause, you have reasonable suspicion, you have all of those things, right? If there is a good indication that you did what you did, and therefore that indication can turn into an indictment. All right. So I say that I preface that because how I'm going to speak after this next thing I want to say, it may seem like I'm saying these people are guilty. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying is that they think that they are guilty, not me. I'm just explaining to you how they think so. All right. So when you're dealing with the conspiracy and they're getting indicted, they have some reasonable notion, whether it be in somebody saying something, but it's usually a little stronger than that. There's some kind of evidence to support it that a person is involved in a crime. Now, I'm using the word involved with conspiracy because remember, conspiracy, you don't have to commit the crime. You just have to be thinking about it along with some other person, and y'all agree to do it, but you don't do it, right? I know. It's ridiculous, right? So you have that. So that's involvement in a crime. Okay, that's a form of involvement in a crime. Also, of course, the person that carried it, people that carry out the crime, that's involvement in a crime. And the facilitator, that's involvement in the crime. But the the main thing that conspiracies rely on are overt acts. Now, if you are following the YSL trial, you will hear the word overt acts over and over again. Love, they have beat it down in that courtroom, right? As well, but it's kind of different when we read what was going on with Mr. Kelly because they, in the transcripts and stuff, the overt acts wasn't like beating down back and forth. You know what I'm saying? Like Love is doing, but this might be just a hunch, and I don't know. I think Love is thinking like I'm thinking about their jury that it's going to be hard to convict, and I think maybe that's why she is doing the most. I mean, I don't know how she's acting on other cases. Who's the complex of the jury doesn't look like the one that is sitting over there now, but because you know she's been in the game a minute, maybe she has to work harder to make clear exactly what she needs to make clear, right? And to do a little education along the way, kind of substantiating what overt acts are without saying, well, overt acts jury is this. That's not what she does. She is not supposed to be administrating the definitions of the law that, to the jury. That's not what the jury is supposed to be considering. The jury's only considering the facts. Okay? But when we speak of overt acts, right? Overact, and the best way to think of it is the overact is like an action or is an action that a person does to assist in committing a crime. All right, assist in committing a crime. And now remember, a crime under conspiracy may, you don't have to go through with it. It's the fact that you um, thought about it. You actually thought about it, and you got with somebody, and y'all agreed to it. Okay, doesn't okay. So it doesn't mean that you went through with it. Okay, an overt act. Once you get someone on an overt act, let me tell you what it does to that conspiracy. Right? It can help prove the intent and the involvement. Okay, and usually that's substantiated by some kind of evidence. All right. So now, where people are not going to understand how you want us to convict somebody for something they didn't do, right? Under conspiracy, right? That's the train of thought. Well, to explain that a little bit further, if you got someone with an overt act, right? Like an overt act could be something like um you going to rent the car that to commit that crime. All right, that's an overt act. Whether you committed the crime or not, your intent was to buy that car to commit that crime. When I say it like that, that strengthens that definition. Therefore, it strengthens my translation to the jury, to whomever is listening, right? Now you can kind of, oh, okay. You still don't agree with it. I don't agree with it, but okay, I get it though. And understand, as a lawyer, I may agree with it legally. I just don't agree with it um, personally, I guess, and professionally. But legally, I agree with it because it's the law. But personally and professionally, I don't agree with it. That's crazy as hell to me. You understand? Listen, if I go to, if I'm on a step and I stop in the middle of putting that goddamn what's happening on your ass, I don't want to be taken down nowhere. Cause if I ain't stabbed you, she fine. Is she all right? Yeah, she all right. She going to work tomorrow. Yeah. So, um, no, I didn't read the indictment yet. I'm getting to that. I'm getting to that part. I just wanted to give some understanding and some background of the Rico and all of that conspiracy, the overt act, and all of that. Right. So, what else was I gonna say about that? I know, hon. I know this is your telephone time, child. Moby on her telephone time around this time. And another thing that charging someone with a RICO does. So now you got the house, right? You got the RICO, you got the conspiracy, and you got the overt act, right? You have the house. And that's how they're gonna put you in it. And just say Young Thug or Diddy, or I can say R. Kelly, or everybody's getting locked up on Rico. They may be one of the indicted persons, the Rico person, right? But it could be somebody that they don't even know that has said to do this, this, that, and the third, whatever, that may be connected to somebody, maybe connect somebody, may be connected to them. That's a way of connecting them all together with the conspiracy and the overt act and all of that. That's a way of connecting it all together to meet the standards and the requirements of a RICO, along with the predicate act and within 10 years and all of that, right? If it's federal. All right. They are connecting them together with a federal RICO. It is from the statute of limitations of 5 years from when the crime was discovered or should have been discovered. For civil RICO, it is 4 years. And there's a reason I brought up civil RICO. Because I have, since last night, I have been trying to figure out how we got here. Okay? Because we didn't have the indictment last night. And I said, well, he must be going to get charged with probably some kind of RICO, probably involving some kind of sex crime, maybe financial as well. All right. But, and in your different states that have a RICO statute, the statute of limitations could vary, but it's usually no more than 5 years. Okay, that's another thing. That's how they can get you. When a crime is, just say they ain't discovered, you ain't, and what my ex was on the phone talking about, like why they ain't do it then or whatever. As I explained to him, it's from when the crime was discovered. Well, they saying they just discovered it. Now, you can say, sometimes you can hear people say, like they used to say a long time ago, y'all knew R. Kelly was doing that a long time ago, and why they ain't catch him then, whatever. Okay. One, in his case, and now I just want to talk about the people over 18. One, the crime hadn't been discovered, meaning most likely they'll say in the office that they didn't have any evidence of it. Just knowing about a crime isn't enough. You have to have the evidence, okay, to start talking about a statute of limitations or something. Because if not, it's just rumors, all right? But if you don't have the evidence, then it's nothing really that you can do about it, but just sit back and just know that it occurred. So I was sitting back and wondering, what got us to this point, right? We heard that attorney for Puffy to get his assets unfrozen by that defaulted judgment, by that nutball, Derek, whatever his name, Smith. He put on that man with all of that falsified proof of service shit and whatever. It was crazy. These people crazy. It's always somebody monkeying around with proof of service. And I don't want to say that because I know we have idiots out here that like to get people hung up and put up on shit. I don't want to plant no ideas, but listen, I have nothing to do with crazy people. I'm just telling you the truth. That proof of service, people always monkeying around with that. And it's how they get away with it because the proof of service is coming into some clerk at the clerk of courts. And she's just gonna register it. Even when it gets to the judge's chambers, there's nobody up there that's checking to see if the signature is right, if the dates been transposed, if this, that, and third. They're not checking for all of that. It's gonna have to take, just like that attorney did, attorney to come in there and object to it, just like he did. Okay, just like he had a motion with regards to procedural due process because that wasn't proper service. Okay, so yeah, so that's why he challenged the just jurisdiction, which is that court's ability to handle that case. And under that fell the and she couldn't handle it because service wasn't proper. That's why she couldn't. It wasn't that it wasn't in the wrong court. It was that she couldn't handle it because proper service wasn't done. Okay, so that walked us up to wondering, well, what was he going to be charged for? What was he going to be charged for? Right? Well, hold on. I'm thinking they got a lot of that information from maybe the raids, but definitely maybe some tip offs by that little Rod dude. And I hope nobody ain't make out with him, Jesus, because if it's gonna be some some homosexual stuff revealed by P Diddy, Lord have mercy. I don't know if we're gonna be ready for that. And maybe Cassie, because if you look at the time. But I got something. Hold on, let me see what date's on here. So, in reading Lil Rod's claim, right? I know I read it. Okay. Not the repetitive stuff and but I know I read the stuff that would tell us the, the bulk of what we need to know, right? Foundational information, right? Give us that. I don't know, and I don't think I did make a big deal that there was a mention of a civil Rico. He indicated that Mr. Combs was in violation of a civil Rico, although it wasn't. That's not what this claim came in as. This came in as a, hold on, let me make sure. I don't lie. Did it come in as a civil Rico? Hold on, let me keyword find and see what came in as a civil Rico. maybe it did come out of Rico as she said. Hold on. Okay, wait a minute, but they didn't. If they didn't sue through the Rico statute, then hold on. I'm sorry, y'all. Just want to get this right. What's the statute they are used? Okay. All right. You know what he did? Oh shit, honey. This one got good to your mama. Mm. Okay. Wow, this is a. Hold on. Let me get to. Eighth action. That let me tell you something. That boy Tyrone Blackburn, I ain't messing with him. Aiding and abetting violation of trafficking. And we say this is probably mainly what jumped this his Rico off. Lil Rod. Y'all pay people their money, honey. If not, this is what can happen. Uh, mm, 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 mm. Now I wouldn't expect nobody to catch what I'm gonna explain to you, but it is what it is. Hold on. So I don't believe he sued the Rico statute. Maybe he did. Let me make sure. Okay. In further purpose of executing this project legal. Okay, what is and a lot of times I be lazy. I'm gonna tell you that now. I'll be doing all of this too, because I just want to read the claims. If I don't want to substantiate it, break it down, see what they. Okay, so that's frauds and swindles. That statute's for frauds and swindles. Like when we were talking about whether or not, and just give you an example, Debo can refile his claim or not, and the lady dismissed it, um, and saying under that it's not like he can't refile it. He just have to pay because if you look at that statute, that's the one she says that he cannot refile it using that statute, and it's not able to be appealed. And um, I mean that would be almost common sense because that would be final. You know, he would have to he would look crazy appealing that beyond that court for some money because that is the code and the statute. You have to be very careful. And I'm using that as an example. So to know what these people are filing for, how they filing the stuff, they look at the statute. All right, what statute is this? I'm not gonna look up every statute. I'm just trying to see, did he go? I just looked up. No, that's something else. It's in the same family. Fraud by wire. Okay. So hold on, give me a minute. Civil Rico statute. Hold on, I'm sorry. What is Civil Rico statute? Okay, can you give me a call? That judge was so right. Baby, we need the codes. We need the numbers. Section 1960. Okay, hold on. They set him up. Oh my God, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Y'all, give me a minute. Give me a minute. Cause this part I didn't expect to go into. I just want trying to figure out the steps on how he got where he is. Well, hold on. Right here. Mm-mm-mm. Okay, so what did they put in there? Hold on, what did he put in here? You put. They set his ass up. We knew that that he was snitching. They set his ass up. Hold on. Did you explain the enterprise? Hold on. Did you explain it? actually conduct, participate, conduct and participate in every bam, 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 bam. Got what I need right there. Bam, bam. Got what I need. Okay. You know what he did? Uh, between. Bam. Let me tell you what he did. Tell you what he did. Hey, be pretty. Tell you what he did. So he filed that that lawsuit that your old boy filed. He filed that as a civil RICO. Yeah, yeah. What one of the ooh, one of the perks for those that process civil RICO, I mean criminal RICOs. Y'all know I get tongue twisted and everything, my mouth swollen and lips swollen and shit when I get excited. One of the perks for someone filing a civil RICO is that if it's pretty detailed and juicy and it seems like you got some willing people that cooperate with you and all of that, it can start a fire for a criminal RICO. Because with the civil RICO, you're gonna have to pretty much have evidence that can be used in a criminal case. And oh my gosh, this may mean, y'all, that a lot of that shit that boy was saying, Lil Rod was saying, may be true. I hope nobody ain't raped, no man ain't raped Lil Rod for real. And I hope it wasn't Cuba Gooding. Jesus. Let me show you. That was the purpose of the outline. And this is so crazy, right? Let me tell you. So since this particular attorney was so much outlining this as a remember you're like damn, you snitching. Like this seems like an indictment, right? A criminal indictment. He's outlining that. He was outlining that for the popo. And then you had other attorneys that followed suit and outlined it like this as well. Now I don't know if they were just doing it because they saw how I think wasn't Cassie stuff like hold on because I got Cassie up here too. I need her too. We look at her dates and see if she in it. She laid hers out with more. Hold on. Ooh, let me see if she put that in her too. No, okay. She didn't lay hers out as a criminal RICO. Okay? She didn't do that. But Lil Rod did. And remember, some subsequent filings from other attorneys, with regarding Sean Combs, kind of laid it out like he did. Like he and his attorney did, right? Now I don't know if those other complaints, if some of that stuff that was alleged, I don't know if it's wrapped up in this criminal RICO or not. But I think, and I'm pretty sure I'm right on this, I think Lil Rod laid the foundation. I believe Miss Cass might be in there as one of them victims. I may be wrong because it may be someone that because it says from 2009 to 2000 and see 2024 was a dead giveaway because Lil Rod was talking about things that happened from I think 2022, 2023. All right. I don't know who would be 2024. It could have been that girl Dawn. Well, no, she went no, because Dawn was before that, way before that. Honey, I don't know. Everybody's getting locked up though under these Rico. Mm-mm. So that's what it is. So when he filed his civil action, he did file it as a civil Rico. Now everybody, don't do it the way everybody do it, right? Each attorney does things their own way. Normally, it would be like red, in bold print that hey, this we coming after your ass under the civil Rico statute. No, he has it later on in the later on down in the body of it, which kind of tells me. Well, see now, wait a minute, I got to challenge my own. Hold on. Um, Give me a sec. This is crazy because this can mean probably like 30 years for this man. Sex trafficking. Yeah, all our researchers and informational specialists and shit like that, honey, we got to get to the information. This is what we got to do all this extra. Other computer. Okay. First call to action. He set his ass up. He set him up. Tyrone Blackman, he gonna be on the shows. Hold on. He said his ass. Oh, I was looking at the wrong thing. No wonder I ain't see it. Hold on. I'm looking at the wrong shit. I got too many of these things up. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm coming. Because this is important. Maybe not to y'all, but to me. Because I need to look at these actions. So he did Rico, Enterprise. I need my actions. I'm coming, y'all. I'm coming. I'm going to read it. Okay, first cause of action. Okay. Rico Enterprise. He set him up. In furtherance, got that, okay? Overt act. Oh my Lord. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Wait a minute. Yep, they got him. Okay. Where is what I'm looking for? Okay. In furtherance. Okay. That's conspiracy. Okay. Conspiratorial enterprise. Got that. Check that off. Second cause that sexual harassment. Boom. Okay. Got it. All right. I'm gonna tell you what he did. All right. I'm gonna tell you what he did. He filed when Rod Jones filed that lawsuit. He filed on the same claim both a civil RICO and a regular lawsuit. Okay? Check something else. Motherfucker. Emotional distress. Oh, they set him up. Sexual harassment. Young man is cousin. Go back. Motherfucker. Y'all excuse my language. John, you should be mail fraud. And let me tell you. This was a vendetta lawsuit. You know, normally the first thing comes off your mind is really what you want to establish and get a point across in the first place. That Rico portion of it is that's begins his actions, right? That begins his actions. Make sure. As this carbon dioxide still releases, Lord. Jesus. Okay, begins his cause of action. The rest of it by Young Miami's cousin and all this extra bullshit or whatever, it's kind of afterthought. Okay. Now I'm not, and I'm not saying whether or not any of that, you know, will show up in this criminal lawsuit, criminal complaint against Diddy, right? His indictment. When it's finally revealed who are the the people that's involved, right? But listen, LaRod filed a lawsuit that entailed both a civil RICO and a regular lawsuit. And you can do that on the same, on the same complaint. Okay? That civil RICO portion of it was the hey, criminal RICO people, feds, hey, Department of Justice. This what this joker done done. And I'm gonna tell you all about it. Yeah. Tell my mind. Alright. Cassie's lawsuit, why she may or may not be a participant in this RICO. I don't know. But Lil Rod, here's the clues. Lil Rod's stuff was he apparently, I don't know how long he's been knowing Diddy, but he started talking about stuff from 2022, I think, on up. I don't know if it was any sooner. Diddy's indictment says stuff from 2009 to 2024. So I don't know what Lil Rod was able to give the people. I mean, I'm just saying if he has any connection to the reason why Diddy was indicted. I don't know what they found at that house, and I don't know what with the sex trafficking and whatever. I don't know if they actually found the alleged victim, or if one of them is Cassie, right? Because I think in her, let me look. Come on, let me put up, Like, don't play with your mama. Did I done found them? Why they got you? See, this is why you got to get out the paperwork. Well, knowing what you're doing will also help, but so in Cassie's, right? Let me see. Is she a sex trafficking? Hold on. Comes with cycle abuse and sex trafficking. They went to work on his ass. Let me tell you something. And listen up, don't come knocking on my goddamn door. I ain't said nothing. I don't know nothing. Remember, well, y'all don't listen to me. But I be telling you, I've been to the place where they play more games than the NBA. If anybody familiar with the NBA, it's 82 in regulation, right? I believe that this somehow, I don't know when it came together in conjunction with the popo. I'm not talking about no ones that want to sue and get the money at you. I'm talking about the people who lock your ass up. I don't know when all of that, when those people came together and said, hey, we're gonna do this, that, and the third. It could have started with somebody talking and whatever, and hey, Cassie might be down or whatever. Yeah, file a lawsuit, whatever, and we'll see if we can tickle that, man. We used to say back in the day, it used to be, well, because of wiretaps and stuff was so um so necessary in a lot of investigations, whatever. Be like tickle a wire. If you sitting on a wire and nobody ain't did nothing, and you just listening, and every 30 days you got to go to the judge to say why you need it extended, and it's sometimes it's not good enough for a judge to say I might be able to get something. I might be able to get something because sometimes you got to make motherfuckers move. All right, you might have to run something bad that might be a lie in the newspaper to see if that criminal gonna make a move on it. If we can get somebody nervous, if we can get somebody talking, if we can get somebody moving, on tickle that motherfucking wire. Okay, so or some if it's not a wire, it could be tickle the source. Put something out there and make you do something, make you move that weapon you use to some other location. That's going to let us know that one, you knew where the weapon was, and two, you have a reason to secure it from in a different location. So that's going to give us the um, evidence that you connected some way. And then remember I told you about conspiracy, right? Most now let me go on the other side where I remember I'll be telling you about white collar crimes. Most of white collar crimes are conspiracy based, some kind of way. All right. So you have to have all of that going. You have to have all those pieces going on. But this ain't about what the folk do. Um, but anyway, so they have collected and collectively came together with the people and to get Diddy. Damn, them motherfuckers, that baby, they done, listen here, they done shopping they sword since shit, since I done, left away from now, baby. So yeah, so she got sex trafficking in her shit too. So, all right. Now, I can go. Now we kind of see how. I don't need to go there. Oh, so let me. I didn't even know I had this, right? So, what's on your screen now is when people are joined together on a on a complaint, right? And a complaint can be either civil or criminal, right? They all complaints. They're known also as a joinder, right? Not all, not just a cold defendant. They're known as a joinder. So if you ever see the word joinder, you know what it means. And I went over it before. All right. So you have um, the Rodney Jones. He sued more than just Sean Combs, right? He sued some Christina Coran or whatever. I think Christina people been trying to get her ass up out of this, right? So as late as August 26th, which is not too long ago, she's about trying to get off this shit, right? Now, we know from the attorney that Diddy knew this was coming. So it looks like to me, everybody was trying to get on up out of him. So August 26th, the office got this by ECF that the legal arguments made on behalf of Mr. Combs in support of his motion to dismiss the civil RICO claim and claim for violation of the Trafficking and Victims Protection Act apply with equal force to Ms. Coram, and accordingly we respectfully request permission to join the motion, right? So They sent this letter, and I haven't read it. I just read the speech just now. But they sent this letter because they wanted to join P. Diddy's motion to dismiss Lil Rod's civil Rico. Y'all see how I'm tying all this together? He fighting Lil Rod's on. So that kind of more and more tell me Lil Rod motherfucking ass was the catalyst, and he done got everybody involved. This came in on August 26th. This was sitting up there, and shout out to the person who sent me this. I don't even, I don't mean, listen, it's R. Kelly sick. Now it's everybody's sick. Everybody's going down for Rico. Oh, shit. Damn. And listen, some idiot, when I laugh like that or whatever, he made those, everybody know I be joking or whatever, and I'm not um making nothing serious. I'm actually, you could tell I'm making it, like a joke because it's funny to me, right? Like, what the fuck? You know what I'm talking about? Some idiot going to say like, you can't do it. Like it's a, like I'm saying something like, oh, Debo done sued you. Yeah, Debo. That is not what I was saying. People just trying to use bullshit against you because they ain't got no bullshit. What, because they made up shit. You know what I'm saying? They'll be mad at you, whatever. I mean, baby, deal with your own insecurities and your inabilities to, be to compete with a woman. I ain't got nothing to do with that. Y'all got all of what you need to defeat a woman. You already beat motherfucking women's asses. Okay, so y'all got all the muscles and all the, just the muscles. I ain't gonna say you got all the brain, because I'll be telling a lie. But you at least got the muscles. And you should have the leadership equipment and the abilities. But you lack that too. So I don't know what you want me to do. I'm just never have been the woman to lay down and wait to be led by a motherfucker that can't lead nobody. If you ain't got the tools, it ain't my fault. That is some more people you should deal with before you get to me to deal with and fucking with me and lay it all that on my lap and make me the motherfucking reason why you are who you are and everybody else is who they are. It ain't got shit to do with me. I can talk my shit because I can talk it and stand on it. And I got the black history that's still prevalent today. Ain't no wonder years. They still wondering about me today. How about that? How about that? We own it today, baby. We own it today, baby. Hey, Karen Johnson. Hey, Opie. Hey, Regina White. Hey, my queen. Yes. What are we talking about? That's some shit that you should be journaling. That's some reflections in the mirror. That's some of them affirmations and shit that you need to put on them post-its and post around your house. And get the books and the self whatever books and go to all them thousands of men empowerment shit that they got going on because they, half of them I think have been created because they just weak as fuck. It ain't got nothing to do with me. I can think of at least 6 people and a spirit that you need to talk to about that. Then I can throw in a teacher too, because maybe some, if you went to them black urban schools, teachers pour into you like that. Some of them. Got nothing to do with me and nobody else. Shit. Hell. My folks like me just fine. Yeah. But anyway, so P Diddy and them, it's just in my opinion, Puff Daddy and them on the round about the 26th, knowing that it could be it. Now listen, Lil Rod's claim been out there since what, February of 2024. This is August 26th, 2024. Sean Combs should have been said something about this bullshit, right? Hold on, let me check the system. Because this is just what I have. I don't know if there was anything in between this. So hold on. Hold on. People don't even pay for pace. See, when you can talk your shit and stand on it with the evidence to support, they can't do nothing but lie about it. Make up shit. Which is all the signs of a weak ass motherfucker. Which, I just detest. Oh my God, a weak woman makes me throw up. When I see y'all followers, I be like, oh my God. Especially ones I ain't gonna like her because she don't like her. Just, huh? We ain't, I wasn't even doing that in a game. Mm-mm. They knew it too, so don't come fuck with me. Hold on, so it's Rodney Jones documents. Right, I'm gonna see. Was there did Sean Combs say anything about this prior to the 26th? What is this? Okay, we got a memorandum of law here. And memorandum of law. Okay, so they were trying to get it dismissed on the 27th. The first complaint. Okay. They tried to get it dismissed on the first complaint. And then what happened? And when they sent out a memorandum of law, it's just, to state their position that um, to support their position on their motion, right? Like why they believe that it shouldn't be that it shouldn't go forward. Memorandum of law. Apply to the memorandum. Motion to dismiss again. Okay, motion to dismiss the second. All right, so yeah, okay, so he's been fighting it continuously. He's been fighting it. So maybe the date's just, but he's been fighting it. But that lady jumped her ass on it. The motion to dismiss. Sometimes you got to check your thought, honey, in the middle of thinking it. Make sure you got it right. So, all right. So they've been, putting in a whole bunch of memorandums of law to support whatever else, the um, to support their position on their, you know, support the opposition of whatever Lil Rod was saying is the best way to say it. And in those but also in those memorandums of law, it also can, if you read them, it also can list some facts as to why they object to what he's saying. All right. So I don't know. I don't want to go. It's a lot of them in there, so I don't want to go back through that because we kind of did it with R. Kelly. But listen, the number of filings that's in there, as far as memorandums of law, it draws R. Kelly's, and I don't really want to go through all of that, but pretty much it because my only problem to that, my own personal problem to that is we're probably missing out on some facts that maybe Diddy has, right? Because we were able to read the facts that Lil Rod has. We're not. I'm not. I don't feel like reading the facts that um, Diddy has, right? Okay. It's just a lot of work, and I don't have time for that. Okay, so I'm just being honest, right? If y'all wanna turn it into one of the type things where we going and digging with Diddy and stuff like that, man, I mean, y'all may be able to persuade me, but uh-uh, you know. I mean, we on a that was civil. We're on a whole nother situation now. It's criminal. So, so anyway, so this is the is this the latest? I'm trying. I'm telling you, it's a lot of them in here. Oh Lord, he got an extension. Jesus, hold on. It just came in. The date is 17th. God damn. Blackburn is running. Okay, so this firm represents Rodney Jones. In the above reference case, I'm writing to request an extension of time to oppose the Combs defendant minus Justin Dior Combs' motion to dismiss. Maybe they took Justin out of it. This is the plaintiff's first request according to 3C of your Honor's individual rules. Plaintiff, blah, blah, blah. I thought the filing deadline was September 16th. 21 days after the motion was filed. Typically, that would be the schedule set during pre-motion conference. But we did not have a pre-motion conference schedule, so I contacted Ms. Wolf of the extension of the weekend because I've been fighting COVID. Ooh, I've been bedridden for close to a week. You ain't have my kind of COVID. Um, so that just came in today. God damn. So now I'm still going to stick with what I believe with the timing of this particular motion. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. 26. Because I believe that an extension of time is another one in here. Oh, this. Oh, he was trying to get Justin Combs and Cuba Gooding all wrapped up in here. Here, as detailed below, plaintiff has attempted to work with the defendant counsel in good faith to serve Justin Combs. They've been trying to serve Justin Combs and shit. There's a lot went on in this, but we may probably made the mistake by not following it, the civil part of it, because I wouldn't be right now trying to walk my way to this criminal complaint, which I'm gonna get to next. So anyway, I believe that they they knew and answering the declaration memorandums of law, if any, shall be filed on before Monday the 9th. So that's I'm not go up and say R. Kelly. That's um um Puffy's attorney that filed on that. So, and this is the motion to dismiss. Okay, that came in the 26th. That's the memorandum of law in support of the motion to dismiss the Second Amendment complaint against Sean Combs, Love Records, and Combs Global Enterprise. And if I look at the table of contents, he's saying the plaintiff have failed to state a Rico claim. All right. It's plausibly, he said the SEC. Oh, the Second Amendment claim fails to plausibly plead a pattern of racketeering, and it fails to plead relatedness or continuity, right? That couldn't be connected together. I told you, like for the conspiracy and for the RICO and all of that to function and act in the way that you can explain it to the jury and the judge that, hey, we allege that all these people acted in concert with each other and this is how. All right? This is whether it's a civil RICO or a criminal RICO. All right? So, and then it says fails to possibly plead an enterprise, meaning failing to, show that an enterprise exists under the statute of a RICO, right? And then it says plaintiff have failed to state a TVPA claim. That's one of them. I think the victims claims those the victim of something like like some kind of violence or whatever. What's TVPA? Hold on, let me look it up. We're gonna get some understanding today. That's all I'm gonna do, provide a little understanding. The Trafficking Victims Protection Act. That's what it is. All right. So it's saying that they failed to plead a primary claim under the TVPA, and the plaintiff have failed to plead a primary claim. That's a fancy way of saying they haven't established it, either by by evidence or by them proving it in all those motions, right? Them memorandums, those filings. I say that the memorandums of law, whatever they put in, right? They have failed to prove it, or by his original claim. This says has failed to plead a TVA claim against Combs Global. All right, and then sexual assault claim against Jones fails to state a sexual assault claim against Mr. Combs. All right, they got that in there. It says the premises liability claims against Mr. Combs fail. The emotional distress, the negligence, all of that, whatever. Okay, so you know what? Shout out to their table of contents, because they got us all caught up. Now we don't have to go through, unless you want to go through all of that and find out exactly what it is. Um, Fuck that it said with regards to what Mr. Jones alleged, and that's negligence on my part, because I should have read all of that, or at least some of it, to get an idea. But I didn't feel like it. I had other stuff going on. Yeah, I wasn't watching, and I didn't know that it was in there, right? So, but I should have, because that'd have been interesting for us to follow. Maybe I may go back. I don't know, but I think we're gonna be probably busy with the criminal, right? But all of that is saying, and when I can take a table of contents like that, or any structured um, structured information with regards to a um, claim, whether it's for or against, I can kind of see what they're saying. And so they'd rather just say that they failed um, to establish what Mr. Jones was saying. That's pretty much saying that what Puffy is saying is that he lied about all that. Now, I don't know if in that the memorandum law, if Puffy have some detailed information. Man, I wasn't there, or this didn't happen because that person wasn't there, or Cuba Gooding didn't do that deal, whatever. I don't know that. I would have to go through the documents. But I am satisfied on what I just read. So, all right. But I still maintain that they were started with this. And I'm looking at that date because they knew it was coming. And hold on, where's the indictment? That's not the indictment. That's a radiation. I got everything up but the indictment. Hold on, let me get the indictment up. Child Shabukin. Everybody all right? Everybody okay? If you are, do me a favor by liking us up on YouTube, Twitter, or Facebook. For $44 a month, I should be able to say for Instagram too. Like, are you serious? All right, here's the indictment. That was filed on 9/12. It was under seal, and I believe it was unsealed this morning. For some reason, it's still not in the system. And I don't ask questions on how I get stuff. Sometimes, but it ain't my business. Shit. It's still not in there. Nope. All right. Now we're gonna get to now we got all the background information, and you can kind of feel. Oh, goddamn. That boy, they went that boy out with all these lawsuits and stuff. Jesus Christ, sad. And you can form your own conclusions, but that's just my opinion. Okay, what is this? 14 pages. I can knock it out. All right. Count 1: racketeering conspiracy. Overview. Y'all, please excuse my mouth because it's very big now. It's swollen as hell. It says, for decades, Sean Combs, aka Puff Daddy, aka P Diddy, aka Diddy, aka PD, aka Love, the defendant, abused, threatened, and coerced women and others around him to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct. To do so, Combs relied on the employees' resources and influence of the multifaceted business empire that he led and controlled, creating a criminal enterprise whose members and associates engaged in and attempted to engage in, among other crimes, sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and obstruction of justice. Oh, Lord. I wonder is the arson of blowing up that boy car. So you think so some of Cass's shit is in him with Rob with the Jones boy like I thought? Child Shabuki. Arson? Was somebody else shit blown up that y'all know about? Oh Lord. Now I got to see if I can get some um inside information. I don't know if I'll be able to get that. Cause somebody knows somebody knows somebody. I don't know if I'll be able to get that. But that's crazy. That's crazy. Oh boy. Sean Combs, aka Puff Daddy, aka P Diddy, aka Diddy, aka PD, aka Lud, the defendant, operated his business headquarters at various times in Manhattan and Los Angeles under a variety of United States-based corporate entities, including Bad Boy Entertainment, Combs Enterprises, and Combs Global, collectively the Combs Business. Corporate entities in the Combs business included, among other things, record labels, a recording studio, an apparel line, an alcoholic spirits business, a marketing agency, and a television network and media company. At all times relevant to this indictment, Sean Combs, aka all that stuff, the defendant, engaged in a persistent and pervasive pattern of abuse toward women and other individuals. This abuse was at times verbal, emotional, physical, and sexual. As part of his pattern of abuse, Combs manipulated women to participate in highly orchestrated performances of sexual activity with male commercial sex workers. Huh? Orchestrated performances of sex activity with male commercial sex workers. So right now, I think he's saying that he had the women to do that. Okay. At times, Combs and others acting at his direction made arrangements for women and commercial sex workers to fly to Combs' location. Combs ensured participation from the women by, among other things, obtaining and distributing narcotics to them, controlling their careers, leveraging his financial support, and threatening to cut off the same and using intimidation and violence. So that is Cassie and motherfucking Rod Jones and him. Don't play with me. That's probably why Mr. Walker went ahead and told me that my cousin had done, set up a line of uh, blowjobs for them prior to the wedding. Might as well tell me. I done been through all kinds of shit. I've been needing sympathy, baby. Joking on, I don't want no sympathy from nobody for nothing. Well, I mean, tell people shit for no sympathy, right? I don't tell shit anyway, but if I did, I'd just be talking, but not for no sympathy. Yeah, they done got together. Then I said they done got together on his ass. Physical abuse by Sean Combs, aka all those other names, the defendant was recurrent and widely known. On numerous occasions from at least in or about 2009 and continuing for years, Combs assaulted women by, among other things, striking, punching, dragging, throwing objects at, and kicking them. These assaults were at times witnessed by others and included one instance at a Los Angeles hotel in or about March 2016, which was captured on video and later publicly reported, where Combs kicked, dragged, and threw a vase at a woman as she was attempting to leave. When a number of the hotel security staff intervened, Combs attempted to bribe the staff member to ensure silence. Ooh, get to the bottom of it. Combs' violence was also not limited to these women. It extended to his employees, witnesses to his abuse, and others. Okay, so now look, two ways you can take this, because this is Rico. What I read, it could mean that those people may be cooperating and they may come in as charged acts or uncharged acts. All right? And or witnesses. So you may see them in any one of those type of displays, right? So I don't know if Cassie is going to be a charged act that is also going to, be a witness, because the kicking and stuff like that, they got it on video and stuff. That's enough for a charge by itself. They really don't need her. If that's just what they are. If for that particular charge, if that's a charge, right? And I haven't read any of this, but if she's going to be if they're talking about sex trafficking and what he did to you and what you had to do and so on, so they're most likely going to need her because they need that information, because testimony is evidence. Sean Combs, aka all those other names, the defendant used the Combs business, including certain employees, to carry out, facilitate, and cover up his abuse and commercial sex. Those employees included security staff, household staff, personal assistants, and high-ranking supervisors and other close associates acted as Mr. Combs' intermediaries, and their conduct was facilitated and assisted by Combs' control of the Combs business. All right, that's those three B's, right? behest, behalf, and at the benefit of. All right. It's also why we kind of talked about Rico, but more importantly, conspiracy, the overt act. Okay. And under the overt acts comes what in furtherance of. Okay. And associated in fact is also under that Rico umbrella. And just think, um, when they start talking about a Rico person carrying out and how the Rico is carried out and all of that, just remember, always listen for and look for and to see if they proved it. Conspiracy, the overt act, in furtherance of associated in fact. And that could, always can give you an indicator of how strong their case is or not, right? Now, they still always have to deliver it to the jury or judge, aka trial fact, but nonetheless, that way you can get a good measurement, all right? Mm. It says the Combs Enterprise from at least in or about 2008 through or on or about the date of the filing of this indictment, Sean Combs, aka all those other names, the defendant, and others, known and unknown, were members and associates of a criminal organization, the Combs Enterprise or the Enterprise. Members and associates of the Combs Enterprise engaged in and attempted to engage in, among other activities, sex trafficking, forced labor, interstate transportation for purposes of prostitution, coercion, and enticement to engage in prostitution, narcotics offenses, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and obstruction of justice. So you see what Lil Rod's part is coming into. And that boy they arrested as well. Okay? Yeah, they might have the kid Cuddy, whatever the boy name, because that's the what's the name? Allegedly blew up his car. Ooh. All right, it says so right there they're trying to establish the enterprise. All right. The Combs Enterprise included its leadership, its members, and its associates constituted an enterprise as defined by Title 18 U.S.C. Section 1961 4. That is a group of individuals associated in fact. Remember, I just said associated in fact. Here we go. All right. Although not a legal entity. All right. So that means associated in fact, y'all all run together, but it doesn't have to be an established structured legal entity. They're saying it can be your family. It can be some friends. It can be a gang. Everybody can be locked up. All right. It says the Combs Enterprise consisted of one Sean Combs, aka Puff Daddy, and all those other names. The defendant, two entities within the Combs business, including but not limited to Bad Boy Entertainment, Combs Enterprises, and Combs Global. Three individuals employed by and associated with the Combs business, and four others known and unknown. All right. The Combs Enterprise constituted an ongoing organization whose members function as a continuing unit for a common purpose of achieving the objectives of the Combs Enterprise. The Combs Enterprise was engaged in and its activities affected interstate and foreign commerce. The Combs Enterprise operated in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere. At all times relevant to this indictment, Sean Combs, aka all those other names, The defendant was the leader of the Combs enterprise. Sean Combs, aka all those other names, the defendant, and others known and unknown participated in unlawful and other activities related to the conduct of the Combs enterprise affairs. These individuals included certain Combs business employees, such as members of Combs security staff, household staff, and personal assistants, and high-ranking supervisors, as well as others close associates of Combs, as well as other close associates of Combs. Now, that can be people cooperating, or people telling all the people that happened. Until we started seeing information that can only come from that source, the source that's involved or whatever. Right now, I'm going to say it's more likely somebody telling the story and then told who all was involved. Okay. Purpose of Combs Enterprise. The purposes of Combs Enterprise included the following: operating a global business in the media, entertainment, and lifestyle industries, including, among other things, record labels as recording studio, an apparel line, an alcoholic spirits business, a marketing agency, and a television network and media company. Protecting, promoting, and enhancing the power, reputation, and brand of Sean Combs, aka all those other names, the defendant, as a musician, entrepreneur, and figure in the entertainment industry. C. Enriching members and associates of the enterprise, including its leader, Combs, and in particular those who demonstrated loyalty to Combs and willingness to conceal his crimes. All right, benefit of the three B's. All right, three B's are full in effect here. Okay, see, they try to do a P thing like your mama with what the word they just used: preserving, protecting, and promoting. I see ya. I like that type of shit. Anyway, it says preserving, protecting, promoting, and enhancing the power of the Combs enterprise, including the power of its leader, Combs, through violence, use of firearms, threats of violence, coercion, and verbal, emotional, physical, and sexual abuse. And last night I said I don't know if they got some guns, there's some sex trafficking, some Rico shit going on. Um, what the hell going on? That's crazy. Fulfilling the fulfilling the personal desires of Combs, the three B's again, particularly those related to Combs, sexual gratification, including through the exploration of women and the use of commercial sex workers, enabling Combs and other members and associates of the Combs enterprise to engage in unlawful acts of violence, including sexual violence, sex trafficking, forced labor, interstate transportation for purposes of prostitution, coercion, and enticement to engage in prostitution, narcotics distribution, and other crimes, and concealing the commission of such acts. Securing absolute loyalty from members of the Combs enterprise, including through acts of violence and threats, and protecting the Combs enterprise and its members and associates, including Combs, from detection and prosecution by law enforcement authorities through acts of intimidation, manipulation, bribery, and threats of retaliation against individuals who witness the crimes committed by members and associates of the enterprise. Means and methods of the enterprise. Among the means and methods which Sean Combs, aka all those other names, the defendant, and other members and associates of the Combs enterprise conducted and participated in the conduct of the affairs of the Combs enterprise, including the following: Combs and other members and associates of the Combs enterprise with, what is it? Wow. Wielded, I'm sorry, I couldn't see that. W-I-E, what is that? W-I-E-L. Wielded the power and prestige of Combs' role in the Combs business to intimidate, threaten, and lure female victims into Combs' orbit, often under the pretense of a romantic relationship. Hold on, let me see if I can make this good. Okay. Often under the pretense of a romantic relationship. Combs then used force, threats of force, and coercion to cause victims to engage in extended sex acts with male commercial sex workers that Combs referred to as, amongst other things, freak-offs. Freak-offs were elaborate and produced sex performances that Combs arranged, directed, masturbated during, and often electronically recorded. In arranging those freak-offs, Combs, with the assistance of members and associates of the Combs enterprise, transported and caused to be transported commercial sex workers across state lines and internationally. Freak-offs occurred regularly, sometimes lasting multiple days, and often involved multiple sex workers. During freak-offs, Combs distributed a variety of controlled substances to victims, in part to keep the victims obedient and compliant. Sometimes, unbeknownst to the victims, Combs kept videos he filmed of victims engaging in sex acts with commercial sex workers. After freak-offs, Combs and the victims typically received um, IV fluids to recover from the physical exertion and drug use. Oh my gosh. So that is, we really heard from the Cassie um, lawsuit. Now, here's the thing, right? To me, and this is my opinion when it comes to sex. As long as people agree to this shit and it's done in a lawful way, meaning without paying for sex workers and shit, but if somebody want to masturbate to some kind of role playing and shit like that, then, that's not a crime. It's this other shit that makes it a crime. A lot of times people don't understand that portion of it when it comes to sex crimes. They don't understand that what makes sex crimes unlawful is when you're using somebody underage, when you're using somebody by force, when you paying someone, when you using someone by fraud or trickery into these type of things, right? Other than that, that's just like watching a porno, right? Some of the pornos they have them bad scripts or whatever. I remember that, you know. So sometimes that makes it hard for people to understand that it's like, well, this shit people regularly do. Yeah, you regularly do it without doing all those other things, paying people and all that type of shit. So, okay. Members and associates of the Combs enterprise, including high-ranking supervisors, security staff, household staff, personal assistants, and other Combs business employees, facilitate the freak-offs by, among other things, booking hotel rooms for the freak-offs, stocking the hotel rooms in advance with required freak-off supplies, including controlled substances, baby oil, lubricants, extra liners, and lightning. And what is it? Lighting. Oh, and lighting. Oh, Lord. Cleaning the hotel rooms after the freak off to try to mitigate room damage, arranging for travel for victims, commercial sex workers, and Combs to and from freak offs, resupplying Combs with requested supplies, delivering large sums of cash to Combs to pay the commercial sex workers, and scheduling the delivery of IV fluids. In or about March 2024, during searches of Combs' residence in Miami, Florida, and LA, law enforcement seized various freak-off supplies, including narcotics and more than 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricants. Huh? I know y'all gonna give us some more information. But y'all got some baby oil and some lubricants. Them people buy that shit all the time out the store. Come on now. But any little thing they can use to support their claim, they're gonna use it. So there you have it. Combs subjected victims to physical, emotional, and verbal abuse to cause the victims to engage in freak-offs. Combs maintained control over his victims through, among other things, physical violence, promises of career opportunities, granting and threatening to withhold financial support, and by other coercive means, including tracking their whereabouts, dictating the victim's appearance, monitoring their medical records, controlling their housing, and supplying them with controlled substances. I see Cassie on the stand, but I may be wrong. But really, they don't need her because he, uh, mm, it, hold on. What was that? Supplying no controlled substances. During and separate from freak-offs, Combs, among other things, hit, kicked, threw objects at, and dragged victims at times by their hair. These assaults often resulted in injuries that took days or weeks to heal. Combs also threatened victims' careers and livelihoods, including if they resisted participating in freak-offs. Victims believed they could not refuse Combs' demands without risking their financial or job security or without repercussions in the form of physical and emotional abuse. Combs also used the sensitive and embarrassing and incriminating recordings that he made during freak-offs as collateral to ensure the continued obedience and silence of the victims. Now, give me 1 minute. I gotta run to the restroom real quick. Let me pull this up so I know where we are. 1 sec. All right. Sorry about that. This civil lawsuit and what civil lawsuits, not this civil lawsuit, because this, of course, is a criminal lawsuit, but I'm talking about the things that led to this point, right? And we saw it coming. And then after a while, we thought, well, I don't know, because they went through the house and did this and did that, whatever. But with what I was getting to when I was talking about how they, I don't know if they actually got together, at some point. Um, but what a civil lawsuits. Sorry about because maybe the lips are closing. Okay, the lips are closing. It shit, and the inside palate is dropping. But um, these civil lawsuits help with the discovery, right, and for a criminal indictment. One, especially one that though like how they were laid out, because they were laid out pretty elaborately. Okay, while civil, civil judgments can't be admissible in criminal cases, right? It's not admissible in criminal cases. Okay, so because it does not, is not evident of someone's innocence or guilt, right? It doesn't meet the actual standards or whatever. So it's not admissible. But the damage that those civil lawsuits can do is really, so that's why it's always good. This is not advice or anything like that, but it's always good to file your, if you, um, it's always good to just to file your criminal, I mean your civil lawsuit first, and then if you still plan to go, you know, help the boys in blue, and then make sure you're gonna get the civil out the way first, and then because this is a mess. Like, damn, he down there with the people. Members and associates of the Combs enterprise, including Combs security personnel, at times carried firearms. On more than one occasion, Combs himself carried or brandished firearms to intimidate and threaten others, including victims of and witness to his abuse. In about March 2024, during searches of Combs' residence in Miami, Florida, and Los Angeles, California, law enforcement seized firearms, ammunition, including three AR-15s with defaced serial numbers, as well as drum magazines. Now go back and check the tape from yesterday. Then I say, I don't know if they got firearms. I don't know if they got some sex shit going on or whatever. Go back and say, and I said, most likely he gonna get a Rico. And that was, and the anybody that could tell me knowledge that they've gotten maybe from Diddy's camp ain't told me shit. Okay? And I ain't even questioned, right? Mm, 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 mm. Did I just say that loud? Oh shit. Members and associates of the Combs enterprise enabled Combs control over victims by following his directions regarding financial payments to victims, advancing or suppressing the victims' career opportunities, and acquiring the controlled substances Combs used to keep the victims compliant. Members and associates of the Combs enterprise at times witnessed Combs violence towards the victims or the victims' injuries caused by Combs, without intervening. Instead, members and associates of the Combs enterprise help conceal the violence and abuse by, among other things, assisting Combs in monitoring and preventing victims from leaving locations such as hotels of Combs residences. These occasions included instances in which a victim was required to remain in hiding, sometimes for several days at a time, to recover from injuries Combs inflicted. Oh, did they call that person a victim? Yep. Uh-oh. I think she might be on the stand, y'all. And so maybe some of these charges is gonna deal with Cassie. Now, did she when did she say did she haven't she been away from like 10 years or hold on. Let me Google when Cassie dated Diddy. She called off the relationship in 2018. She was married by 2019. Cassie seemed like, honey, she kept her options open. I know that's right, girl. That's what I be doing. Um, what was that? Let me start over here because I don't know where I was. It says members and associates of the Combs enterprise enable Combs control over victims by following his directions regarding financial payments to victims, advancing or suppressing the victim's career opportunities, and acquiring the controlled substances Combs used to keep the victims compliant. Members and associates of the Combs enterprise at times witness Combs' violence towards the victims or the victim's injuries caused by Combs without intervening. Instead, members and associates of the Combs enterprise help conceal the violence and abuse by, among other things, assisting Combs in monitoring and preventing victims from leaving locations such as hotels or Combs residences. These occasions were these occasions included instances in which a victim was required to remain in hiding, sometimes for several days at a time, to recover from injuries Combs inflicted without being publicly observed. Members and associates of the Combs enterprise who assisted Combs in locating and contacting victims who attempted to flee his abuse. When employees witnesses witnesses when employees witnesses to his abuse or others threaten Combs' authority or reputation, Combs and members and associates of the enterprise engaged in acts of violence, threats of financial and reputational harm, and verbal abuse. This is poorly written as well. It's the grammar and the errors and shit. It said these acts of violence included kidnapping and arson. In addition, on multiple occasions, Combs threw both objects and people, as well as hit, dragged, choked, and shoved others. This person write the way they speak, and I do that too on a majority of the time. But when I'm cognizant that I don't need to do that, then I don't do it. But this person, even in a professional instrument, is typing this like they speak. That's when Combs' authority or reputation was threatened by the possibility of negative publicity or legal or law enforcement action against him. including in or about the late 2023, following public allegations of Combs' crimes. Combs and members and associates of the enterprise pressured witnesses and victims, including through attempted bribery, to stay silent and not to report what they experienced or knew to law enforcement. On phone calls, Combs and other members and associates of the enterprise, among other things, provided these victims and witnesses with false narrative of events in an effort to conceal Combs' crimes. Combs calls these calls to be recorded on at least two occasions. Don't be surprised if you don't see obstruction of justice somewhere. I mean, goddamn. All right, let's get to it. The racketeering conspiracy. From at least in or about 2008 through or about the date of the filing of the indictment in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere, Sean Combs, aka all those other names, the defendant and others, known and unknown, being persons employed and associated with the Combs enterprise described in paragraph 6 to 12 of this indictment, an enterprise engaged in and the activities of which affected interstate and foreign commerce, knowingly combined, conspired, confederated, and agreed together and with each other to violate the racketeering laws of the United States, to wit, 18 U.S.C. Section 1962C, that is, to conduct and participate directly and indirectly in the conduct of the affairs of the Combs enterprise through a pattern of racketeering, as that term is defined in Title 18 U.S.C. Section 1961 1 and 1961 5, consisting of. I'm going to beg them to use a period. I'm going to beg them to use a period at some point. God damn. I'm out of breath. Shit. I mean, I like their alliterations, combined, conspired, and confederated. I got you. I got your home girl aboard. Shit, I'm out of breath though. I'ma beg you to use a period. Okay, consisting of multiple acts, and this is lowercase, so they still wasn't willing to use a period. They just want to keep on going. Multiple acts involving kidnapping, chargeable under the following provisions of state law: California Penal Code, Section 207, kidnapping, California Penal Code, Sections 21A, 664, attempt, California Penal Code, Section 31, aiding and abetting, and California Penal Code, Section 182, conspiracy. Wait a minute. How did write it like that? Okay. First of all, when you put California Penal Code sections, you didn't have to, you shouldn't have put that if you were going to then write them all out like that. Whew, child. Multiple acts involving arson chargeable under, and here's why it's because when, just like if it just said Mo was reading something, an assessment, something coming from a colleague or whatever, and she knows how she has to interpret it for it to make sense or whatever, and it's not written right professionally, it's going to work your nerves because if you can read it fucked up and it's, you know what I'm saying, it's all choppy and crazy. Okay. But when you're using these symbols and things of that nature, it means something. So it's translating to me, and it's not right. And it don't worry about it. Damn, I'm gonna need a puff of my damn inhaler. Hold on, let me find my goddamn inhaler. I'm dead ass. I'm nearly out of breath. You know, my stomach muscles ain't all connected back. Shit, the fuck. Damn it, man. Y'all say that where y'all from. Where the Floridians at? Where they at? Throw it up. Literally, I got to get the goddamn inhalers. Shit. Boy, somewhere some English teachers turn over in that goddamn grave. Whew. I got all kinds of shit going on. Shit, I mean, oh my god. Ooh, ooh. Literally, and you can tell when you needed that inhaler because all of a sudden you feel like you got a extra wind. It's crazy. Don't shit together. Whoever wrote this, trying to take me out of the game with it. Okay, now, all right. Multiple acts involving arson chargeable under the following provisions of state law. California Penal Code Section 541, arson. California Penal Code Sections 21A, 664, attempt. California Penal Code Section 31, aiding and abetting. And California Penal Code Section 182, conspiracy. Multiple acts involving bribery chargeable under the following provisions of state law. California Penal Code Section 137A, bribery of a witness. California Penal Code Sections 21A, 664, attempt. California Penal Code Section 31, aiding and abetting. And California Penal Code Section 182, conspiracy. Multiple acts indictable under Title 18 U.S.C. Section 1512, relating to tampering with a witness, victim, or an informant. Multiple acts indictable under Title 18 U.S.C. Section 1589 and 2, relating to forced labor. Multiple acts indictable under 18 U.S.C. Section 1591 and 2, relating to sex trafficking. Multiple acts indictable under 18 U.S.C. Section 2421, 2422, and 2, relating to transportation and inducement to travel for purposes in prostitution and other illegal sexual activities, and multiple offenses involving the possession with intent to distribute or distribution of narcotics and controlled substances, including cocaine, oxycodone, alprazolam, 3, 4, methylendoxymethamphetamine, 4, bromo, 2, 5, dimethoxyphalamine, gamma hydroxybutyric acid, and ketamine in violation of Title 21 U.S.C. Section 841A1, B1C, B1E, B2, and 846, distribution of possession with intent to distribute and conspiracy to do the same, and 18 U.S.C. Section 2, aiding, abetting, and willfully causing. It was a part of the conspiracy that Sean Combs, aka all those other names, the defendant, agreed that the conspirator would commit at least 2 acts of racketeering activity in the conduct of the affairs of the Combs enterprise. Notice of special sentencing factor. Whoa, all right. Here is where they really want to get you. Right now. Here is where they list where the sentencing should be maybe harsher than what is already laid out under the sentencing guidelines. It will also contain information that's meant to persuade that, they have aggravating circumstances where, um, you know, they can also, if they're being nice, can also list some mitigating factors as well under the special citizen factors. So I don't know. So let's read. It said from at least in or about 2009 up to and including in or about 2018 in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere as part of his agreement to conduct and participate in the conduct of the affairs of the Combs enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity. Sean Combs, aka all those other names, the defendant agreed to in and affecting interstate and foreign commerce, knowingly recruit, entice, harbor, transport, provide, obtain, advertise, maintain, patronize, and solicit by any means a person knowing and in reckless disregard of the fact that means of force, threats of force, fraud, and coercion as described in Title 18 U.S.C. Section 1591, C2, and any combination of such means would be used to cause the person to engage in a commercial sex act in violation of Title 18 U.S.C. Section 1591 A1 and B1. Okay, so those dates up and about, including in or about 2018, that's a lot of casting. And it says 18 USC code, 18 USC section 1962D. Count 2, sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion. Victim 1. The grand jury further charges from at least in or about 2009 up to and including in or about 2018. Remember, I just read that's when they broke up. That's why I do my steps. I don't just come out here and give you my opinion, even though it be my opinion, it be based on what evidence, right? It's just what I like to do. I like my opinions to be more likely fact. Okay? This is just my thing, right? It says in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere, Sean Combs, aka Puff Daddy, um, and all those other names, the defendant in and affecting interstate and foreign commerce, knowingly recruited, enticed, harbored, transported, provided, obtained, advertised, maintained, patronized, and solicited by any means a person knowing and in reckless disregard of the fact that means of force, threats of force, fraud, and coercion, as described in 18 U.S.C. Section 1591 C2 and any combination of such means would be used to cause the person to engage in commercial sex act and attempted, aided, and abetted and willfully cause the same, to wit Combs recruited, enticed, harbored, transported, and maintained a person, victim 1, and attempted, aided, and abetted and willfully caused victim 1 to engage in commercial sex acts, knowing and in reckless disregard of the fact that victim 1 was engaging in commercial sex act as a result of force, fraud, and coercion. Now, remember, the government brings charges on behalf of the government, not on behalf of anyone else. That's why it says the United States government as in the plaintiff field, or state of Florida in the plaintiff field. Everyone else used are victim witnesses or victims. Right now, it's not being named as victim witness. So it's kind of telling me that maybe she's not going to be a witness. I'm not sure. All right, this is an early development. I'm just, you know what I'm doing. Okay, I'm not sure. Right now, she's not named as a victim witness, but it doesn't mean anything, right? Because even though she's not named as a victim witness, that she could very well be a witness. All right. It couldn't just mean that somebody isn't just being that precise, or they might not want to tip nobody off. I don't know. It was under seal, so I don't know. Count 3, transportation to engage in prostitution. The grand jury further charges from at least in or about 2009 up to and including in or about, also, that was the grand jury. Also, could also mean that no one um, testified in front of the grand jury. They just took a bunch of evidence there and said they had this based on that and whatever. So it could be a lot of things, right? It says from at least in or about 2009 up to and including in or about 2024 in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere, Sean Combs, aka Puff Daddy, aka all those other names, the defendant knowingly transported an individual in interstate and foreign commerce with the intent that the individual engaged in prostitution and attempted, aided, and abetted, and willfully caused the same, to wit, Combs transported, aided, and abetted, and willfully caused transportation of female victims and commercial sex workers in interstate and foreign commerce on multiple occasions with the intent that they engage in prostitution. Title 18 U.S.C. Section 2421A and 2. Forfeiture allegations. As a result of committing the offense alleged in count 1 of this indictment, Sean Combs, aka all those other names, shall forfeit to the United States pursuant to 18 U.S.C. Section 1963 any and all interest the defendant acquired or maintained in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 1962, any and all interest in securities of claims against and property of contractual rights of any kind affording a source of influence over the enterprise named and described herein, which the defendant established, operated, controlled, conducted, and participated in the conduct of in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 1962 and any all property constituting and derived from proceeds obtained directly and indirectly, said offense including but not limited to a sum of money in United States currency representing the amount of proceeds traceable to the commission of said offense. As a result of committing the offense alleged in count 2 of this indictment, Sean Combs, aka all those other names, the defendant shall forfeit to the United States pursuant to Title 18 U.S.C. Section 1594 any and all property, real and personal, involved in, used, or intended to be used to commit or to facilitate the commission of said offense, and any and all property traceable to such property, and excuse me, any and all property, real and personal, constituting or derived from proceeds obtained directly or indirectly as a result of said offense, including but not limited to a sum of money in United States currency representing the amount of property involved in said offense and proceeds traceable the commission of said offense. Whew. So, this is the part where they break you. And under Rico, a criminal Rico, they can do just this. And you can also be hit with a civil Rico, again, where they can get your money. And also, where under regular lawsuit, they can get your money, all relating to the said alleged behavior. Go figure. Whew. As a result of committing the offense alleged in count 3 of this indictment, Sean Combs, aka all those other names, shall forfeit to the United States pursuant to 1. Title 18 U.S.C. Section 2428, any and all property, real and personal, constituting or derived from proceeds obtained directly or indirectly as a result of said offense, and any and all property, real or personal, that was used or intended to be used to commit or facilitate the commission of said offense, and 2. Title 18 U.S.C. Section 98A1C and Title 28 U.S.C. Section 2461, any and all property, real and personal, that constitutes or is derived from proceeds traceable to the commission of said offense, including but not limited to a sum of money in United States currency representing the amount of proceeds traceable to the commission of said offense. Substitute assets provision. If any of the above described for forfeitable property as a result of any act or commission of the defendant cannot be located upon the exercise of due diligence, has been transferred or sold to or deposited with a third person, that damn fool over there that done got a defaulted judgment against Diddy, has been placed beyond the jurisdiction of the court, it's in Michigan, has been substantially diminished in value, or has been commingled with other property which cannot be subdivided without difficulty. It is in the intent of the United States pursuant to Title 18 U.S.C. Section 1963M, Title 21 United States Code, Section 853P, and Title 28 United States Code, Section 240, 2461 C, to seek for forfeiture of any other property of the defendant up to the value of the above forfeitable property. And they gave all those other 18 USC codes as 981, 1594, 1963, 2428, 853, 2461. Duh. Damian Williams wrote this. I ain't trying to be funny, but Damian, you might be the one that, yeah, you wrote it. Yeah, you wrote it. Damian. Okay. Damian about gave me a goddamn seizure. Hold. Bill tomorrow at 3:30. When till you get through it, Miss Angie? They threw this all together. Ray said against time. You know what? Check our trap real quick. Hold on. Shit. I'm coming, y'all. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Okay. Oh shit. Oh shit. Check that trap real quick, please. Please check that trap real now, right now, please. Yeah, I'm coming. What the fuck? You see how they doing this here? I mean, this shit here ain't even. What motherfucking ECF are y'all using? Like, what the fuck is going on? Hold on, y'all got it's some other shit going on. Hold on, y'all. Wait a minute. Hold on. The hell, y'all listen out, huh? Hey there. Check that trap real quick. Please check that trap. Oh shit. Yeah, I'm trying to figure this thing out. I don't know how to open this. How to open it? Okay, open it. Okay, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I might have it. I might have it. Mm. Mm-mm. Hold on, I don't know if this is right. Wait a minute. Oh shit, wait a minute. Baby, I got it, I got it, I got it. I got it. I got it. Ooh. Okay. Let me just give me a minute. Get you some. I don't know. Damn. Do we supposed to have this? I've been all kind of shit. Wait a minute. I don't know. Uh, I can't. I can't find it. Wait, but I don't ask no question. You know if they? I don't know. Nope. I don't snitch. Wait a minute, y'all. Just give me 1 second. 1 second. Oh, wait a minute. Shit ain't still on the screen, is it? Oh. Hey, Carrie. Girl. No, I was just something surprised the hell out of me. Hold on. Oh, let me tell this child. I got it. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, 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 mm. Hold on, child. Y'all don't trip out. What y'all see this shit now? Wait a minute. Let me get back to where I was. And I want to show y'all. It's something I'm going to show y'all that is like, oh boy. Good boy. Where did I put it? Hold on. What is it? It's Taiwan. Escape. Hold on. Okay, that's that. Y'all hear me clicking. I ain't here just buzz skating, jive turkey. You hear me clicking. That one I open. Which one did I open? Mm-mm. I open this. No, that one. No. What is? gun. I just had the other shit. Hold on. I lost something. Something I lost. You know, my ass got nervous, honey. I just had it. I know damn well. But that ain't it. Okay, where did it go? Well, where did it go? Oh, maybe I closed it out. That's what I did. That's what I did. Here we go. I can show you. I ain't even read for all of this. This a lot. It's pretty much a summation of what I read, but I'll show you this. Where we at? I'll show you this. These are the firearms. It says the defendant and members of the enterprise, including defendant security personnel at all times, carry firearms. Okay, the defendant continues to have access to guns, including illegal firearms. In March 2024, during the searches of the defendant residences in Miami, Florida, and Los Angeles, California, law enforcement seized firearms and ammunition, including three AR-15s, each with defaced serial numbers, as well as large capacity drum magazines. As pictured below in a close-up image, and the serial number of one of the AR-15s is visibly bored through and obscured. Yeah. So, but yeah, it's something else. That's not the indictment. That's something else. Like, what the fuck? So right now, the government is trying to say that, and they sent that in because I have something here where he is asking for. Okay. Now he got his mortgage loan is through Bank of America. Wait a minute, let me see what's going on. Okay. All right. I'm getting thrown off by something. I'm having another thought. Man, let me finish my one thought first off. So his team, of course, is asking for him to be released, so on and so forth. The government has sent the photos of that stuff and pretty much restating what they put outlined in the indictment I just read, with I guess with a little extra to it, and showing that he got all kind of weapons and shit. So again, remember when I was trying to explain with Mr. Kelly what they use to try to get you off the streets. Remember, motions are meant to be persuasive, right? They're briefs, things that you file are meant to be persuasive. So we know that in order to have someone held, you got to make them dangerous, a risk. So you got to draft up, and if when you can, if you got evidence, show where they will be dangerous on the streets, right? Dangerous on the streets, flight risk. They have means to flee and never come back. They will threaten, so on and so forth. Okay. Ooh, yeah, my arm is low. God damn. Do your bones shrink? I don't think so. So now, let me figure out why he sent in this mortgage. Why they got this mortgage up here? This says a mortgage executed by Bank of America, where the lender, owner, holder of that certain mortgage dated May 7, 2021, the mortgage made to the West Island for the in favor of unsecured certain adjustable rate. Now hereby consideration of truth satisfaction of no and termination. Okay, so that's what I thought it was. So he done paid that house off. On August the 20th, 2024. He knew that, this makes perfect sense. All this shit was going on. August 20th, he started selling off shit. Maybe that fool in that jail cell, I don't know when he put his claim in with his crazy ass. I got a copy of, no, I got a copy of something else he done. No, did I get a copy of, so then August 26th, that's when they put in another, request to dismiss that civil lawsuit, because they know if they can get it to, maybe dismiss that civil lawsuit, maybe that'll give him some kind of fight or whatever, or at least the kind of like the bragging rights to say the government didn't, not the government, but like the government in conjunction with a civil lawsuit by now with Rod Jones and shit. So then, which is laid out of Rico. Okay, so we see the foundation in there. So he could say that they didn't have nothing that could prove, that he, for him being found guilty at the civil level, which is the lowest standard or lower standard than the criminal level. That's why they put that shit in there on the 26th. Yeah, if you read it, it's all about, but no. A lot of this information, what they got, has something to do with that Rod Jones laying it out in his lawsuit. Did you check the trap? Laying it out in that lawsuit. So yeah, Cass got something to do with it, of course. But and if I'm not mistaken, they only said victim 1. I ain't seen no victim 2 or nothing like that. So we know that Cassidy got something to do with it because I checked the dates. I'm talking about how Rod Jones laid out that civil Rico. A lot of the other stuff, the drugs and all that other stuff, mirrored what we just read. So it helped along with this. They knew if they can get August 26th, if they can get that civil lawsuit dismissed, they can say, hey, y'all don't even have enough. And it'll get them to show what they have. You know, his his legal team kind of will force them to show what they have. Yeah. No. I know it was Cass. That's not what I'm saying. I know Cass has something to do it. I'm talking about how the Rod Jones lawsuit is the one that could help with the. So I said it was both Cassie and Rod Jones, both of their lawsuits helped set the stage for getting all the evidence they needed to um get him in this criminal. Yeah, I figured out it was about Cassie. Yeah, but I'm talking about as the victim. But his lawsuit helped gave a whole lot of details and some extra shit to lay it out. You know, it helped because he had a lawyer that both sued and as a regular lawsuit and and under the civil Rico statute. And anybody that is in my field know. And you know, if you've been there and worked with the people, and you was the people, you see something come across their civil lawsuit, and and the behavior in it can be criminal. And if you got somebody coming in saying, "Hey, did you see that? Did you see that lawsuit? Might want to check that out." I'm like, "Oh, okay. Yeah, it's corroborated. Right, you got it. Yeah." So, yeah, they set his ass up. Damn, that's colder than a motherfucker. Damn, damn. Did it? Damn. And see, he started selling off this stuff. Paying for it, baby. He got that Diddy money long, baby. How much this was? $48 million. Shit, I would. You wanna have me to drug me for no freak off? What? Hey, okay, I'm here for the freak off. Hello. What ain't me? You got that just laying around? Oh no, listen. Oh my goodness. What is this? This letter says mm. Let me see. What is this? Yeah, this crazy, y'all. This crazy. When I tell you, they are filing on steroids. I mean, apparently this some shit, some stuff, someplace I can't find, and I ain't even worried about it, cause uh, I can't even find it. Damn, mm, mm. Damn, did it? Who is Erica Adams? She done already put something out there. Hold on. Let's see there. Hold on. The mayor's whole administration. Oh, hell no. That's crazy. Well, people, I think that is going to conclude our Sean P. Diddy Combs little segment, and I'm going to have to go to the YSL. The council resigned last week. Oh my gosh. I got so many pieces of paper, honey. I don't know where to put them. Hold on. I mean, they literally open all up and through my computer. Who is this? Okay, wait a minute. Maybe not. Hold on. Let me save this. Hold on. Maybe I got one more thing. Maybe I need to talk to y'all about. Okay. Let me. Oh boy. So, this is what Sean Combs. Oh, I might not have the right shit up there. I put the wrong shit up there. Hold on. Alright. So, it comes in. So, this is what his bail package, what he's proposing to the government for bail. I'll read it. Judge Thomas Scott. I don't know. Mr. Sean Combs, through his counsel, submits this letter to the court for release on certain specified conditions. Yesterday evening, Mr. Combs was arrested on an indictment charging him with the following offenses: 18 U.S.C. Section 1962D, 18 U.S.C. Section 1591A1, 18 U.S.C. Section 1591B1, 18 U.S.C. Section 1594A and 2, 18 U.S.C. Section 2421A and 2. For the reasons set forth below, we ask this court to release Mr. Combs pursuant to our proposed bail package. This letter will walk the court through a series of actions taken by Mr. Combs over the past 6 months that prove that he is not a risk of flight or danger to anyone in the community. Now, listen to what I said. Rod Jones shit came out when? February 2024. 6 months Diddy been in the preparation. You know why? Because he got that lawyer and probably got some insights inside and saying, hey, you better get your affairs in order. Count from February. February, March, April, May, June, July, August. Huh? The fuck? And in this letter, they already, because they're lawyers too, so they know that prosecutors are going to make sure that it's like, they're a danger to the community, blah 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 blah, right? So he already went ahead and addressed it. The judge knows because the judge ain't nothing but a high class lawyer as well. Okay, so everybody knows what everybody's supposed to say. Again, they talking to each other. They ain't talking to everybody. Okay. So it says these actions prove that Mr. Combs is eminently trustworthy, that he is demonstrably committed to showing his innocence in court in the context of this case, and that he should be released on the conditions proposed in order to do so. The first thing the court should know is that when it became apparent to his counsel that Mr. Combs would at some point soon be formally charged, he did something extraordinary. He left his home in Miami and traveled to New York, to the very location of the prosecutors and agents investigating him. Through his counsel, Mr. Combs promptly told the government that he had voluntarily come to New York, offered to tell them specifically where he was, and offered to turn himself in at the appropriate time. Even though Mr. Combs came to New York, authorized his lawyers to tell the government of his location and offered to self-surrender, the government effected an arrest last evening. This, we know, is the government's right. However, that he traveled to New York to self-surrender is also something the court should consider. This was not the first action Mr. Combs took to show his trustworthiness and lack of flight risk. Indeed, it is part of a pattern since even before the March 25th, 2024 searches on Mr. Combs' residences. Mr. Combs and his counsel have been fully aware that the United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York has been conducting an investigation involving allegations concerning racketeering and sex trafficking and other offenses. Knowing for these many months that he would be indicted, Mr. Combs have done everything as will be set out below to work with the prosecutors in ways that are unusual, if not unprecedented. So you see, he didn't start getting shit together after Cass's allegations back towards the end of 2023. After Rod Jones dropped the boom, boom, bam on his motherfucking ass, he said, let me get this shit in order. What I say, baby, listen, you might be running around with white folks' principles and white folks' money, but you a nigga first, and you start listening to what your grandmama told your parents and what your parents telling your ass. You better get your shit in order. Damn. In light of these circumstances, he can rebuke the presumption of detention here due to his extraordinary actions in this investigation. Mr. Combs should be released on the conditions proposed so that he can fight this case in court effectively. The defense proposes the following bail package. Is that $50 million? Hold on. I done tried to listen here. Hold on. I done been around the wrong motherfucker. Is that 50 million? 50 million? You just got $50 million. Shit. After after you done paid off a house and this and that, you still got $50 million. Who in here got $50 million? Raise your hand. Come in the chat. Come on off the Twitter and tell me on the Twitter chat if you got $50 million that you can just say, I got $50 million to bail. Look like to me, $50 million should be able to pay off my troubles with y'all motherfucking ass and go bother somebody else. The fuck? Co-signed by Sean Combs, his mother, his sister, his mother of his oldest daughter, and his 3 adult sons. Man, his oldest, that lady dead. Oh, his oldest daughter. Mother of his oldest daughter. Huh? He got a daughter older than them twins? And that's where you need a non-traditional family. We all in it together. We all done jumped up and down on it together. Well, maybe not together, but you know what I'm talking about. At one time or the other, everybody done jumped up and down on shit. There's more after us gonna be on jumping up and down. That's what happens. Shit. Secured by the equity in Mr. Combs' residence located at 2 West Star Island in Miami, Florida. The appraised value of the home is about $48 million. Oh, that's where he must be getting it from. And the home unenumerated. The home is what is it? Oh, unencumbered. I'm sorry. The home is unencumbered. Shit. In anticipation of this bail hearing on August 20th, 2024, Mr. Combs paid off the remaining mortgage of about $18 million. Okay, the remaining, he only paid to pay $18 million off, so that the home could be used to secure a bond and for free of a mortgage. Okay, so that's how he gonna come up with it. I'm finna say, Secured by the equity of Mr. Combs' mother home located at 450 Alton Road in Miami, Florida. Mr. Combs traveled Mr. Combs' travel will be restricted to the Southern District of Florida and the Southern District of New York to attend court, meet with his counsel, and attend medical appointments, which we will address to the court in a separate seal submission, as well as the Eastern District of New York of the District of New Jersey, only to the extent that his travel to and from New York involves an airport in those districts. Mr. Combs' passport was surrendered to his counsel on April 1st, 2024. His counsel advised the prosecutors of this fact in an email dated the same day. Counsel will provide this passport to pretrial services. The passport of the following family members who have already surrendered their passports to counsel after the raids on Mr. Combs: Janice Combs, Chance Combs, Jesse, Delilah, and Love Combs. Since at least April 2024, Mr. Combs has been making efforts to sell his airplane. We informed the government of these efforts on May 2024, as explained further below. Just this weekend, Mr. Combs entered into a letter of intent with the party to sell it. Mr. Combs understands he is not to travel to Los Angeles, where the plane had been located this week, and further, the plane is not to be brought to any district in which he is located until it's sold. His home detention with GPS monitoring and all other standards of condition of pretrial supervision. So they want him out based on all of that. That's pretty much what they're saying. And that's just, the some of the case law to support um, their argument. Wow. Yeah, right. Hey, Red Bunny. Sarah Chapman is Chance's mom name. Where the step was at? I don't know, girl. We gonna have some new P Diddy steppers. The fuck? Where's Debo? Get Debo on the job. Debo should have opened up a whole fighting for the men situation. See, y'all don't be thinking about turning their leveraging everything. That's what I do. But let me say this: a lot of times I have it all together. My tired ass be like, I'm still working on something else or working on with something. That's nothing. I gotta stop letting other people think they want to do or whatever. Stop what I, you know, want to do or what have you. Child, man, if I put half of the shit together and put, and get it going or whatever. Me and credit card members good at that. We put a lot of things in force more than me and University of Florida. Me and the Popo man, we got some things in force, but me and credit card man probably but both of them combined, me and credit card man put more shit in force than that. But a lot of times I work on some with somebody else's shit, whatever. But put my stuff aside because they stuff be like, well, I don't know. I gotta get my shit together at some point. It looked like to me, I should have thought about that. I turned 50 years ago. Should have done that. Now I'll be thinking, well, I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna give it. I'm gonna get it together. It's gonna be all in force. It's gonna be just in swing. It's gonna be whatever it's supposed to be or whatever. I'm gonna do it all, get it all together. Both 60. Okay. Now I think I can make that. That's several years down the road. Okay. I think I can make that. But the prime thing is you ain't promised tomorrow. So my bitch ass should have stopped fucking around. I am a procrastinator, baby. I am. And when somebody come give me a sob story, I need help. I mean, if people be coming to by heart and stuff about the heart and like, what the hell? How you gonna like? Oh man, be putting together organizations to support like heart health and stuff like that. What I'm supposed to do? But I'm over here talking about something dealing with sports. What I'm supposed to do? Somebody talking about something about a heart, something about cancer. What you want me to do? I'm prioritize that. You know, it's sad to have everything you could desire to screw it over. Yes, and this is what's killing. This is where you where it all comes in when you picking a mate or where you are instructing a mate or whatever. And this is where me and new blacks, he seemed to think that because you're a woman, you shouldn't be able to tell a man shit. Huh? What about a dumbass man? What about a man that makes poor decisions? This is what I should do. I shouldn't fuck with you. How about that? That's how I do it. You make a whole bunch of bad decisions and you fuck with a whole bunch of fucked up individuals, baby, I don't take you serious. I can't do it. And I can't tell you nothing. Huh? But you will listen to old dummy that don't know shit, that don't even have half of the motherfucking nothing. That, people that, I'm talking about, and you ain't, what? That means you a dummy. And I can't do a dummy. I can't do that. They will destroy the world. Oh, goddamn, that's why we try to fight so hard. Okay, I ain't in it. I'm not doing that politics. So ain't gonna take me out no more. Okay, I'm still recovering from that loss from Hillary Clinton. I ain't fucking around with that shit. I'm just saying, I'm gonna do my part by speaking out against Agent Orange. But it is so sad that sex, drugs, and wanting to be gangster can take you out like this. It is sad. So I always feel some sort of compassion for, all those people. You understand what I'm saying? Because with that the absence of sex, I've had common sense enough to know that I'm gonna act a fool. And my mama told me, she talking about, you waited till you got grown to act a fool. Okay, well, actually, you ain't know. Under 18, I was ganging under 18 too, but I really started showing my ass when like 20 somethings or whatever. That's when a lot of fighting and shooting and shit went down. But she said, you wait till you got grown. But let me tell you what I also did. I knew that I needed to stay my ass in them people class. I knew that. I knew I had to make good decisions. I knew I couldn't be a follower. I knew that. I knew why I liked the smoke of the devil's trees back then. Told a little 1-2 around, just in case nobody didn't want to shoot the foul one. I knew that. And I knew I wasn't getting in all them kind of orgies and shit like that. I knew sometimes I ended up in places I shouldn't be. Hell, I ended up on Bourbon Street, walking down Bourbon Street by myself, and when everybody saying, Andrew, no. I don't listen. I am drunk. You guys want to continue to get drunker. I don't have the capacity for alcohol like that. Nobody's gonna be able to carry my big ass back to no motherfucking down on Bourbon Street to no goddamn hotel. Cross that track to no goddamn hotel. This nasty ass place. I'm not gonna be able to do that. So you have to make decisions. And was it smart? I don't know. But I know I'm still here. I mean, I was, back then we wasn't even engaging in all, and even when we were, hang around some celebrities or some people that, I'm talking about, that's connected to something or anything, you know what I'm talking about. My ass was not on the motherfucking goddamn menu. Like I said, and people can listen, if they listen. When them celebrities are calling around for this bullshit here, they know who to call. And those people know who not to call. Okay? They know. And I'm gonna tell you something. And I've always gotten respect. Always. They respect me for shutting my motherfucking mouth and my legs. Now, listen, there ain't no shame. I flash your ass. That's about it. Now, I don't want you, but I'm just saying. Mm-mm. Shit, I mean, my relationship, they have come on, they have said, well, hey, she tight on the ass. Mm-mm. So you know what I'm saying? So you got to make like, oh my God, like, come on, P Diddy, like, come on, baby, really? So I don't know if he have a sexual addiction or you just having so much fun. I don't know how, but I just don't know how a piece of ass will take you up out the game. You don't have to make me understand that. I don't know how some drugs gonna take me out the game. I don't some alcohol and some gangsterism. So I don't know how that's gonna work out. Hey Jeff Short. Yeah, so I'm just saying, to me, had and it's not that my temper would have done me in a lot faster than anything because I'm not giving up no ass and I ain't and I'm gonna take my weight, so I ain't talking. But my temper would have done me in more than anything. That was my issue, my temper, and knocking on people's doors. Okay, because people are shooting through doors now. Are they knocking? Oh, shit, they coming to the door with it. So all that crazy shit we was doing, mm-mm, no, that was nuts. Okay, that would have did me in a lot. I mean, I had family members, you know, that was taking my weapons and stuff like that. Um, Friends and stuff that like from the ones that went with about all of that, and on the bougie side of whatever, they always talking me out of shit or keeping me somewhere, or all that type of shit, whatever. You know, if I hadn't had those type of people stopping me from doing acting a goddamn fool, then I don't know. I don't know. Okay, and I tell you something funny. So I probably shouldn't tell y'all this, but I'm gonna tell you anyway. So part of the since you motherfucker think I'm so perfect, that's why I be shocked when I be like, "What? Me? Huh? Hell no!" You know. But in the in my last little diversion thing, right? I was in school, and now let me tell you, now I'm still cutting the fool in law school. I don't know why, how this works out. I'm still knocking you the fuck out, okay? In law school. Check this out. So And there's a lot of interning goes on at state attorney's office and various judicial little branches that's in your state. So I was on one of those diversions, one of mediation, another mediation lawyer, and the my you fill out your information and stuff like that, and you talk about your school and all that type of stuff. Fill out your information, whatever. And the dude, and I'll never forget, his little short white dude. He told me, he said, "Hey, since you be up here all the time, because I'm always in some kind of mediation or some kind of diversion or something like that." He said, "Well, why don't you think about becoming an intern? Since you're in law school, since you're up here in the time, all the time, why don't you do that?" I ain't never think about. I ain't think about going to work at no state, none of people. I ain't want to be around no police and shit like. I ain't want to do none of that. Okay, I ain't going to do none of that. I'm finna. I done got hooked up in this motherfucking degree. I do not want. Okay, I'm gonna find some kind of way to leverage it through these companies. I'm gonna be out of this. I ain't got to do all of this. But I was like, okay. And then, then that turned into a job for a minute. But yeah. So I landed in this shit by accident. Okay. Mm, 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 mm. Y'all get the book one day. I don't know. See, that's snitching. I can't. That's like, nah, I'm talk. I don't write no book. Mm-mm. But yeah, true facts. And that the call I played, Ramon, with me and Ramon been with me like almost since the beginning. So he met me when I was acting a fool. Okay. So that's how long he's been around. Before I had a baby and all that type of shit, Ramon been around for a minute. A minute. Real early in the game, but yeah. And do you have, or did you already read the detention letter? Yeah, well, I read some of it. It's just a recap of what was in the indictment. It is detailed, and I know if nobody. Hold on, let me see. Let me see if there's anything in there that shit. Honey, I was doing the female thing. Knows about them goddamn fucking that Monty. Ooh, I just wrote a check for $18 million. Huh? Hold on, let me see. When I encounter young folk or whatever, baby, that seem to be going whatever, like some of my friends' children or whatever. I tell them, let me holler at you. I tell them quick. I say you are not the smartest criminal. This one, I told him. I said you. I can tell you who it was. Y'all remember that Christmas where I let y'all hear and the boy called during the time that they knew they was gonna be over him so he can holler at me. Him and where he was calling from. The people goddamn place. I told him when at well, how old was he? At 20, we were able to get him in a juvenile situation. So, you know what I'm saying, it wouldn't be on his record, and I'm saying, the time is spent at not like a jail, but one of them like them boys facilities at 20. We was able to get that. And I told him, I said, listen, you are not the smartest criminal. You in here in our neighborhood breaking in somebody's house, these big old $1 million houses and shit, and you drop your ID. They put the ID on the motherfucking news. He got all kind of his little shit like that. It's something else he did down there by University of Florida with the pawn shop. Something stupid. They go right to trail lead right to him. I said, hey, you're not the smartest criminal. Who is the mastermind in this shit? Where they at? Hell, because I don't know what the fuck is going on. The fuck? But let me see. Because Red Bunny want to be nosy. Red Bunny wants to be nosy. I know that's right, Red. Where is the other? Because a lot of stuff we already know from where? Where we know it from? Damn lawsuits, indictment. What's the one? I'm not going to take this house out. Where that gun at? Here we go. This is, oh, here we go. Here we go. Yeah, this is pretty much a summary of what I read. I mean, they got the pictures of the firearms. I showed those. Oh, hold on. What I told you. Oh, Red, but I'm glad you did tell me to look at this. Hold on. Baby, I done come up on some information. As soon as I can find out where I put it. That's not it. I know I hate to say my people because both sides are my people, but check this out. Didn't I tell you I wouldn't be surprised if the word obstruction don't come in? Combs bribed witnesses and obstructed justice. The government investigation is ongoing. While the indictment against the defendant was unsealed today, the investigation into his and other co-conspirators' conduct is active and ongoing. As a result of that ongoing investigation, as well as the defendant's charged conduct outlined above, including obstruction of justice and witness tampering, the government is limited in its ability to fully set forth all known details of the defendant's criminal conduct, including details of certain witness testimony. Didn't I say, listen, we don't know about the rest of it. Now y'all heard me. That was before I yelled when I seen all this extra shit that I hadn't got. Checking traps. The hell? And I couldn't even open it. And somebody can attest to that because I couldn't even open it. Okay. So that's why, I took a minute. Yes. Oh my gosh. Ugh. The dangerousness. They doing all this. They trying to keep him in jail. Risk of flight. They said defendant proposed bail package is insufficient. They trying to keep him in there. Let me see. Hold on. Wait a minute. Defense counsel has proposed certain bail conditions, including home detention with electronic monitoring and a 50 million bond secured by the defendant's Miami property. These conditions are plainly insufficient to address the legitimate concerns set out above, in particular given the defendant's history of engaging in obstructive conduct. The court must reject the insufficient conditions proposed by the defense counsel, which do nothing to prevent and detect such detect such conduct. For example, in United States versus Ferranti, here they go with all this extra. So they trying to keep him in. They say that's not good enough. Okay, so Damon, you wrote this. Oh, maybe he didn't write this. Maybe the other ones wrote it because you wrote that other man, baby. They gave me goddamn uh um a headache. Yeah, well, I don't want you to write nothing else. Shit. Yeah, the other ones are signing on this one. That one Damien wrote that indictment I read. He wrote that by himself. Don't write nothing else, Damien. I know what Damien means. Damien Williams. We know what that's code for. He's black. Yes, all the kids pass for everybody's getting locked up. They locking us up. They locking them all up. Girl. Mm-mm. It's a shame. I gotta get to the wise sale of the wise sale at 7 o'clock. It's 7 o'clock. Fooling around with this damn foolish man. So I'm going to um I mean, should we call the sector the Rico sector? What the fuck is going on? Getting them all. Let me see. Yeah, but I can never mess with no dude that can't take no good information, you know, because I'm a woman. Like that's just crazy to me. You crazy. that means you a dummy, and I can't do it. I can't do it. No. And here's the thing, right? And this is what people get all fucked up. People are so desperate. They want anything and anybody. All right, that would never be my situation. Okay, I like the perfect somebody. Hello, hello.
Girl. We don't have any kind of sense. Oh my gosh. Did somebody call Bon Jean, girl?
Somebody call her. She, hey, you can work over there. You got it, Bondine. Just put in your thing for it, baby. Get somebody called Bonjean.
Which one are they going to call? Because I mean, is it Canic? Who's gonna come?
No, they ain't calling Candy. They ain't calling Candy. I don't think Candy.
They might let him come on back around and try to redeem himself.
Baby, listen here. They ain't got Canic money. They ain't got like little 100,000. They got millions. So now we gonna see Tom Measure Raw or something.
And
Hey,
here's the thing, Angie.
we gonna see the members of the dream team that's still him. That's what we gonna see.
Let me tell you something. And we're gonna have to get Wack 100. Somebody need to call him. You know he stay in the midst of everything. He gonna have
Oh
something to say. He
well,
always got something to say about everybody. Birdman, call him. No, he already been mentioned in the YSL. He got a whole different. No, leave him out of it.
well, I got some
Kevin Lyles
paperwork.
had.
Hold
Did you
on,
see?
hold on, yeah, but I got some paperwork about Ray J and Wack. That is on the being sued. I got their paperwork.
They
Yeah,
being sued federally.
I don't know where this paperwork come from. I got to look. I don't know where this paperwork come from, baby. I got to look. But all I know, they names are on it, and there's a bunch of paperwork going back and forth. Like, what the hell? Him, Ray J. But I mean, him and Ray J are really doing the deals. I mean, they are really together because now they're being sued together. But for something,
Oh no,
girl,
they definitely have a direct, like they are not just like, oh, like social media, they mention each other. They definitely break bread together.
they break
Yeah.
bread together. Yeah, but they gonna have to figure it out together because now they in some shit. Yes, I'm like, oh my god. So they might be unavailable. Wack still over there trying to keep it DX. So I don't know.
Wack
Yeah,
gonna have something to say. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Wack is gonna have a whole lot to say. I don't know which side he's gonna be on because sometimes he'll switch it up on you. But
yeah,
Wack is gonna have a whole bunch of stories that he's gonna have to tell
yeah.
before it's
They
all said and
crazy.
done because he's not gonna sit silent on this one.
Yeah. No. Oh my gosh. And 50 Cent. Oh my gosh. Him and his
Oh,
mustache. He
50.
can come out here and talk. Yeah.
Girl, you know 50 already sold a documentary to Netflix, girl.
He did he. You know what? Let me ask you a question. So did he? Is the documentary prepared already?
No, my understanding is that it's partially prepared, but it's not completely prepared. I'm sure that the project will be expedited now in
Okay.
light of recent developments. But my understanding is that he had like based upon, and mind you, this is all the rumor mill. I'm not connected with anybody out there. I don't know if what's true or what's not, but the rumor mill is that he, pretty much there have been things that have been in the works on and off and that have been pretty much squashed over time. But that as they have been, that he's acquired portions of them for
Uh-huh.
all of them, and is gonna put it together. But you know
Wow.
they're working around the clock now.
Wow. I didn't know. But yeah, right there, that is the lawsuit. Oh, this is the state of California. So they are suing, hold on. No wonder that lady talked to me crazy. They suing Cash Jones. I wonder is that his real name? Like his real first name.
It
Apparently.
is. No, that is his real name. Because when it first got released on Clubhouse, somebody released it, he was none too pleased. I thought it
Wow.
was crazy when I first got it because, of course, knee deep in this R. Kelly sector. I know one Cash, and I'm saying, Lord, here she is.
Lord, girl, no, girl, you just want to be in. But I'm just saying, I wonder is that the name he was born with, or did he change it? You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, I don't. I
For
haven't gone
for
back into his history.
yeah, because for somebody that age, Cash that wasn't the name they was calling it, naming the children yet. And then check this out, Willie Ray Norwood Jr., aka Raywood, Sonya Norwood. That's why she was on that
And
phone
that's
talking
his mama.
crazy. Yeah, that's the mama. That's why she was talking to me crazy when I'm like, now wait a minute, this sound like Ray J mama. And the recording say that's Sonya. When I left a message on your answering machine at this number, it
Mm.
said Sonya, and this Miss Norwood.
So you got into deep.
Girl, in too deep, just trying to get my money and trying to. I really trying to stop it. So because it was like it's on a recurring payment on their end. I really wanted to see how do you stop it. So because y'all and I was
Oh, okay.
talking for 2 months, you ain't finna get me forever. We ain't finna do that. No, we ain't finna do it because you don't have no content on here. That's what I paid for. Y'all don't have that, and I'll
He
get
pulled that He was pulling that Jaguar right. Jaguar.
that.
That Jag did. She said she had her Philadelphia TV, and the people said they was signing up. She was charging them something and something and something a month, and they said it won't but one video up there, and
Girl.
it was alive, girl. They said the thing looked like alive, and she said, "Yeah, the more content, the content is coming, and the people were waiting. People tried to get their money back. It was still drawing from their accounts. People were overdrafting." People had to call their banks. It was a whole bunch of stuff going on with it. I didn't know Ray J had got them too.
Girl, no, they got me. But they gave me my money back. After Miss Norwood got on that phone with me, everybody started contacting me in my email, like, please call me, because I had done left them a hot one. Oh, and I said, now wait
Oh,
a minute, because I was trying to be nice. But fuck that, I don't care if you're Ray J mama or not. Y'all better get my goddamn money and stop this goddamn shit. Because ain't shit on here. And I'm serious. They was emailing me, calling me, whatever. After I saw that my account had been refunded, I didn't give a damn. I was just making, yeah, like stop.
yeah. You don't
I'm
play with
not
people's money, though. You don't play with people's
yeah.
money. Yeah.
You ain't giving me no content. And I'm sitting up and trying to be supportive. Yeah, what this sector have led me astray so many times. Man, fuck these people in this series. So when they have money,
Lord have mercy. I don't know if you remember, but if you remember on that Real Housewives of Atlanta, when Candy Aunt Bertha said it could have been a scheme that Todd set up. I think it was a scheme that Todd set up, girl.
yeah, because I went ahead based off, I ain't gonna say who it was, based off what somebody, I like to get ahead, go and set my stuff up so I be ready for the content. And based on what somebody said, the Ray J and Wack had this site, I go there, I'm like, oh wow, they got the elements coming off, flowing off, flying all across the screen and stuff. Oh, somebody put some money in this website. They got all these little short videos of little, 1 minute and, and it never came. I done put my money, and then when I go to cancel it, there's no option to cancel it.
It again. You mad again?
Man, fuck this shit.
Oh, Lord.
I done goddamn near probably paid some people rent out here. Man, fuck this shit I'm doing.
Girl, you probably let them people know you was an attorney and start talking that legal language. They said, Lord, if don't nobody else get this money back.
You got it. Watch, I'm finna go find these emails, how they done harass me. Please call us back. I wasn't fucking around.
Oh my gosh.
And check this out, for all y'all that's looking for, listen, and I just thought about it, all y'all looking for my body number, ask them, they got it, because I left it on this shit.
You did? I bet you rattled it right off, did you?
Yes, I did. Surely did.
Oh my gosh.
Girl. Yeah, because I mean, you could, I didn't want to keep calling that lady, and especially when I realized, I said, oh, this is Miss Sonya Norwood. Because when you leave the message, it says this is signed, but I wasn't thinking that somebody, that Reggie and them done hooked up his mama's personal phone number.
Yeah, I better say that's crazy that they would even use that. Yeah.
And she kept talking, call them. I said, ma'am, this is the number they say, call this number. Ain't no other number on here. Yes, honey. Oh, Lord, what it was under. They had.
Oh my gosh. Hey, Frugal. I see you down there in the chat, girl. You know, y'all don't have me long tonight. But if I get woken up again tonight with any more information, my sleep cannot be interrupted.
Girl. Oh, you sleep with the old folk, honey. Oh my God.
Look, but I don't have no bags up under these eyes.
Girl.
And this is how I can manage. If people don't want to see me, if I'm tired or hungry, it's gonna be a problem. So I have to go ahead and take care of both of them, so we don't have any of those issues. But when I got that news, one, we knew was coming. Let's be clear. We knew something was coming. You know, the grand jury had been seated for quite some time. But to see the bail amount and to see that they took even all of his children's passports away, is that standard?
Well, no. They didn't. Hold on. Did you see? Because I skipped through stuff. Did you see where they took the passports? The government took them.
That's what I'm saying.
I read where they was offering up the passport.
They had been surrendered. Yeah. So I guess they were trying to do that to try to prevent, to show that he's not going to be a flight risk.
Right. So yeah, no, that's not normal. Yeah, that's not normal. Because I was going to say, if they asking for all of that, now, I mean, as the kids, what's going on with all of that?
And here's the thing, if we recall, I mean, at least one of the incidents, the one that looks just like him, I forgot his name, King, is that King? The one that looks just like him, if we think back to that, is that?
No, that's King. You got it. That's King.
Yeah, King. So if we look back on the situation, I would not be surprised if, my gosh, and I would hope that it would not happen, but that he too could potentially be indicted at some point or involved in this, because the initial, the case that just got settled was the one where he allegedly was in the bathroom with somebody, and then they popped off on somebody in the bathroom, and then when the police showed up, they gave him some cockamamie story about the person being hurt out, and they had pictures of it and everything, every which way, I mean, this is, I just see no way that we don't, and to me, even the way that was written, and I'll have to go back and listen to a bit of it that I did miss, but I don't see any space where there's not major superseding indictments. Am I misreading this?
You don't see a what now?
I don't see any way how we don't end up getting superseding indictments. Or it seems as if those are going to be in the equation.
Yeah, that's what they pretty much said. They said this is ongoing. They still
ongoing.
Yep. Oh, he go one of the messages. I wasn't fucking around.
Lord. But it is kind of crazy. I can't even imagine that they would have put her phone, like her personal phone. And I'm sure people like that and managers and stuff, they tend to have multiples. But why would you have a direct line to someone who is a public figure and your
Yeah.
mama? I don't give my mama phone number out and she'll do nothing.
Right, exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm like, man. I was like, man, because she was acting like she didn't even know. First of all, she acted as if I had the wrong number. I was like, huh? I was like, well, this, and I said, well, this the number that's on here. Well, and she was acting like she didn't know anything about it. And then as we kept talking, she was like she, of course, she knew something about it, but she had nothing to, do with it. She was thinking, call them. I'm like, I don't know no number to call them. You got another number? I don't know them. They put your number on there. That's where I get it from.
Yeah.
And then because I had been leaving messages and it said, this is Sonya, blah blah blah. I didn't think nothing of it. And I know the voice. I just didn't think nothing of it. Because who would put their mama's number to the website?
Never.
It has something to do with it because she be all hooked and shit. And now stuff is going belly up. You ain't got no content. People want their money. Now you want nothing to do with it. Whatever. You want, baby, they have what? I forgot the other baby, they kept on can you please give us a call? No. Okay.
Now don't you dox the lady then.
Okay, lady. Because because that lady, they was talking. I couldn't listen. There was no other contact on there.
So that's that's your only recourse.
Right. So what I'm supposed to do? Let me leave you this hot message, and you can call and verify. With okay. I ain't gonna keep playing with you. Like I ain't got time for this. That was crazy to me.
Yeah, that is wild.
Yeah, like just I mean that like how do you provide a place where you can sign up for a service, but don't provide the place to cancel it?
To cancel.
Huh?
Yeah. I don't like websites or services that do that. It's a couple of, and even I'm not saying his was not legitimate because I don't know enough about it, even though you seem to suggest that it may not. But like even some legitimate things that I've gotten over the course, like larger things, like I think at one time XM Radio was like that. Like you could sign up online, but if you had to cancel, you had to call, and then you get one person and they try to cut you some little deal, and then they transfer you over here and they transfer. And that now they don't do that kind of stuff quite as much as they used to, but there's still some websites that try to get you trapped in that so that you end up spending a whole lot of money. Or it's like you can't, like, to me it needs to be no more than one click away for me to say shut all of this down.
Shut it down. You know what I'm saying? But they didn't even provide you that. It was like you signed up and there was nowhere to cancel it. I'm like, wait a minute. And it was so crazy because you walked me through setting up an account and everything. So you have that particular interface. I would think that you also have when I go into my account, it gives me an option to cancel it.
Yeah.
Not an option. Like if you anybody do Hulu or Amazon, whatever,
yeah.
Girl, nuh-uh. And I'm so and now I'm telling you how they got it now. How they got it all nigga rigged now. Now, in order to see like exactly what's in there or click on what they have, whatever, you got to set it up. I mean that's how it was when the last time I checked on it. You have to pay in order to see what exactly you're getting. Like, let me see.
What?
Yeah, let me see this. I don't want to lie, because that's how it was when I was checking back. Because I was going to, because I wanted to see that movie with him and Tamar Braxton, and that was the only. And they said that movie was coming in what was supposed to be in December of last year, and it never came. And I waited. I signed up in November. Huh? What you saying? What he said,
Oh my gosh.
yeah, it never came. The
My
damn thing,
God.
like what? Like what kind of shit is this? It never
Mm-mm.
came.
Mm-mm.
I was like, what? Or did they
Yeah, I
say
mean, you had every right to ask them to run your coins back.
right, right? It never came, and I really wanted to see that movie, right? Even though the hair was, was questionable, whatever, but um, it it never came, and now you can't even find it. Wait a minute, let me see. Try this network website. Okay, let me see. This crazy.
Wow.
Yeah, it's out, man. I am listen here. That's what I get. And see, okay, and see, I don't even be
Yeah.
patronized all the black stuff like that. And when I do, here we go. I get got.
You yeah, you tried to do the right thing.
I tried to do the right thing. I tried to shop where I usually don't shop at. And yep, here we go. So let me show what I'm talking about. And see, I done been all over this thing. This sound just scarred me. Like, what are
What
you doing?
Red Bunny? Why Red Bunny said we found a Rico that they've been trying to find in the YSL trial. They found it with Diddy. It was
Oh Lord, they found it. We did it. Okay. See, they used to have up here at the top where you can browse and see the content, right? What was going to
uh-huh.
be out there, right? Now they just got this kind of backdrop that says, okay, whatever this is supposed to be, okay,
Okay.
and then you subscribe like the same thing I subscribe to, but you won't get me no more. Cause who's to say that y'all gonna have any of this shit back here because you didn't have it before? You didn't have it when you said, no, you ain't gonna get me no more. And let me see if I can still sign in. Hold on, I ain't gonna let you see my sign. Let me see if I
Uh-oh.
can
If
still
they
sign
sign in, they
in.
might renew your charge.
Devil is a lie. Let me see if I can still sign in, baby.
But I'm really going to tell you, and I'm not going to hold you too much on here tonight. But I will say this about this Diddy case. One, we've been through this before, so everybody should be very well seasoned on what to look for, how to assess it, how to break it down. But this is a whole new, from the ground up sort of operation that's about to ensue here with this situation. But I feel like now, knowing what we know and what we done went through, and so on and so forth, here's my initial impressions. And I'll continue to update them as need be. One, start working on your plea as soon as possible, would be my recommendation to him. I'm sure he has good lawyers and stuff. He liquidated a lot of his assets so that he can prepare for this. And he's had time, of course, to prepare for
Did you
this.
say liquidate?
He has liquidated a lot of assets. Yes.
Oh well, hold on. Hold your horses. Hold your horses, ma'am. Cause wait a minute. It say I can still get in. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Oh,
Hold
okay.
on.
Don't say nothing when you're. You
I ain't gonna be hard headed. Wait a minute. Manage profiles. Hold on. Let me see. Wait a minute. Got it. Hold on. Let me see what's going on. Okay. I can get in.
but you still can't see what offerings are available.
I can see what they say they got.
See, they probably improved it since you.
'Cause I done showed my goddamn ass. Okay, so I can get in what they say they have. What about the trails? The TV show. I'm gonna stop this right quick. Um, and the shit they claim they have, but you ain't gonna get me no more. You ain't gonna get me no more. So what they want me to do? Yeah, you ain't gonna get me no more. I ain't selecting no plan. I ain't doing none of that. I'm in here making sure I don't have no kind of card on file. You ain't got me. But listen, you know the mental health people that you don't
Oh my gosh, here we go.
mhm. So anyway, the dude yesterday I played where Diddy had an attorney just to come and represent him on something where that lawsuit, that defaulted judgment, that tied up all his assets. Where he
Hold on,
can't live.
I'm gonna be back. I'm getting a call.
Okay, well that child get more important calls than anybody I know, like the president. But listen, all through the day. But listen,
I pushed the button by accident. What's up?
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
so anyway, that dude done tied up the properties and the other stuff. Cause he crazy with old fake ass lawsuit. Fucking with that damn man stuff. Child. That one we walking it down last night, something was on the damn horizon. And it was funny, I hadn't snatched that. I was like, well damn. He trying to this lawyer's real desperate for the Diddy to sell his shit. If he about to cry, no, I got to talk about it today, Judge. No, I don't do my calendar like that. I don't, inconvenience others. I have a docket. I don't do that. But then that judge, that attorney was like, "Fuck you! I got to talk about this today because we got to sell some more stuff. This man don't want to be in jail not one day." Mm, 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 mm. Okay. Um, what I'm gonna call this segment? Okay. Now we already talked about over and 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 over again about Rico, Rico. I told you about the house of Rico, right? What's in the house of Rico? Conspiracy, overt act, in furtherance of associated, associated in fact, right? So now, Red Bunny say that they don't have a Rico. Now, Red Bunny, do you what is a Rico to you? What does Rico mean to you? What is your understanding of what a Rico is? Maybe the challenge come on tonight, but thanks to Lavelle and all them channels, yes, I can watch if it come on if it comes on whatever time here, and just say I miss it by an hour, I can turn to like a Texas channel, whatever, watch it there. Or if I miss, Texas, I can go to California. And if I'm real off, and I think it's like 6 hours in between me and Honolulu, I can watch it in Honolulu. It'd be a whole bunch of Honolulu people on my TV talking about Honolulu news, selling Honolulu cars, doing the advertisements and stuff. Mm-hmm. It's real like that. Yes. Honolulu, baby. So now, here's the thing you guys have to understand. When the government, and again, the government is any motherfucker that's trying to lock you up. That's the government. Okay? When the government is trying to make their case, they don't have to prove what you want them to prove. The thing that they want, the thing that they have to prove is what the law says it has to prove. Not what you think evidence is, not what you think it should be a level of proof. Not none of that. They don't it doesn't say that you got to be caught red-handed with no. Uh-uh. So that's why I want to know, Red Bunny, if you still in here, what do you think the meaning of Rico is? So no, what I was telling you, Mo, is that crazy ass man, Derek Cadello Smith, I played that recording of his hearing yesterday. He done got that defaulted judgment on Diddy that has tied up his assets, child, that he can't sell them.
Diddy's you talking about?
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. I'm talking about the liquidation that happened before then. Remember, okay, so perfect example, he has sold his shares of Revolt and some he had some other shares of different sorts of stuff that he liquidated, and that was before, just as all of this was starting to brew. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Around that, and it was around that same time, because I think he's known that this is coming for a while, because it was around the same time where he, out of the clear blue sky, we know that he had a notorious history of not wanting to give people their rights to their music, and tying them up in contracts, and then all of a sudden he reaches out to all of them and says, hey, you can get your publishing rights back, but you got to pretty much sign this NDA and all this mumbo jumbo. And some people took advantage, and some people allegedly did not, or whatever the case may be. And then around that same time was when a lot of the assets started to be liquidated. A lot of things got sold off. And so, but of course now he's going to have quite a tough time, because he's just in way, way too deep.
Right.
And of course, we're going to have the same conspiracy theories all over again. He was about to buy NBC, or he was about to do this, and he was about to do that. This is possibly, in my personal opinion, going to become even bigger as far as the level of conspiracy that was around it, for some people. But at the same time, it's the same horse and pony show, you know what I'm saying, if you will, that these are rumors. And I mean, with all due respect, we saw him when we saw him do what he did on the band. We should have known something was a little ticky ticky boom boom right then.
Right. And
people went along with it.
Right. And that's so crazy. You add that piece to it, because I was connecting the dots from when that Rodney Jones dropped his song, and I was laying, just connecting up how we would connect up the the Rico from take it from the civil side to the criminal side, and start an investigation like that, and then you add in, because I didn't know that. I mean, I had heard like he was selling Revolt and whatever, different things, but I can't keep up with all of that. I mean, I was like, okay, he's doing it, and I didn't connect it to this. I didn't know he was getting all his affairs in order for this. So I'm like, how much money you need? Like, because that's what I'd have been thinking. Like, this is what I'm thinking now. I'm thinking, P. Diddy, you have enough money without selling anything. You have enough money without
Mm-hmm.
selling anything to take care of this matter. That's what I'm thinking. Okay, he
Mm-mm.
over him, baby. I don't know what the hell is going on. You know what I'm talking about? You all this in the $50 million. What kind of what you think they gonna what kind of bond you think they gonna hold you on? That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Like what's going on? I'm not thinking about all of that. You know what I'm
Uh-huh.
saying? So the amount of the money and all those financial transactions and stuff is just more than what is needed for to fight again. I mean, shit, R. Kelly did it on what his royalties and motherfucking contributions and donations and shit. Hell, the fuck?
I don't think you can
What?
I don't think you can compare, and I'm sure this will not I'm sure some people would not take kindly to this comparison, but I don't think you can compare based upon what we've seen.
Comparing what matter?
Okay, the number of overt enemies. I think it. Okay, let me rewind my thoughts because I get ahead of myself. There's a difference between an executive and a record executive, or a
Mhm.
mogul, if you will, and an artist. And while, of course, I think R. Kelly, of course, I don't ever take away from what he accomplished, his status, none of that. I'm not taking away from that. But I will say that, in my opinion, Diddy has more bad blood amongst more people. It's more spread out. The tentacles, if you will, of the octopus that we saw for the R. Kelly case go deeper, and you have more of these ancillary situations, and there's just nothing but pockets of enemies every single way you turn it. So whereas the artists tend to be more of the people who get, the fan base is different, if that makes sense. The fan base is different for a mogul than it is for an artist.
I see what you're saying, but hold on now, hold on. Let's let's wind this back. Let's wind this back. Um, do you think he did it? Well, hold on. You don't think that R. Kelly's fan base is something similar to P Diddy's fan base? Because remember, P Diddy was more like an artist for a long time.
Hmm. Well,
So if you're talking
yeah.
about, I was talking about indictment wise to fight it. P. Diddy's indictment got one victim so far, and and some others, and some guns and some drugs, and that's it. His, I mean, the whole thing was the thing about 16 pages, okay, that I read. R. Kelly had two indictments, whole bunch of accusers, other people that was taking a stand, that took the stand, okay, and he had lawsuits in other states, and he fought, and I mean it was, I mean there was no way he was gonna get out of it anyway, okay, that because I mean that was and he did, I think he did the best that he could come do. I mean, from facing 120 years of getting 30, I mean come on now, facing 90 and getting 20, like okay, I mean
Hmm.
it could have gone a whole lot worse, and he did it with, hold on, he did it with changing of legal teams. I don't know how. I mean, he was rolling them in and rolling them out, and he had didn't he have a federal defender, on that one time, and was still on there, um um and he had And I mean, he had shit. He had no money. He did that based on he got decent to very good attorneys based I mean just on his royalties and donations. Okay, he did his legal shit in the backyard barbecue motherfucking way. Okay, I'm talking about somebody, to me, this is just my opinion, because I'm not, really into either one of them like that, but I would think that their fan base may be a little bit more comparable. And R. Kelly, probably if it wasn't for his lack of flying overseas and stuff like that, I mean, he would, did his, got probably a bigger a larger visibility or more awareness overseas as well than R. Kelly. But it doesn't. But but we are in America right now. This is some American shit. Okay, and we're talking about money that got to be generated on American soil first. Well, not first, but mainly. I mean, if they hear about it over there and the fans want to get contribute, fine. But pretty much everything's going. All this money has come from American sources. Pretty much. I mean, I don't think they whatever they selling out over there. And I would think that the fan base would pretty much be comparable. What I'm saying is with what I read, I mean there as of right now there isn't any minors. As of right now there isn't any just a whole bunch of accusers coming in and all this, that, and the third, and people getting disease and all this extra bullshit. I'm looking at what R. Kelly. Now, R. Kelly was held without a bond, right?
Mm-hmm.
Without a bond. I don't know what Diddy's situation will be, right?
Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying is, I mean, Diddy act like he needs $1 billion to fight this. I'm saying I don't think you need $1 billion to fight this. I think what them lawyers gonna charge you. Couple, well, I don't know how many you gonna have on there. I mean, I don't know if he's gonna have 12. I don't know what he gearing up to do. He to me, but all this selling and moving and all this extra shit and selling. I mean, the plane too. He done sold trying to sell the plane, child, the plane and everything else.
Yeah. And I
I
think he
mean,
would be wise to do it.
but I think a lot of those moves are to show that he's not a flight risk, right? Getting rid of the things
Yeah.
that your flight risk. Yes, I can understand that. But my thing is, okay, when you talking about fighting a case, you gonna give them lawyers what? They gonna a few million a piece. You pay this bond, and and then see what happens. And also, what are you gonna retain to have the ability to make money? Because your contract's gonna dry up if they ain't gone already. So
They're
you're
already
now
gone.
gonna be the one that's going to be the contract. You're gonna be the one to go and make the money. You're gonna be the business. Only you.
Mm-hmm.
So how you what's so what are we doing? I mean, what are we doing? This is what sometimes you have to tell some of these people, right? Because I could tell when R. Kelly was getting antsy early on, back in like 2019, maybe 2020. And I told the people that was close to me, I say, you need to tell him to calm down. I could tell when he was getting nervous. When because that's what they do. They do nervous ass shit in
Yeah.
that locker.
When the cockroaches came out uh to help, we knew that he was in a desperate space.
Mm-hmm. Oh
Let me
Lord.
can I before you jump too far ahead though,
Go ahead. No, you got it. Go
mention,
ahead.
can I talk, or maybe just throw
Go
out
ahead. No,
something?
you got it. You got it.
So here's the thing. What you say is true. I do believe if we were to compare popularity or fan base, I think it would be similar. And here's where I'm going to put the caveat: similar within the Black community. Ride with me.
Yeah,
I would, and while I think they both were mega stars, let's put both of them up there. Like they are some of the biggest stars we have ever encountered across the board. But I think even if you were to go into some of these little retirement homes in the backwoods of Wyoming and show those pictures, you know, who's this and who's this, I think when you're talking about a mogul, I think you're looking at two different things. And so when I talk, and it's the same way when you go into, you go down to anybody's house, a Black household for Thanksgiving or whatever, and you say, who's the biggest rapper in the game or whatever, or who's the biggest rapper that, you know, and you probably going to get Jay-Z and you're going to get, you know, all these different 50 Cent, you're going to get these. But then when you go to, you're talking about true American household name, you're going to get a different response. So I think there's even a clip of a video that I know I shared with my siblings where they had it on, it was a Family Feud question, you know, who named the number one rapper or whatever, and they named people that I'm like, what are you talking about? But number one, of course, is Snoop Dogg. Why? Because when you look at Snoop Dogg, Snoop was at the Olympics. You know, Snoop is the voice of Monday Night Football. You know, it's a different stratosphere. He's with Martha Stewart. One is at the BET Awards, and I'm not trying to say that any of them makes them less valid. I just feel like when I put, and it's nuance. I'm not trying to shoot down who R. Kelly was, nor am I trying to inflate who P. Diddy is. But when I put them as full house American household name, and I don't mean any harm, I think that's even more of the reason why even the R. Kelly case, I don't mean any harm for a lot of overall America. The documentary came out and it was open and shut. There was nothing else to discuss for a good portion of the world. Our subset of or our little corner of YouTube, look at it. It was not the Murdoch trial, right? You know what I'm saying? Those things were way bigger in their minds than in ours. So I think if you compare within the Black community, I think that they're neck and neck in a lot of ways. But I think when you talk about people who looked at the making of the band and that sort of stuff, there are people who he had access to that we didn't. The other piece I will say when it comes to the money of it all, I actually think that Diddy, from financially, if he has liquidated access and if he is putting aside more money than what you think is necessary, and I love your perspective from the legal stance, but I look at it from the perspective, he got to see a dry run that R. Kelly did not. He also did not have the longer, he had a smaller period of time where he had been, quote, canceled than R. Kelly. R. Kelly had kind of had this slow but aggressive build from the moment that last Jim DeRogatis, I forgot what magazine it was in, but pretty much the first one that said that he had this cult, that he had some cult in his house. Once that happened, there was this slower build and this longer period of time. Then we had the documentary. Then you see what I'm saying? So he had a longer period of time where he was being, if you will, squeezed dry. Yeah. But Diddy's is shorter. He's also been able to see the dry run in R. Kelly's case, quite frankly. R. Kelly was not successful. So while he's still fighting the case, it doesn't look promising, quite frankly. So he gets to look back and see the shortfalls of R. Kelly. The fact that he maybe didn't put enough forward. The fact that he, what we don't have, R. Kelly's videos of him doing things, quite frankly, were much more distant. We just saw Cassie a couple of months ago. And so I think he's under two different circumstances. And he's like, look, I ain't going down like that. And yeah, people gave money. I'm sure people will give money or help him with his cause as well. But I've seen what happens when you go that route. And I'm not trying to go out like that.
Right. Yeah, I get that. But I'm just saying, I'm thinking like, my gosh, you're going to get rid of everything. Like, how are you going to make the money? But and also to your point, so I totally agree with what you're saying. Um,
can I put one other thing in there?
go ahead.
He also has had a longer period of time, and we've been hearing this long before any of this stuff came up. His mother allegedly, rumors have been around for a while that he has a lot of things, in his mother's name, his kids, like his little nest eggs all over. There's foreign accounts, there's all kinds of other things. So he also could be liquidating the assets that he always had there. Like, if I gotta blow something real quick, if I get into a bind, but he still may never, there's still, I'm sure. And I think that he probably has more access for money to blow, if that makes sense, in defending himself, that R. Kelly had already, he was already dealing with significant financial issues long before.
Mm-hmm. With it, and then that
mm-hmm.
child support or whatever.
Exactly.
Another thing, the difference between the two, they would be marketed different.
Yeah.
Talking about business wise. So, I forgot all totally about the white aspect of it.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as so the fan base, yeah, it will be larger when it comes to Diddy.
Mm-hmm.
But I still say that if R. Kelly did it with royalties and donations, I know Diddy say he ain't finna to do all of that. I'm like, Diddy, like you ain't even been, I don't know how many indictments you. Maybe he is like me, right? I like to prepare ahead, but I know, like, okay, if I'm the business, if I'm the person that I don't have no employees or whatever. So when I sign a contract to do something for you, I'm the business.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only thing I can rely on. So so my marketing and which include my word of mouth, my integrity, all that stuff that goes along with it, it has to be on point, right? And so it has to be something that I can go forward with. And I'm telling you something, I know that because I do it. So, and I'm just saying, with Diddy, if he get rid of all his businesses and all of this, whatever, it's just left with him being the one that is going to make the money, do the contracts, whatever. And I just don't know. I just don't know. I don't know. And it is a nervous time. I ain't trying to tell the man don't be nervous or whatever. That's not what I'm saying. I found my AAA batteries. I'm sorry. I buy stuff in bulk and shit. It be like I got like 100 AAA batteries, and I ain't know why I put them. I said, now I found the double A. Where's the AAA?
Mm-hmm.
In my face. But yeah, so.
I think, well, here's the thing. I don't think he's going to. Jeff Short said exactly. Snoop is up there. Snoop is a different. There's an atmosphere and there's a stratosphere, and I think Diddy is one of those ones who went. You're talking about an upper echelon sort of person. This person is someone who hobnobbed with people that, no slight to R. Kelly and who he was, but it's just not the same. It's not gonna be in the same at all. In the same playing field. There are tables that Diddy was able to sit at that did not. Now, here's the bigger piece, and I personally am going to critique you for your assessment. Hold on, your assessment of, well, he don't got it as bad as R. Kelly. I don't mean no harm. I would argue the opposite, because what you are forgetting is Keefe D, that trial. Okay, what R. Kelly did not, now mind you, there was some speculative stuff on the side, there's some shady stuff, but a body is not necessarily something that's been directly implicated to R. Kelly. Now, we have all these lawyers and suspicious circumstances or what have you, but you have someone who has gone on the record with the police, written books, and said, you called it in, You sent the money and I got shorted out of that money. So what we know now is we're talking about the initial indictment, and there's certainly plenty of insinuation in that document that suggests that more is to come, and we both agree on that. So yes, you're looking at it, I think, only if you're comparing apples to apples, which is the trafficking and the Rico. Yes, we look like we're looking at a similar circumstance. But you also have a body. You have Keefe D. You have, and let's be clear, there are rumors that there are more than that. You also happen to have a head of a state for a country who is saying, hey, I got deported because I took a body for that person. This is a head of a foreign country that is currently saying this about this person. So there are a number of other factors. And again, the feds are continuing to dig. And I again, I think we should stay, but you're dialing back some of the accusations that also still surround this case. And, you know, you're comparing apples to apples when it's really apples to oranges.
Wait a minute. Because I was in the hallway. Did you say, are you talking about, you just say keep it D with the Diddy thing?
Yes, because that could.
You counting that?
Why couldn't you count it? You have him writing it in a book. You have him telling the police this, that he caused an unalivement of another person. That R. Kelly didn't have that.
R. Kelly didn't have that. True enough, but baby, how much you get for a death? Really? What that sex trafficking stuff under Rico, honey, listen.
Red Bunny said Kim Porter as well. Another wonderful point. You're talking about, and what I'm pointing at, Angie, though, and you, P.S., you sound a little distant for me. You sound distant, so I'm having a hard time. But you are looking at, you're doing the lawyer thing, is I'm just going to try to keep you narrowed in. Yeah, that's how y'all win your cases. If I can keep you boxed in, I can fight that one. But we're talking, there are multiple bodies. You have Kim Porter, you have Tupac, you have other accusations, and then you have him hobnobbing and being shoulder and shoulder with Big Meech. You got person after person and things that there are implications here that are much further reaching. I don't mean harm. Based upon what we see, R. Kelly had an issue with women. What we're hearing is that Diddy had an issue with women, with prostitution, with weapons, with bodies. You're talking about the elements keep building upon themselves. Now, mind you, they're not in this current version of the indictment, but this is stuff that's, again, in the public domain and is up for questioning. And it is certainly not something that a time like now that the feds would turn a blind eye to or say, oh, we'll let that body slide long as we can get you for this human trafficking stuff. And again, why? And to get back to your original point, which is Diddy, you're preparing him for the case that he currently has. He's preparing himself for the case that he will have, which is going to take a pretty penny to try to set, because now you're going to fight all of this stuff.
No, I'm preparing him for the case that maybe to come, because I know, because I used to, I know that it's always ongoing. You really never get stop getting investigated, to be honest. you just that so they may be able to just to close the book on what they have successfully or unsuccessfully, taking you to court for, the trial for. But what they got a hunch for, and what they got some clues and some evidence that might also point to you, your ass continue to be investigated. You may or may not know it. No, what I'm saying is that until I see something more than a lying ass Keefe D and a.
You think Keefe D is lying?
And hold on, Keefe, a lying ass Keefe D, and a lot of conspiracy theorists talking about he done had Kim Porter killed and all that stuff. Because see, here's the thing. It is easy. Oh shit. Oh.
happened. Red Bunny, I'm with you. I think she stepped away for a sec. I'm with you on that. I mean, to me, I think we're dealing with a whole bigger ball of wax. I think in comparison, and I can't believe I got to figure out. Well, this might be some time down the road, but I got to figure out why you think Keefe D is lying.
Cause we don't call him lying back, and it's several people don't call Keefe D lying. I'm talking about people that have really paid attention to his shit. I only paid attention to some of the stuff Keefe D has said, and I done called him lying, and the other times I felt like his ass was lying. So to me, he don't tell the truth. No, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. In that situation that happened, it was real convenient to say Puffy had something to do with it. Duh, they beefing. They got a whole East Coast, West Coast stuff going on. So, but and I'm not dismissing that, discounting that Puffy might not have had something to do. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I think it's more or less it was, they jumped on that boy at the took his chain and all of that, and they jumped him at the Mike Tyson thing. They saw him because they were metered there in the area. I mean, my thing is if Tupac had that money on his head, as long as he did from Puffy, and he is in California, why was that like what was that, the first attempt? I mean, the only attempt? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you got somebody, if money is on somebody's head, baby, they trying to get the money. They're not gonna wait around and here's the thing, right? You got skilled contract killers who got money. So they're gonna wait around for the perfect situation, or try to set it up for the perfect situation. You talking about street level niggas in a gang that's out there probably selling dope or whatever. They're gonna try to go ahead and get it done so they can get that money. And that's why a lot of times they're sloppy and they ass get caught. That's why when you hear those actual contract killers have all those bodies, that's because they know how to do it and they have the money to sit and wait and be patient. Okay? It's not like the ones in the streets.
Of course.
So,
Now I'm a person. I even have followed long before all this R. Kelly stuff. I even followed and read up on Sammy the Bull, and I mean, I get that part, Angie. But here's the thing: I'm gonna call you out on this as the attorney that helped educate a lot of people on the fact that just because somebody is seen to be lying about one thing, you cannot assume that they're lying about everything. There is corroborating evidence for the Keefe D thing. It's not just Keefe D saying it. And there's a lot of stuff that Keefe D over the years has changed up on. That's not one of them. That is his consistent thing. And there are other individuals who also corroborate that he had a potential involvement.
Okay, well, so what's the corroborating evidence? I mean, until now, and what would do it for me is I want to see the money transfer or the money exchange between Puff Daddy and whoever he was supposed to get $1 million to. Well, what about that?
The man ran off and opened up a club. There are other people who are surrounding that person as well who has said, yep, that's what happened. He ran off with it and they were having their involvement. The other piece of it, not even too long ago, Mace just came forward. He said he was at times in a hotel or whatever, got left behind and abandoned by Diddy and it was a whole bunch of gang members who were on the hallway. We can run that back. That's on what is his show? Is his show Drink Champ? No, him and Cameron's show is what's his always
I know what it is. I'm subscribed to that. Yeah.
He has now, mind you, he's been very you kind of got to read between the lines with Mace, but also Mace has been he's made raps and other things that have insinuated that this stuff is not far-fetched as it may seem. Now, Keefe might be a liar about a lot of things. I do think that he probably inflates at times. I think Keefe is probably one of those people who, he gonna put a little extra sauce on it, and he has a lot of ego, I think. So he also tries to cushion himself from some of that. But this is one component that he has not let off on. It is also a piece that investigators, as they've pulled together, he's consistently been one of the top suspects in this situation. And then you have these other factors and other people. Now, of course, some of them have gone on and, different sorts of stuff. But every time you turn around, there he still is. You can't get rid of him in any of the theories that are put forward.
Well, here's what I'll say about Keith. There's not much. I'm not saying he lies about everything. I don't think he lies about his age or his name. But I don't think he lies about everything. But I think that he lies a lot, and I just believe that anything he says, it has to be corroborated by something with me, because I don't even think he got canceled. I don't believe nothing he said. No. Bro, that man was when I first seen him on Vlad, he was supposed to be dead.
See, but that's late. You were already late.
No. He said he was dying. How you supposed to be dying? You got so many months to live off after you on Vlad, and you still him.
Okay, now let me say this, and this is just from personal experience. Mm-hmm. I'll go ahead and disclose. I don't have a problem disclosing. My father passed away of cancer, and initially we were told up front a year. I think it was like a year, 2 years, something like that. My dad lived 10 years. 10 years after that, and the number of scares that we had in between there it's about another 2 years. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like, and honestly, if you looked at my father as well prior to him passing, it was not until the last few months of his life that you would have looked at him and said, he looks sick. He was still working up until as pretty much, at least, you know what I'm saying? He was still working a good period of the time. I've told you before that he was a minister. He still was preaching at the church a couple of weeks prior to him passing. He didn't start losing weight or any of those things. You know what I'm saying? So I can't really give you that either, because I can tell you from personal experience that they're just giving you an estimate. I don't know why the body does what it does, but it's possible. My thing is if it's possible.
But that's a blessing. I'm sorry to hear that, but that's a blessing. Everybody I know, when they said it's about whatever it is, they go on that time or a little less. They be out of here, and they be, So I don't know. But my thing is, I don't. It's just that to me, he does things out of convenience, and he's an opportunist. I just have to. I'm not this really saying that Puppy didn't have anything to do with it, because also it would make sense, because one, nobody wants to be under no threat. No one wants to be, you know what I'm saying? So to get somebody up out of here and get that threat up off you, of course, you know what I'm saying? Who wants to do it? Mm-hmm. My thing is, you're in that gang life and with those connections. You run the risk of, if you put something out on somebody's head, and depending on how you put it out, the other people are gonna know about it, because Sugar was involved in the game, involved in their rival game.
That's another corroboration. Another corroboration.
But you don't think that Suge would be like, okay, well, you trying to kill my man, I'm gonna try to kill yours. That ain't happened till after the fact, to where they was like, Puff and them had something to do with it, and whatever. Now I believe it's.
Here's the difference. No, let me. Here's the difference. I would challenge there. We're talking about, there was a lot of just generalized street people involved in this as well. I don't mean no harm. A perfect example, we got the YSL trial. We all, or at least the most popular person we know Thug, right?
Yeah.
But now we find out there's a Woody, a Tick, a this person and that person. And of course, the people who delve deep enough into it, they might have known who they were. And the people out in Atlanta, they knew who they were. But we're just seeing, no, there are other people who were big fish in the streets that we never saw, that were making moves. And with that, we see people like Birdman about to be called to the stand. They turn it back. But still, you see what I'm saying? These are people, street people who got 1 degree of separation away from Lil Wayne, 1 degree of separation away from Rich Homie Quan, 1 degree of separation. You see, the list can go on and on of that these celebrities, it could have been that maybe there were bodies or other things that took place. They should just know, okay, with my background, he might be able to get away with that in plain sight and do it in a sneakier way. I'm going down.
Mm-hmm.
That's a theory.
But
I just don't think you should totally discredit Keefe off of that.
I don't totally discredit him. I just need another piece of evidence to back up anything he said.
Okay, Jeff gave you a bunch in this chat right here. Biggie, gone. Shine, deported, charged, did time. Mace has told multiple stories, even though it's shrouded in some level of secrecy still. He has told stories to let you know it was not a safe thing. We see nothing but camera footage and videos of him with Big Meech. We know that ain't no pretty crowd. And we're talking about tight relationships, not just, oh, he happened to run into him in the club. There's rumors that it was at least partially funded. So what more do you need?
Oh Lord. Now I couldn't understand. Now this is just me. With some of the stuff that done went down, I don't understand, how they keep putting Big Meech in the car. Not in the same, not in the QD car, but he was allegedly in that caravan. And he done been in another, situation where Big Meech has been around. I don't know. I don't want no problem. But I'm just saying.
But allegedly, rumor has it, that's part of the reason why, or another contributing factor as to why 50 has such a spur in his behind about getting, it's almost a revenge thing. Who is the one who has the Big Meech show that I personally love? 50 has it. And he has made comments before that Diddy was supposed to make sure some certain things were straight. Again, said in a roundabout way. Diddy did him wrong. Meech got an issue. Here's the thing. I don't mean no harm. Who was the bigger mogul and could put out stuff long before 50 became the TV mogul? Diddy. So if you my people and possibly we connected and did some stuff here, there, and everywhere for you, why you didn't look out for my son? Why is this person? Why didn't you put my TV show out to make sure that you see what I'm saying? So It could be bad blood also going on in other areas that can contribute, because the word is, or at least rumor has had it, Reddits and all of these other things have had it, that part of why 50 has the issue is kind of on a conduit, if you will, for Meech, who's like, you know what? You messed me over here, and now he's got them straight. And now it's like, okay, I now know the dirt that you did here. You need to go down for it because I got evidence and more. What about that?
I believe, no, I'm totally open to all theories. I just don't believe, I just have to have evidence to support things that are, anything that damn Keeper D say, because Lord have mercy, he lies so much. Like, and I just be, I don't know. I mean, and I don't take for. I mean, I know it had to be some kind of street level people and gangsters involved, whatever. and but I just think maybe it was more of a retaliation, just how it went down. Um,
Well,
and
we
he been
gonna see.
but he's been hollering about Puffy for a minute, and they never did do. I don't know if they even asked question Puffy about this stuff about no Tupac. I don't
They
even know.
absolutely did. That was what he shared on the proffer. And P.S. I know I just brushed my
I'm
teeth for
talking about
bed, so you know
that question Puffy.
he flat out said, Diddy, in during the proffer,
Uh-huh.
the detective who sat down with him, who had the tapes, is also, you could go on Vlad TV and listen to his interview. He will tell you that that's what was said directly. There's no insinuation that it might have been Puff. Da 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 da. No, it was. He has said it flat out. And he put in the book, after the situation happened, Puff called him and said, "Was that us?"
Yeah.
Now, like I said,
But that's what he
I
said.
just, I just brushed my teeth for bed. So you got about 15 minutes.
Lord have mercy. She go sleep with the old. Lord have mercy. Go to
I'm
sleep with
telling
the
you.
old people and wake up with the old people.
And that's perfectly fine. But I get the information when I need to have it.
I know. I have no idea how you beat us with the information. I'd be like, girl, such and such. Like, yeah, I already know. That's what I'm like, oh, I done looked on her. I'm like, how she telling me something? Huh? No.
Girl,
Mm-mm.
I put that text in your chat last night and roll over. I don't even know whether you saw it or not.
I did see it. I saw it, and I thought you was still in there. I'm like, and I thought
No,
she gone. She gone.
girl, I was in a deep slumber. But I'm
Oh,
telling you, we're gonna find out some stuff, and you need to be prepared as the evidence comes forward to recant your statements.
it's not never can. It's not. I'm not
Oh yeah,
saying
calling that
that
man a liar like that. If
he's
he
a
really
liar.
told the truth.
He is a liar.
Well,
A bit more believe he got cancer more than anything.
the man is in the jail, and the doctors in the jail have said he got it,
The
and
doctor said,
he's not looking too good now if you see him. But of course, he's also locked up. But plenty of people get locked up and they still, look
yeah.
healthy.
But he said the cancer done came back. To me, it was it was convenient that the cancer would come back when you get locked up. There's a lot of shit comes back come to you. You get a lot of ailments when your ass is locked up. They go through a whole
Because you
list.
don't get proper health care.
No, because your ass want to get up out of there.
No.
Just making up shit. The people done beat you. Wait a minute, it's always convenient that people who ain't never beat up nobody else. Wait a minute, the correctional officers, they ain't never beat nobody else up, never beat no one, no other person or no other prisoner up since they've been employed there. They find your ass and they gonna beat you up. Like, girl,
Okay, Angie. A snitch.
huh?
He's in the getting accused of being a snitch.
Well, why would the correction officers beat him up? Why won't other inmates beat his ass? Not the
Mm-hmm.
correction officers. Child, I don't believe nothing. Keep it decent unless he got evidence.
It's a shame you do that man like that, and that
No,
man is
it's just
trying to clear
wrong.
his
It's just
name.
wrong. And anybody that say wrong like that, when he was up in that white lady's courtroom talking about the people that beat him up and stuff, and he
He's
talking
in a
about it's
panic.
wrong. I was like, oh my gosh. I
And
thought it
what's
was.
so
I thought
crazy, what I do say, he need to stop showing off in that courtroom because that's not good. That's not going to help him. But the other piece that I'll say about Keefe is this. I think Keefe, before when he was on Vlad and other all of these different shows talking, he was like, I done been in jail so many times, I can do whatever, if I got to do this, there ain't nothing to it. I could do it standing on my head kind of situation. And I think everybody, or I ain't gonna say everybody, but a lot of street people, you think that until one day you don't, right? You don't know any different, whatever. There are a lot of people who at some point you realize like, no, I can't do this like that anymore. Like, it's not the same. And now that he has different health issues that he did not have once upon a time, when you were sitting in there feeling spry and everything, you know what I'm saying? And you were still at a certain status and had certain protections and other things, and you did not have cancer in your body. Maybe you did think, yeah, I could do that sitting on my head, or that ain't no big deal. But now when life is different and you're actually looking at the end, or what that could be, do you want that in there? Especially when he just before he went in, it's probably, a decent living. All I got to do is talk and tell my story and gas myself up. And I get a check, 10,000, 15,000, whatever it is that he chooses to charge. That's probably the best life he could live. I don't have to duck and dodge, this and that. I go in here, give them this little 1 hour, put my sunglasses on, and walk on back out the door.
And tell half lies and half truth. Girl. That's what I'm saying. I don't know when he telling the truth.
Oh my God.
Because they, I'm like, I don't know when to believe yo.
You can't sort it out.
It's ridiculous.
Well, I don't know, but we about to see, and I'm telling you, we're gonna have when all of this get broken down, you're gonna have to recant.
I didn't say Puffy wasn't involved. I'm saying I don't believe it. He says. Now, it could be. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it would make sense. And here's the thing, right? I know a lot of people. To me, Puff Daddy is a person who believes in self-preservation, self first. And when people do that, you don't know what their limits are. Will they throw your ass up under the bus? Will they let will they let you go down for something you didn't do? I don't know, right? But he puts me in mind of a person that has self-preservation. All right, so when I say that to explain why the people around him like just really shine, and others, experience a bunch of bullshit, right? The other things, like with the contracts and stuff that he's had with people, whatever, I believe that it's the cost of doing business. And I say that, I'm not saying it's right, okay? But I say it's the cost of doing business because, unfortunately, people sign contracts that aren't good. But if you sign it, unless it's oppressive and you have to get out of it, by the help of the court, but unless it's, if you sign it, you're bound to it. So you have to get somebody to know, that knows that you can trust, and that knows, even when you see that word in perpetuity, be like, you know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of people, it's a lot of white people that have to fight for their masters and things of that nature. So Diddy is not the only person that have put people in those particular binds. But nonetheless, if he was a person that was meant anybody some good, some right, or whatever, oh Lord, more than left, you know what I'm saying, then he would come up with fairer contracts, right? That's just my opinion. If now see me and my ass, if I did a contract for some, I'm saying, my ass probably, but I gave the damn artist all the damn everything, and I probably took child, probably gave it all to him. Hell, damn softy ass sometimes. Woo. I'm coming, y'all. So I don't think there's too many people that have a hard time believing keeping the. I don't believe that man have cancer. Okay, I don't believe it. How many shit his ass say? I'm sorry. And Joe Short said, keep it been telling the truth since he incriminated himself on Vlad. He really spilled the beans. Did it have security from Cali like Keith did? No, Compton Crip. Right, right. And there could be some connection there. But I just have to, I need more. I just need more. And if they solve it, and it comes out that did it, hmm. Well, I don't know what them people do to them damn egg rolls when now I can't really fry, but I can fry like pastries and puff pastries and stuff like that. I can do that because one, it don't take that long, and your filling or whatever you do is already in there. Whatever. I want to make some my bougie friend, she can make them wontons, the cream cheese wontons and shit like that. I want to make some egg rolls. But I got to go over there with them Asian people who don't want to give you no information about what they buy to go in Chinese food to make it taste like theirs. They all of a sudden don't understand English. I don't think I know is bok choy. Because here's the thing. You want your Asian food to have Asian flavor. You want your Mexican food to have a Mexican flavor. You cannot try to fix Asian food and Italian food too. You want all of that to have Italian flavor, Italian influence. So you cannot go and fix those meals and put all that lard and shit up and all nigga it up and shit because it's gonna taste like soul food. Oh no, you can't do that. You can't do that, baby. You can't do it. I'm telling you that now. That's why I made chicken. I made my high tension spaghetti, which really ain't really spaghetti, to be honest. With all that shit I do to it, it ain't no spaghetti no more. All that shit I do to that spaghetti, the one I make, but that everybody like, and they like that one better than they like the the Italian tasting spaghetti. Mamma mia, pizzeria. Okay, they like that better. Especially when I make my own Alfredo. A lot of times, they can't even tell when I make my own Alfredo or I get it out that jar. Because then I get out that jar and doctor it up. I'm going to hit it with that Parmesan. Bang, 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 and the rest of the shit. But anyway, let's see. When you are altering those recipes, when you start infusing it with roasted peppers and all kinds of extra shit. Mm-mm, mm-mm. And if you want your and see, I want. Let me tell you what I did. The closest thing I did to getting something to taste Asian a long time ago, like it comes out the Chinese restaurant is was it beef and what was the one beef and broccoli? I think it was a beef peppers or whatever. And this was when I was in the hood, and I couldn't figure it out. But I know I didn't trust the Chinese food. I didn't trust the Chinese, especially the ones that was in the hood. Okay, I didn't trust them. So I figured it out to go do something. You know what I did? I don't know if, whatever. But I ended up, was it beef or the steak? Whatever it is, if I look at the menu, I can tell you what it is. But it's not broccoli. I think it's peppers, and I haven't made it in decades. But I took that beef, whatever that greenery, and I think it was peppers. It was either beef or what is the steak is beef. Beef steak or something. Sliced it up. Didn't know what that taste was, but I knew it was sweet. I knew it had some pepper in it, and I knew I tasted garlic. So I had the pepper sauce, I had the garlic sauce. What I used for sweetener was honey, and it tasted just like whatever the fuck they had in them goddamn restaurants that I'm not fucking around with. Okay, I'm still in the hood. Um, Young, maybe, and that was the only. And I ain't learned. Now I don't know how to cook. That's the only thing that where I was even allowed to go in the kitchen to do, to be honest. But um, cause my mama wasn't like, how your parents and stuff when they cooking old folks food, right? I'm trying to cook that Chinese food, and I that was the only thing I get in there and fix from time to time. And once I, got it, I said, oh shit, it tastes just like the shit. I forgot it was the honey, some garlic, salt, pepper, whatever, some garlic seasoning, some pepper. I know I had to put extra pepper in it, and the meat, and whatever. And I think it was pepper. And it tastes just like it darkened and everything, just like the goddamn people. I ain't lying. I couldn't cook nothing else. I couldn't even fix the rice that go to that. My mom used to have to fix the rice. Now, of course, now, bitch, I can fix rice with my clothes. I can close my. I can put the rice on. I ain't never had no rice cooker. None of that. I can cook rice in the oven. I can cook rice in the microwave, on top of the stove. Where you need me to cook the rice at? And however you need it. Do you need it loose or together? And I like my rice together, where you could make those different little mounds and shit when you scoop it out. I like my rice together. Okay, I don't like all that juice in between my rice. All right, but baby, mama can cook some rice. Don't worry about it. And baby, I done been in here on here with y'all. And I ain't feel, and I don't be liking to wash no dishes. I done put that rice in that oven. Cause I don't really like to do a lot of real cooking real food in the microwave. Because to me, the flavors and stuff, they just don't be right. They just don't be right. And you got to put that fire to it. That fire in a real pot. Anyway, let's see what went on today. Because she wasn't in a good mood when I looked in on her. And I just want to do a look back today because this is the part, and I don't know if they're going to have any more of those in as witnesses come on because they were really, really entertaining. I don't know. But listen, this is the part where they are getting the evidence out, you know, making sure they authenticate it, getting the chain of custody down pat, you know, qualifying the people that's coming out here to speak on the evidence. And the most important thing, after they get all that together, they're telling the jury, hey, we got evidence that they did this. Hello? We ain't lying. We ain't lying. Tell me we lying. Yeah. I'm gonna get some water. That's pretty much so. Let's see what Judge Richard got.
To some of the witnesses. So does that mean that you will not be calling Ms. B that we discussed yesterday?
Ms. B,
Yes.
not this week. Ms. Hilton was scheduled to speak with her tomorrow. So I want that opportunity. I want her to do that before.
All right. So to be determined, but she knows it won't be this week.
Right.
Okay.
We're not trying to put her up this.
All right.
And also, as far as the first person that we had, that person has said that to apprise the court that they are in traffic. I told them they were going to be here. They were supposed to be here at a certain time. They had a problem with their back yesterday. I had talked to them early this morning, and they said that it was giving them a little bit of trouble, but I talked to them about 10 minutes ago. Actually, I talked to them before 8, at about 8:15. And that's when they also said that they were having a little trouble with their back, but they were on their way. They should be here by 8:45. I talked to them a few minutes ago. They said that they were still in traffic. The traffic was heavy and that they anticipated 9:15. Or that's what they said. And they called while I was on the elevator with Mr. Harvey. And I was trying to just get in here.
Okay.
So.
All right. Well, I think one of the jurors is running a little bit late today as well. So although he or she, I don't even know if it's a he or she, might be able to get here by 9, but we'll just see. So can I ask why? I mean, you gave us a list of several crime scene investigators and techs and officers that you have added back in based on, you said, I guess,
Well,
evidentiary objections that have been made recently. Yeah.
So, for instance, one of the ways that the state pared down its witness list was to, we did not anticipate that there would be an objection to such a thing as, we know that this was this person's apartment. The responding officer saying this was this person's apartment. Yesterday, we garnered a hearsay objection to that information. Many of the witnesses that we had taken out are, for instance, people who've collected shell casings from scenes.
Okay.
a few weeks back, I believe that there was an objection or there was a concern voiced that we will object to the NIBIN results if there's not a chain of custody shown. We
Okay.
had more than 28 shootings that had shell casings collected on scene.
Okay.
If there's that objection, we have to have people to talk to.
Okay, so that's based on chain of custody. I was trying to figure out why the crime scene text would be now needed based on yesterday's objections, but it's not yesterday's, it's the chain of custody objections. Okay.
Correct. Correct.
All right.
And I believe that the question was posed whether there were people that we weren't intending to call, and I wanted to include those people that we were adding.
Okay. And then the second set is to establish who lives certain places.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
All right. Well, is there any defense movement on either of those issues? Either chain of custody if every crime scene tech does not testify, or who lives where? If not, I guess we've got 28 additional witnesses.
Wow.
Okay, we have 28 additional witnesses.
Refer to someone as them,
Someone's what?
as them. I know that we have a AS that we haven't been using. That person's name, is that who we're talking about with the back issue? Or
Mm-mm. That's, who is it? Miss Love
It was
Thorpe?
Yes, that's what we announced yesterday.
Remember yesterday at the,
okay, so that's who they're planning on calling first?
I guess.
Okay.
And regarding the witness who is the other one,
AS, yes. What, do we know anything new about? Is that who you meant?
no. the
Okay,
one that's
a different other one.
Different other one.
Okay,
The one with the medical issues.
okay,
I believe Mr. Shive is here. We're trying to discern what their current status is. I don't know that, and I have had no opportunity to speak to his doctors. That I believe is very important based on just the conversation that I've had with.
sure. I got if his doctors are going to tell you anything without a court order.
That's what that's what we believe too. So
Mr. Shive, however, could tell you if he wanted to, or if his client is okay with that.
there was.
Situation is, DA called me last night when I was 50 miles from here. But what I'd like to do is I have a preliminary hearing, deal with that, go to the hospital. You can have an investigator or somebody else be right there, and the doctor's there, and with my client's okay, they can get whatever information they want.
That is exactly.
That would
be
work, I believe.
And yep, that would be perfect.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Shive, will you alert somebody from the state team once you're finished with your preliminary hearing?
As
Okay.
soon as I finish, we'll come down.
Oh, okay,
Whatever
great.
investigator wants to go with me.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, so the crime scene investigators and officers that you're needing to add back in for a chain of custody, can you try to just limit their testimony
Oh, it will be.
purely to chain of custody, 5 minutes, they're done?
That is exactly what we
Wonderful.
intended to do. Yes, we did.
All right.
And,
So Love is one of the ones, you object some shit with her, she gonna go get, she over, with the overproof. I think, see, I'm thinking
All
she
right.
feel like,
just-
And
don't know
I
about this
received
jury.
the
defense
brief
wants
from Ms.
some
Abbasi
salary.
and from you, Ms. Love.
I don't know.
The overt, I think, I can't remember, I haven't looked at it yet, but a brief from each of you, which I'll look at. All right, the juror that was running late is not here yet, but close, so
And Your Honor, if the court will
Yes.
permit me to step out just to inquire about my witness and his ETA as well. And I would also,
Oh, and you had asked if the Mr. Zachary can be called out of turn or in the middle of testimony, and that's fine. I
Thank
mean,
you.
however it needs to work.
thank you.
Okay.
This microphone, though it's showing red that we're supposed to be off, I believe that it is amplifying and broadcasting. I don't think that we would be able to have a conversation that's not broadcast. I don't know why though it's off as red, it's live.
Yes, it is.
Is it?
If you turn it to green, does it turn off?
No, I turned it to green.
Okay. So a new set of sound issues. Great.
Can we, is it possible to have IT come and,
When
oh,
Ms. Pursfield's reaching out to them now.
thank you. May I step outside?
Yeah, you may. Is there any other matter from the defense that we need to take up before, obviously, the juror gets here? We have to wait for the juror to get here, but anything in the meantime? Okay, anybody else? Nope. Okay. Well, we'll just recess in place until we have the witness and the jury.
We discuss the matter outside the courtroom.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, let me advance it. I don't know what happened. Oh boy, some brother better be late. Okay. They're gonna do my camera so I can see who guilty. Let me see, they're gonna pan to my pan circuit so I can see who guilty. And y'all just be purely for fun. You know, I like just looking at the optics. Oh, let's see if we're gonna get somebody on the camera. I label that hair, she guilty. Yep, she did it. She did something. Her ass, yep, she guilty. Mm. He don't never look guilty with a black jacket on. Babyface keep hiding, so you probably got a guilty conscience at least. Oh boy. Bud don't look guilty, he just look sleepy all the time. Let's see. Who else? One more boy that have been guilty every time they pan. That boy has been guilty. He ain't never look like he's innocent. Not one time. He look like he'd snap the soul out.
All right, State, you may call your next witness.
Oh my boy. Oh, they ain't gonna put
State
on his
calls
head.
Detective Jim Thor.
All right.
hand. Swear affirm testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I swear.
Absolutely. State and spell your first and last name loudly to the microphone, court.
Yes, sir. Detective J. Thorpe Jr., Thorpe. Jim.
Good morning, Detective Thorpe.
Good morning, ma'am.
How are you?
Fine.
Good. Detective Thorpe, would you please introduce yourself to the jury by telling them where it is you currently work?
Yes, ma'am. Detective Jim Thorpe Jr., City of Atlanta.
Hang on just a second. You're gonna have to use the mic, Miss Love. Can you hear the witness?
Yes.
All right.
All right, if everyone can hear me and can stand the static, I'm going to use this
Thank
one.
you.
Thank you. Would you, go ahead, I apologize. Tell the jury where it is that you currently work.
Yes, ma'am. I currently work City of Atlanta Police Department Homicide Unit.
How long have you worked at the City of Atlanta Police Department in the homicide unit?
I work with the City of Atlanta now for 30 years and 9 months.
All right. Have you worked as a homicide detective the entire time?
Yes, ma'am, 20 years.
Now, 30 years and 9 months and 20 years are different. So what did you do when you first started working with the Atlanta Police Department?
My first assignment,
Can I hear you if you don't use the mic? And I'm sorry that it's staticky. Maybe one day we could get that fixed also, but we're just gonna have to endure the static.
Yes, Your Honor. Try to minimize it. What did you do when you first started working with the Atlanta Police Department?
yes, ma'am. The first assignment was the Atlanta Police Zone 3 Precinct Evening Watch Mobile Patrol.
That would have been in what year that you started that?
I started Mobile Patrol in 95.
What types of activities did you conduct as a Zone 3 Evening Watch Mobile Patrol officer?
Answering 911 calls, dealing with all types of calls of accidents, suspicious persons, shootings, robberies, burglaries, car thefts.
Okay. There we go.
Yes, ma'am.
And tell the jury what parts of Zone 3 you patrolled as a patrolman in Zone 3 Evening Watch.
Then the beat I was assigned was called 304. And that beat was mostly around Metropolitan Parkway, Sylvan Road, leading up to Cleveland Avenue and Lakewood Avenue.
How much of Cleveland Avenue did you patrol?
It would depend on if we were short an officer, they would reposition my team. It was 2 officers assigned to the beat 304. So either one of us could get pulled, and usually around Cleveland Avenue, that was the 308 beat. And we pretty much control all of Cleveland, 75, 85, north and south, Jonesboro Road, and all the streets surrounding Old Hayville and streets like that.
Okay. As a homicide detective, are you restricted to one zone only, or do you work the entire city of Atlanta?
We work the entire city of Atlanta.
Are you familiar with the neighborhood surrounding Cleveland Avenue and including Cleveland Avenue today?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jury whether it's different, the same, or in some ways both to 95 as between today and then?
Sustained.
All right. How do you describe the neighborhood of Cleveland Avenue back in 1995? How would you describe it in terms of the community?
Community, like a better terminology, wasn't aggressive. That part of the Cleveland Avenue really was not a high crime area or gang activity respondent back in 95 to 97.
And that was the length of time that you worked evening patrol, 95 to 97?
Yes, ma'am.
And typically, what types of crimes did you have the most opportunity to respond to in that area?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Overruled.
Mostly shootings, like I said, robberies, burglaries, things of that nature.
Would you describe for the jury your You mentioned there was not a lot of particular kind of activity. Did that change? Has that changed today?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a particular kind of crime that you see more of today that you did not see back in 95?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you tell the jury what types those are?
Mostly gang activity shootings, related shootings.
Now, after you left Evening Watch Patrol of Zone 3, what station did you take up at APD?
Yes, ma'am. I was transferred to the Red Dog unit, evening watch and day watch.
How long did you work the Red Dog unit?
About 3 to 4 years.
Now, after the Red Dog unit, what was your assignment?
I was promoted from the Red Dog unit to a detective, and my first assignment was the burglary unit.
And what year was that?
2000. No, 2000. Yes, ma'am.
Prior to joining the Atlanta Police Department, would you tell the jury what your education was?
Yes, ma'am. Graduated high school on time, associate's degree, and at that time I went into the military, U.S. Army.
How long did you serve in the Army?
Roughly about 6 years.
And what was your station? What was your job in the Army? Without getting into too much detail, just generally speaking.
Soldier.
Okay. Are you originally from Atlanta?
No, ma'am.
Did you come to Atlanta after you left the Army?
No, ma'am. I was here.
Okay. After you joined the burglary unit, tell the jury what your responsibilities included.
Investigating burglaries, whether it was commercial or residential burglaries.
Was there a particular area of Atlanta you were responsible for?
Yes, ma'am. My primary zone was the Zone 1, and my secondary was Zone 3.
What area of Zone 1 were you responsible for? I'm sorry about that static.
That's fine. We believe if anyone's familiar with the Bluff area, Donnelly, Hollowell, Hollywood Road, everything over in that generally Perry Boulevard.
Hang on one second. I'm trying to solve this problem.
That's pretty constant.
Sorry about that. And how long did you serve in the burglary unit?
2 years.
After the burglary unit, what did you do?
I was transferred to the robbery unit.
Is that me, Judge, or is that?
I have no idea.
All right. After what was your position with the robbery unit?
Detective. And my primary zone was Zone 3. The secondary zone was Zone 1.
Were you patrolling the same or responsible for the same area in the robbery unit as you had been when you were in a Zone 3 evening watch patrol officer?
Yes, ma'am. So I had the whole entire zone.
Okay.
I mean, yes, the whole entire zone,
Right.
A sector and B sector.
Did you interact often with the residents of Zone 3
Yes.
during your time as a patrol officer and as a detective in the robbery unit?
Yes, ma'am.
Was your interaction only when you were arresting people or investigating suspects?
No, ma'am.
What other types of interactions did you have?
At that time, I was also working a part-time as an Atlanta Public School resource officer. And the school I was assigned was the Crawford Long Middle School, which is right off of Cleveland Avenue.
Would you tell the jury what years those were that you worked as a Crawford Long Middle School resource officer?
I would say it'd be from 2001 to 2012, 2013.
And what were your responsibilities as a resource officer with Crawford Long?
Primarily maintaining the safety and security of the school, walking around, patrolling the grounds, make sure the teachers' cars or anyone visiting school wasn't cars when getting broken in, things of that nature.
Did you have interaction with the students outside of investigating car break-ins and the like?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you describe for the jury what types of interactions that you'd have with the students at Crawford Long Middle School? Your Honor, as it pertains to particular people that are involved in this case, his knowledge of them and the jury's awareness of his foundation.
His attention to that.
Did you interact with the court's indulgence? I'd just like to ask a broader question and narrow it down. I won't prolong that. Did you interact with the students and converse with them on a personal level?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you interact with the students' parents at times?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you interact with a student by the name of Quindarius Zachary?
Yes, ma'am.
Describe your, when you first met Quindarius Zachary, how old was he?
I say he had to be about 11 years old.
And in what capacity did you interact with him? Was it?
Usually times when he was misbehaving, and I would just take him to the side and talk to him rather than seeing him being suspended or suffering school punishment. I try and talk the kids to the side, get them out of trouble, and once again, put them back into the classroom.
What year was that you got to meet Quindarius Zachary?
Can I recall right offhand? Probably around 2010, maybe.
Did you establish any level of trust with the students? Would they come to you and talk with you about things that they were encountering?
Yes, ma'am.
As students?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say you talked to them, did you talk with them only about scholastic things, or did you talk with them about things like getting involved with groups that they shouldn't get involved with?
Yes, ma'am. All of the above.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Back then in 2010, did you see any signs of what you believe to be the formation of gang activity within Crawford Long?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, what was it that you saw that led you to believe that?
The kids was constantly discussing the gang that was starting to sprout. They was calling themselves the Red Cartel.
No, I heard you, and it looks like Mr. Short's also about to say something.
Same objection.
thing. Overruled.
You may continue.
Yes, they would say something about a gang sprouting up called the Red Cartel.
You may continue.
Okay. They call themselves the Red Cartel, and they were becoming very prominent over in the Cleveland, Springdale, Cleveland Avenue area, Old Hateville area, Macon Drive area.
Apart from hearing the name Red Cartel, did you see any indicators or signs of the ways that people calling themselves Red Cartel identify themselves?
They would mostly wear the color red.
Did you ever see them, without specifically showing any gang signs, did you ever see them display any signals that were seemingly unique to members of the group itself?
No.
I'm going to object to this line of questioning. I don't believe that there's a proper foundation for this witness.
Your Honor,
Is this the first time this witness has testified?
yes.
Okay, you need to lay a foundation.
Okay.
Sustained.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. When you started out as a school resource officer at Crawford Long Middle School, would you describe for the jury what type of training that you had had with the Atlanta Police Department?
Had basic academy training along with interviews, interrogation training, also burglary and robbery. And later during that tenure, I was transferred to the homicide unit, which I received numerous homicide classes and training.
What training or experience did you have that caused you to form or to believe that you recognized gang activity when you saw it at Crawford Long Middle School?
Basically just growing up. It was prominent in Chicago.
You're from Chicago?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What part of Chicago?
South Side.
Now, what did you see growing up that caused you to believe that what you were looking at Crawford Long were signs of gang activity?
It was the same standard. Kids would wear like red bandanas or clothing of red, some article on them with red. Usually the red bandana, we called it flagging. show people who you represented. At that time, once I received that information, I notified the gang unit.
Your
and
Honor,
Yes, sir.
I'm going to object to relevance, lack of foundation, and this line of questioning, I don't believe is going to lay a foundation. So that's why I'm saying relevance as well.
Okay, overruled.
Thank you. You may continue. Please speak to the jury.
Okay. At that time, I notified the Atlanta Police Gang Unit, and they confirmed that that it was.
Sustained.
Without speaking specifically
Okay.
about confirmation in particular instances, more broadly speaking, when you did see things that you believe were gang activity, did you notify the gang unit?
Yes, I did, ma'am.
Why did you do that?
Just to alert them and to get more information for myself.
In talking with the kids at Crawford Long Middle School, did they confide in you about their involvement in, for instance, groups like Red Cartel? I'm not asking what they said.
Sustained.
Okay. Without speaking specifically about what they said, what types of things beyond what you've already testified about did you gather from the students that allowed you to help them navigate?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
How often did you talk with students' parents?
Usually when they come to pick up the kids or student got in trouble.
And when you saw things that concerned you that you alerted the gang unit about, did you ever talk to the students' parents about those same things?
Overruled.
You may tell the jury.
The parents that were receptive of listening, there were some that wanted to hear, and there were some that didn't want to hear.
Did you ever speak with groups of students, or was it just individual ones about trying to stay out of or trying to avoid particular pitfalls? Your Honor, I am.
Overruled.
You can continue.
Yes, I would talk to them in a group or talk to them individually.
And were the subjects of the conversation always how to stay out of trouble?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you share with the students the information that you had from growing up or other sources about gang activity?
Sustained.
In what ways, beyond talking to the students, did you attempt to keep students from being involved in gangs?
Sustained.
Did the information that you were able to gather from the students in any way inform your investigations and ability to get information about criminal investigations later on as a detective?
Yes, ma'am.
How?
I developed rapport with several of the kids. The trust was formed, and they would, if they see me out on the scene anywhere near that, they'll come to me next day in school and say, "Hey, officer."
Generally speaking,
Yes,
they would come to you and would they offer you information?
yes, ma'am.
Other than Quindarius Zachary, were you familiar with any other persons that, through your investigation in this case, that you came in contact with?
Yes, ma'am.
Who were you familiar with during your time as a school resource officer?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to object under 404A.
What's your response?
Your Honor, I'm not certain what exactly the,
Maybe tailor your question.
okay. What other persons did you know during your time as a school resource officer that you also interacted with or taught or gained knowledge about during this case?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Do you understand the objection? Can you tailor your?
Did you know any other, Trontavia Stevens? Did you know Trontavia Stevens?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What age did you learn about or did you meet Trontavia Stevens?
Age 11.
Was he a student as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Was he a student at Crawford Long Middle School?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know Shannon Stillwell as a young person?
No, I did not know Shannon Stillwell.
Did you know Diamante Kendricks?
I knew of him. I never had any interaction with him.
Did you know of him as a young child?
Yes, I think as he was getting to high school, yes.
What about Quentin Porter? Did you know of him?
Yes, ma'am.
And was he a young child or was he an older person when you got to know him or knew of him?
I believe I met him. He was in 7th or 8th grade.
Okay. Of the people that you've named, so same way that you did with Quinn Equery, or did they not talk with you as much?
They talked with me, but that was about it. They talked, but they never.
Okay. All right. What year was it that you were promoted to a homicide detective?
2004.
And during your time as a homicide detective, have you been recognized or given any special awards for your work as a homicide detective?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection,
Yes,
Your Honor,
Tell the ju-
relevance.
Sustained.
Would you tell the jury how many homicides you've investigated during your time as a homicide detective?
Close to over, maybe as lead and assistant, probably close to 300, maybe more than that.
Now, were all of these within the city of Atlanta, or did you ever have an occasion to interact with or investigate crimes that were outside the city of Atlanta but connected with crimes that you were investigating in the city of Atlanta?
Yes, part of Atlanta is also in DeKalb County, so I worked some cases that was Atlanta, DeKalb County, and also Atlanta, Fulton County.
Would you describe for the jury some of the training that you received as a homicide detective that allowed you to perform your duties that was different than the training you received as a patrol officer or a burglary detective?
Yes, interviews and interrogations, reading crime scenes, logging things, crime scene processing.
And as a homicide detective, were you involved in investigations that related to purported gang activity?
I'll repeat that again, ma'am.
As a homicide detective, did your investigations ever involve gang activity, the
Yes.
homicide investigations?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did you share information with other law enforcement officers as it related to gang-related homicides?
Yes, ma'am.
And how, if ever, you were trained to recognize gang activity while you were performing your investigations? What kind of training have you received?
It was the processing of the scene, doing thorough background checks on the victim or witnesses, finding out different incidents may have happened at the location prior to the homicide incident.
Did your rapport with community members aid you in furthering your investigations as it related to potential
Objection, Your Honor,
gang
leading.
homicides?
Objection, Wack.
Leading.
Sustained.
What about your interactions with the community, if anything, helped you learn more when you were investigating gang-related homicides?
Yes, I would go talk to people that lived in the area of the incident. And at that time, I take them to the side and have a low-key conversation with them, and they'll advise me of, well, this is what they've been hearing, or this is what they know.
Did you always identify the people who gave you information as witnesses, or were there times when people gave you information and didn't want to be identified?
Correct. There's several times people want to give information, but didn't want to get involved any further than that.
And did you respect their wishes not to be involved, or did you list them and sort of out them as having given you information?
No, I respect their wishes.
Okay. Would you tell the jury, as a homicide detective, how it is that you come to be assigned to any particular homicide?
What we have in Atlanta Police Homicide Unit is called a rotation, a unit rotation. So it doesn't matter if you work one of the other shifts, day watch, which is 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., or evening watch, which is 2 to 12 midnight. It's kind of like a pitcher rotation in baseball. If you catch a case today, you're not due to catch a case until you come back up. So say there's 30 detectives. If you're number one, you go down to number 30. Number two becomes number one. Number three comes number two, and it goes like that. So it doesn't matter if you're off or it's past your shift time. If the call comes up, you have to come in and respond to it.
And during the time that you're not up, is that the time that you're able to investigate whatever homicides that you do catch on your rotation?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. When you arrive on a scene of a homicide, are there any particular steps that you take to jumpstart your investigation?
Upon arriving, I try and brief with the first responding officers and first responding detective on the scene, see what information he or she has gathered prior to my arrival.
Is it your practice? Has it been your practice to attempt to identify witnesses on scene if there are any?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it your practice to identify or attempt to identify surveillance footage if there is any?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you go about determining whether or not there is surveillance footage at a particular location?
We walk around and you try and see if there's cameras fixated on the structures, or you go inside and see if there's door ring cameras on some of the residents, or you go inside the business and see if they have a camera that may be facing out their front windows.
As the lead detective, do you delegate responsibilities in the investigation of the homicides that you're responsible for, or do you handle every aspect of that investigation?
We delegate.
What types of activities do you delegate to other persons?
Depending on how many homicide detectives on the scene, I have them do what is called a neighborhood canvas. They automatically go around, start knocking and talking to people, and also looking for surveillance cameras, things of that nature.
And do you work with the VIC unit to determine whether or not there are? Do you ever work with the VIC unit?
Ever.
Yes.
And how long have you worked with the VIC unit?
Since their first inception and coming into work with the APD, we usually call down and ask them, do they have any VIC cameras in the immediate area? And they're able to tell us they have cameras at this location, either facing north, east, south, or west. At that time, we give them the time frame of the incident, and they're able to go back and take a look and see exactly if they have any footage of anything that may be relevant to our homicide investigation.
Has the number of VIC cameras remained constant over the time that you've worked as a homicide detective?
No, ma'am.
Would you explain how they've not remained constant? Have they increased, decreased?
They're increased because of the success of the video integration camera systems.
Because of the what now?
Video integration camera system that is increased because of their reliability.
Okay. Would you explain to the jury whether license plate readers and VIC cameras are the same or different?
They're different. The license plate reader picks up on a tag of a vehicle, stores it in, as they would tell you exactly which direction that vehicle has been traveling, what other LPR readers it has hit on. So you can go back and backtrack to see exactly where that vehicle may have started or came from.
Is there any particular information you'd need to be able to track a vehicle with license plate readers?
Sometimes we're able to give a make and model and description of the vehicle. And once again, the LPR teams are able to go in and say, okay, we found this vehicle that looks like the vehicle you're talking about. We see that the license plate reader is showing that it was in the immediate area at the time of the incident.
Now, have license plate readers always been in effect within the city of Atlanta during your time?
No, ma'am.
And do you know or remember when you all first would have had access to license plate readers?
I want to say probably around maybe 2018, 2019.
Has the number of license plate readers since that time that you're familiar with remained constant, increased, decreased, or something in the middle?
Increased.
And how do you know how it's determined where a license plate reader will be placed?
No, I tend to think that it's based on the high activity of traffic or whatever in that particular area, and also the crimes that may occur in that area.
And does the Atlanta Police Department decide where license plate readers will be placed?
I believe it's decided by City Hall and the police department talking together.
All right. And what about video integration unit cameras, VIC cameras? Who decides where those will be placed?
Same thing. I think it's a joint collaboration between City Hall and the Atlanta Police Department.
All right. Do you obtain knowledge about whether license plate readers caught any particular information in the same way or different than you get information about VIC cameras? Or to ask a better question, how do you learn whether or not there are license plate readers that may have captured something you need in your investigation?
Once again, we'll call and see.
Sustained.
Your Honor, how do you know where the license plate readers are that might have captured something of interest in your investigation?
We call the unit and they'll tell us if they have a license plate reader in the immediate area, and they'll tell us exactly where it's positioned and what direction it's facing.
All right. Would you describe for the jury where the Summer Hill community is located?
It's located off of Rev. David Abernathy and McDaniel Glen area.
Okay.
Down where the old Fulton County Turner Field used to be.
Okay. How much time have you spent working in that area?
I would say majority of the whole entire my career, 30 years.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Castleberry Hills area of Atlanta?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And how often have you worked in that area?
Per my patrol as a Red Dog officer and responding as a burglary detective, robbery detective, and homicide detective.
330 McDaniel Street. What area is that in?
That is the Zone 1, Zone 5 area. This is like a border.
Okay. And when you say border, is it a border between different communities?
No, it's a border between the zones.
Okay. What communities make up that area?
It's both residential, apartment buildings, businesses.
And is 330 McDaniel Street in Fulton County?
Yes, it is, ma'am.
Did you have an occasion to respond to that location on January 10th, 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
What time, if you recall, did you respond?
I believe I received the call around 9:30 p.m. from Detective Darren Smith of the Atlanta Police Homicide Unit. He advised me that there were 3 subjects shot at that location.
Are you called only when there is a confirmed death? Or are you called before you know whether or not someone has died?
It depends on the status of the paramedics when they transport. If they say the person is low critical, we respond because there's a good chance that they might not survive once they get down to Grady.
When you responded on January 10th, 2015, did you have any confirmed deaths?
Not until I arrived on the scene.
What information or what were you responding to?
I responded to 3 subjects that were shot. One is low critical, one is in critical condition, one is in critical but stable condition.
And would you tell the jury what the names of those 3 subjects were?
Yes, ma'am. The first subject that was in critical condition was Donovan Thomas, And I want to make sure I pronounce their names right. You mind if I look at my notes?
No, and
Okay.
if you, I'll hand you a copy of your report.
Yes, ma'am. Second subject that was in critical condition was Reginald Hendricks, and the third that was in critical but stable was Cardarius Sanders.
Now, did you have an opportunity when you arrived on scene to speak with either of those three people?
No, ma'am, they was already transported to Grady.
All right. When you arrived on scene, had the scene already been cordoned off or roped off?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you arrived on scene, was there any other homicide detective already there assisting or directing?
Yes, ma'am. Detective Smith was on scene.
Now, was Detective Smith up in the rotation or was
No,
it
ma'am.
yours?
No, ma'am.
So when a detective is not up in rotation, how is it that one homicide detective would be working a scene before you, if it's your homicide?
Yes, ma'am. That depending on how many subjects, how many detectives are working that day. There's a lead detective that will go out to the scene, gather information, start processing, and they'll notify the next up homicide detective that there's a call and there's three subjects. Like on this day, 3 subjects that were shot.
Okay. How familiar with you were the area of 330 McDaniel Street before you got that call on January 10th, 2015?
Very familiar.
Had you ever interacted with persons in that area on a casual basis as opposed to during an investigation?
Yes, ma'am, doing an investigation.
And when you say during an investigation, is it only during investigations that you interacted with persons in that area?
Yes, ma'am. Just about. Yes, ma'am.
Were there or was there an apartment complex in that area?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember the name of the apartment complex?
No, not off the top of my head, no. I believe that one across the street, down the street was Castleberry Apartments.
Okay. Were you familiar with or had you had any occasion to visit or be familiar with Castleberry Hills Apartments?
Yes, ma'am.
When you got on scene, did you make any efforts to locate surveillance footage?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell the jury what efforts you took to locate surveillance footage.
Immediately that caught my attention was there was cameras fixed on the barbershop at 330 McDaniel Street. Also, I noticed that there were surveillance cameras down at the gas station at the intersection of McDaniel Street and Northside Drive.
Was it daytime, nighttime, something in the middle when you arrived on scene? I did not ask that question.
We know, yeah, we know the time, so.
Let me ask a better question. Was there daylight, moonlight? Was there natural light for you to see on scene when you arrived there?
No, the street was lit up with city lights.
Okay. And how were you able to see the cameras that you were able to identify?
They were just fixed on the building, so you can look up and see the cameras.
At the time that you saw them, did you know whether or not they were working?
No, I did not.
Did you take steps to find out?
Yes, I talked to the owners.
All right. And when that happens, are you able to get the camera footage on scene immediately, or do you do something to get that footage?
Yes, ma'am. I contact the cyber crimes unit, who goes out and retrieve all type of video surveillance for us.
Detective Teague, are you familiar with Detective Teague?
Yes, ma'am.
And what does Detective Teague do for you during your investigation?
Detective T went to those different locations and downloaded the video surveillance from those locations. I gave him the dates and the times.
Okay. Did you, at the time, know whether there were, or did you learn if there were any surveillance cameras at the apartments across the street from 330 McDaniel Street?
As I walked over there the next day, I saw that there was no cameras facing McDaniel Street.
And what other efforts, if any, did you take to get surveillance footage or any kind of captured footage of what happened at 330 McDaniel Street?
It was just those two locations that had cameras.
When you said that you went to the Texaco, where were you focusing? Where was it that you understood the shooting to have occurred?
The shooting happened right in front of the barbershop. The vehicle was traveling down McDaniel Street to Northside Drive and made a right onto Northside Drive. And that would place it right in the path of the Texaco cameras.
How did you learn what the vehicle did without saying anything that anyone specific told you? How did you learn?
People that was on the scene.
Okay. And at the time, on scene, the night of January 10, 2015, did you get any specific details about the make and model of the car? Any definitive details?
No, ma'am, except that it was probably a silver or a light gray colored vehicle.
Okay. When the Atlanta Police Department investigates a homicide, do they have ways of soliciting information from the public that might assist in the investigation?
Yes, we have what is called the Crime Stoppers hotline. Information given that leads to a portion of the investigation or successful arrest of the investigation. There's a $2,000 reward for any information given.
And where do you display that? Do you put it on TV? Do you put it in newspapers or something else?
It's displayed on TV, and also we post flyers around the neighborhood.
Did you do this with the McDaniel Street murder that you investigated?
Yes, ma'am.
What was it that you put on TV?
Basically, there was a subject that came inside with an assault rifle. When I identified who that person was, because they were not on scene when I got there.
Now, when you say a subject that came inside with an assault rifle, inside where?
The barbershop, I'm sorry, the barbershop.
And why did you put that particular footage on?
Because I want to see what this person was a person of interest that may be related to the shooting itself, that he may have been one of the shooters.
Did you later learn whether that person had any relationship to either of the victims?
Yes.
And what did you learn that person's relationship was to either of the victims?
I learned through the parent that was their son and the brother of the decedent.
Other than the footage of the person going into the barbershop, did you have any other footage displayed on television to try and help in your investigation?
I believe we just closed captioned the screen of the vehicle coming by. We didn't show the actual shooting itself, just the vehicle.
And when you say closed caption the screen, did you do a still shot or did you play a portion of a video surveillance?
Yes, what we did, we condensed it down so that the shot would just show that's the vehicle coming down the street. And we had a couple of still shots in there of the vehicle, but we never showed the victims getting shot themselves.
And did you show footage from the barbershop or the Texaco?
The barbershop.
Did you ever display any footage from the Texaco on TV?
No, ma'am.
All right. How do you decide which footage you're going to put out there and which footage you're going to hold back?
Based on the relevance, because the Texaco did not show the actual shooting itself. The barbershop did.
Okay.
Now, since we got a sense of how Miss Love likes to overprove her case, I've been, talking about it, whatever, and I think I can just go out and say, like she likes to overprove at this point. She, there's an angle, she could be doing of several things at one time. One, I told you got to authenticate this evidence, chain of custody. You heard Judge Whitaker talk about chain of custody with regards to other witnesses, whatever. But please know that it does apply to anyone that has collected some evidence. So as far as if they um, are a detective or police or collected evidence, bagged it up, put it in the lab, all those people be involved in the chain of evidence. This chain of evidence um, lands right inside the courtroom. Okay, when the evidence comes in. Okay. Um, Also, she got a bunch of hats. Also, she got to line her questions up because, I think she kind of feels like, the case might not have been, um, might not be going as well as she would have hoped. The witnesses are witnesses. Okay. So she probably is under pressure as well as um, if she's doing her job right. She also got to think about the fact that she might be asking these questions like, well, why didn't you show you only showed this view at the Texaco, but you ain't show the view at the barbershop or whatever, however it went. She also could be asking that question, and it's just me thinking, that because maybe whoever was involved, all these witnesses that all of a sudden don't recall or whatever, if they've given information about the shooting, that maybe we was at the barber shop or something like that. Now it's probably a stretch, but I'm just giving an example as to as to show that she has a very, 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 very tough job. Those people on that left, both sides have a tough job. It, I don't know. I can't even say whose job is the toughest. And I would probably lean towards the prosecutors because they got burden of proof. All right. Okay. I mean, just like when in the civil action, the plaintiff has the burden of proof. So there you go with it. But um, in her case, and I heard Sylvia was saying something about somebody, one of them people, I don't know who's in here, still beat down with the YSL thing or whatever, but if anybody knows who's supposed to be in jail, which one of the witnesses is supposed to be in jail or in a hospital or something, I was listening to what Sylvia was saying just now. I jumped in her chat. She jumped in my other one. I jumped in there to say hey, and I was trying to listen and see what the hell is going on, about who's in the hospital and all of that. I don't know, and I don't know how severe it is. Um, and I think she was saying that, you know, like love didn't believe it or whatever. The judge is asking questions, like, can he, you understand what I'm saying? Listen, here's the thing, right? Now, when doing your job, while personal feelings should be set aside, right? Because doing your job might require you arresting your mama. All right, and we're just gonna talk about it from, because we talking about cases and shit, right? So we're gonna talk about it from the legal perspective. All right. So doing your job may involve you arresting your mom. That's why you shouldn't be on a case involving your mama. A lot of times, they usually put you off the case, you know, because there's a whole bunch of implications. Now, I don't know. I don't know if the same one that's in jail is the same one was in the hospital. I'm not sure. Because there was one that, because Sylvia was talking about the people need some money to, but they don't pick them up. And if I'm not mistaken, I may be mistaken, but didn't she come on there and say they done blocked up two of them witnesses? I don't know. But I don't know how far back in Sylvia's archive I would have to go. Because I can't do no 2-3 days. But here's the thing I was trying to explain with those agreements yesterday when I was kind of talking about the people that have been locked up or whatever. You can't agree under the terms now because your ass is in a bind and you want to get out and you see a way out and they gonna give you a way out. And then when it's time to deliver, you got more excuses than a nigga going to jail. It just don't work that way. But the best way, and I think I give excellent advice. Fuck that. I give advice that makes sense. The best way to stay out of all of this shit is don't do a goddamn thing. That's right. Don't do shit. You won't have to worry about it. Reneging on the goddamn agreement. You ain't got to worry about it. Find another way to whatever. Find some other kind of fun to have. I mean, it is what it is. So I think it's unfair for them to now put their case in, in peril or whatever, because they don't reap the benefit of staying out of jail, but now it's time to deliver. Now nobody wants to deliver. I don't know what it is going on with the jail thing. I don't go in the hospital thing. I am very sympathetic to somebody caught in the hospital and shit like trust me, believe I do shit. Hell. Since I listen, I ain't never been so much in the goddamn since I got around you janky motherfuckers. My life was fine until I ran across you janky motherfuckers. Oh Lord. But anyway. So I don't know if they playing the hospital game. They don't want to come to the jail, come to the court. I'm in the hospital. I don't know what's going on. But all I know, witness after witness after witness, they have gotten up there and shown their ass. I don't know how many people have agreed to deliver. That is what you supposed to do. Okay. If you do not, the agreement is pretty much clear. If you do not, there are repercussions behind that. It's very cut dry. If you don't pay your car note, they're going to come get your car. They don't give a fuck if you're in the hospital, in jail. They don't give a damn about none of that. If you don't pay your rent, they're going to put your ass out. So, like I was saying, from listening to those people or whatever, they were all, like Sylvia people, whatever. I don't want to say Sylvia people, but not only Sylvia people, it was some people I was looking, I've been looking at the chats and the little news you know, fees and stuff. They all, oh yeah, you know, they doing them so right. Huh? How is that? Hold on. Let me see how they doing them wrong. Let's figure this out. They are the ones that wanted to be in the streets doing all of that. They got caught. They agreed to run their mouth because they got caught because they don't want to do the time because they want to do the crime and get out scot free. So you know, I get it. Um, and now when it's time to pay the piper, everybody got amnesia or sick. Now if now and here's the thing, right? If you are sick, you sick. There ain't nothing you can do about that. However, they got some workarounds for that. Oh yeah, they got some workarounds for that. So I don't know that. So I'm ahead of the game with this. So because I don't know what the hell is going on with this hospital shit, right? Because I was listening to Sylvia just now. So I don't know why we ain't to this part right here. Um, somewhere in them rules 800, maybe 801, 802, 80 something. It's one of them. If a declarant, meaning there's a previous statement, for some reason cannot testify under those one of them rules, their statement should be allowed under a hearsay exception. So I don't know why. I mean, now, I mean, you want to get the person there, but the motherfucker can't come out the hospital. I mean, you know, unless they say they willing to wait for them to get out the hospital, they can do that. They can also testify via um some kind of the what's the name, you know, video and stuff like that, if that is permissible in Georgia. Hold on, let me see. I'm just talking. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, hold on, let me see. Hold on. Y'all know that. Okay, so the federal rule of civil procedure. So this is a federal rule. So that's why I'm thinking, because you know I did most of the Fed shit. So um you can testify by remote. In most cases, I'm reading it says in most criminal cases, witnesses are not allowed to testify by video. So the states and shit, um, they're not allowed to testify by video, and of course, it's all of it has to do with the right. the defendants have to the confrontation clause that I've already explained to you guys way back when Kels had his co-defendants and stuff, and I told you that's normally an issue that comes up, the confrontation clause, right? When you have co-defendants. But okay, so in federal, yeah, you may be allowed. In uh, criminal states, whatever, most likely you're not going to be allowed. All right. But of course, it's always up to if, the defendants is okay with it, but they probably not going to be. And the judge allows it or whatever, of course, they have to, get that. They have to stipulate that and agree to it and all that shit. But I doubt that, because they want the right to confront their accusers, and that's part of the Constitution. So yeah, that goes pretty high up there. So I'm pretty sure the judge wouldn't allow that. So the only um um love has is, let me see, try to get it in get a statement as a hearsay exception, and that's rule 80 something. Anybody know? Joking, y'all know. Let me see. Give you guys a hearsay exception to admit an out of court statement into evidence being excited. Written witness. Unless you have a hearsay exception. Prohibition. That's not right. Oh yeah, I'm gonna make sure I get the right rule. It's 8 something. Okay, Rule 804B1. As submitted by the court, allow prior testimony of an unavailable witness to be admissible if the party against whom it is offered or a person with motive and interest similar to his had an opportunity to examine the witness. So let me see. Let's go into that. Okay, so it's Rule 804. It's unavailable to testify because of death, physical or mental illness, or other reasons. Cannot be located with due diligence. Wait a minute. Okay, following specified exception. Okay. Declaration. Clear interest would have made them subject to criminal or civil liability. So yeah, it comes in under that. Right? What are we talking? What are we doing? Okay, so I don't know what love is going on. They was talking about hip. I don't know what's going on, child. I don't know. So anyway, if the dude can't get in, if he too sick to make it to whatever, they can't wait for him or whatever. And if the trial gonna supposed to be a whole extra year, shit, he can't make it at that point. I don't know what the hell is going on. I mean, his statement can definitely get that because guess what? If he was deceased and they need that statement, it was gonna come in through a hearsay exception. So that hearsay exception is 804. And it was 8 something. So yeah. I don't know what's going on.
To your knowledge, did you all get Crime Stoppers calls or people calling in after you put up the video from in front of the barbershop?
Yes, ma'am.
When you arrived on scene, were there people who were willing to talk with you and have their names listed as witnesses?
There are people willing to talk, but they don't want to list their names.
And how did they make that known to you?
Simply by giving me the information. And I said, you want to come down and talk to me? And they're like, no, that's all from as far as I'm getting involved. This is who was involved.
Are you able to force people to get involved more when you're conducting crime scene investigations?
No, ma'am.
Are you not able to take people down to the police station if they tell you that they have some information?
We can ask them for their consent. If they say no and we force them down, that's called kidnapping.
Okay. All right. Did you have any persons that you were able to talk to, but you were able to also list out their names?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember who those people were?
One person in particular was a person by the name of Spencer Wright.
Now, let me ask you this. Was at the time you went to 330 McDaniel Street on January 10th, 2015, did you see a Spencer Wright on scene?
No, ma'am.
Did you talk with a Spencer Wright on scene?
No, ma'am.
How long after January 10th, 2015, did you talk with Spencer Wright? Without saying anything Spencer Wright said?
Probably around the month of October 2015, maybe.
And was there anyone with you when you learned of Spencer Wright?
Yes.
Who?
Detective Gaither of the Gaines Unit.
When you first began your investigation into Donovan Thomas Jr.'s murder, was it a joint investigation with the gang unit, or did you do something to have them become involved?
It was a joint investigation. They were providing me with information and intel stemming from their investigations on gang-related activities. And what they deemed may be relevant for my investigation, they passed it on to me.
Did you delegate any duties to members of the gang unit to aid you in your investigation?
Some just...
Or better yet, did they offer up assistance?
Yes, ma'am.
Who within the gang unit offered up assistance in your investigation into the Donovan Thomas murder?
Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis.
Did you gain information that allowed you to interview people in relation to the homicide without saying any information that you gained? Just yes or no, did you get information?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you conduct interviews?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, the night of the homicide, did you direct anyone to reach out to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And who did you direct to reach out to you?
Kenneth Copeland.
How did you reach out, or how did you direct Kenneth Copeland to reach out to you?
Upon returning to the homicide office so I can start my investigation, I got alerted by the Zone 3 Morning Watch Mobile Patrol of a shooting that just happened on Van Ira.
Mm-hmm.
And from what the officers gathered was that this was...
Sustained.
Okay.
We won't talk with
Okay.
you about the officers on Van Ira
Okay.
and what they said.
Okay, ma'am.
But were you able to determine whose residence or what was on Van Ira at that location that the officer told you about?
Yes, it was Kenneth Copeland's baby mother's house.
All right. And how did that cause you? Why was that of interest? And to ask a better question, what did you do after you spoke with the officer about the shooting on Van Ira?
At that time, I went out to the scene myself.
Okay. Did you speak with anybody on scene at Van Ira?
Yes.
Who did you speak with without saying what they said?
I believe her last name was, and I look at the notes.
Nope, I don't mind at all.
I don't want to mess up her last name. Quartermain. Deshaun
Quarterman?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you speak with anyone else?
I spoke with Kenneth Copeland over her phone, over her cell phone.
All right. What did you see at Van Ira that caused you to be interested in talking to Kenneth Copeland? What did you see?
There were assault style rounds, spent shell casings in the middle of the street.
Now, were you able to see what type of shell casings, if any, were on scene at 330 McDaniel Street?
Yes, ma'am.
And what type, if you recall, did you observe on scene at 330 McDaniel Street?
At 330 McDaniel Street, there were 7.62 assault rifle rounds. There were 45 caliber rounds and 9mm caliber rounds.
How familiar are you with firearms?
Very familiar.
And what training have you received in firearms over your career, not only as a law enforcement officer, but in the military?
Extensive.
Tell the jury what kind of training.
Basically, the uses of the weapon, the safety of the weapon, and what particular weapon is able to fire, what kind of round.
All right. Have you had occasion to fire those type of weapons that you saw shell casings for on scene at 3:30?
Yes, ma'am.
What you saw on Van Ira, were they similar type rounds? Not necessarily caliber, were they similar or different?
They were assault rifle rounds, so they similar but not similar.
Okay. And when you say similar but not similar, could you explain a little bit more?
Okay. The 7.62 rounds that was recovered from 330 McDaniel Street are typically fired from AK-47 assault rifle. Any rifle built off that schematic. The rounds that we recovered from Van Ira was rounds that is associated with the AR-15 assault rifle.
Do you recall how many rounds you observed at Van Ira?
I want to say possibly 10 to 12, or 10 to 15, something like that.
Did you observe any damage to any structures or property at Van Ira?
Yes, there were some defects to the residence.
Were there any people shot at Van Ira?
No, ma'am.
Were there people at home at the time that the residence was shot up or something different?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. How long did you stay on scene at 330 McDaniel Street from when you first arrived?
I believe I arrived probably about 4, maybe 5 hours.
Okay. So approximately what time did you leave?
I left probably around 1:30 a.m.
And what time would you say that you went to check out Van Ira?
Probably about, the call came in, I want to say probably around 1:40, 1:45 a.m.
All right. And where were you when that call came in? Had you made it back to police headquarters or
Yes,
were you
ma'am.
still on scene?
I made it back to police headquarters.
And how long did it take you to get to Van Ira after you got that call?
Probably about 10 minutes.
Okay. Did Deshaun Quarterman offer to have you speak with Mr. Copeland, or did you ask her to call Mr. Copeland?
I asked her to call Mr. Copeland.
Okay. Did she tell you her relationship to him before you asked her to call him?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to get his phone number from her or any information like that?
No, ma'am.
How long did you speak with Mr. Copeland?
Roughly about maybe 3 minutes, just to let him know that he needs to come down to the office and talk to me.
Did he come down to the office and talk to you?
Yes, he did.
Do you have any idea how long after you asked him to come down and talk to you that he actually arrived at the police station?
I'm gonna say probably between 20 to 30 minutes.
When he came to the police station, do you recall, did you meet him in an interview room at the police station?
No, actually, I met him.
Oh,
No.
go ahead, I'm sorry.
I met him in the rear of the police headquarters.
Okay.
I was standing by. I was standing by with his brother, waiting for him to get there.
Who is his brother?
I forgot his brother's name. I don't recall his brother's name.
Are you familiar with anyone by the name of Runtrez Brock?
Yes.
Do you remember whether that was the brother or?
Yes. Rontrez Brock was the brother.
Now, how is it that you came to be standing there with Runtrez Brock?
Because he got word that people was coming after his brother.
Okay. When you met with Mr. Copeland and his brother behind the police department, was that something usual that you do? Like, why do you meet behind the police department as opposed to?
It was easier parking for them.
Okay.
Instead of having to park and walk all the way up, I just said, meet me here. I can get your brother in, get him upstairs and talk to him.
And did you get Mr. Copeland in and upstairs to talk to him?
Yes, I did.
Now, when you first saw Mr. Copeland, do you remember what his demeanor was like? whether he was sad, happy, excitable, based on what you could observe and see, or something wholly different?
It was something totally different. He was even killed, and he just kept asking, he don't know why people putting him in this.
Okay. Did you tell him that he had to come upstairs and talk with you?
No, I didn't tell him he had to come upstairs.
Did you have the ability at that time to force him, or would that have been another situation like kidnapping?
Yes, ma'am. There'd been another situation like kidnapping.
Okay. Did his brother come upstairs and talk with you?
His brother came up and stood by outside.
All right. Did anybody else join Mr. Copeland in that police station?
No, not that I recall.
Okay. Do you remember about how long you talked to Mr. Copeland in the police station?
I think maybe a couple of hours, an hour or two.
Did you talk to him inside an interview room, outside an interview room, or both?
Inside the interview room.
Did you start any conversations before you got to the interview room?
No, just basically that his name had come up in the investigation.
Okay. Now, when you have people that you want to talk to, are these interview rooms always equipped with recording devices, video and sound?
Yes, ma'am.
Are they running constantly, or do you turn them on before you take someone inside?
You turn them on and you log it in to our database up under your particular case number.
Okay. And when you began talking with Mr. Copeland, did you read him any Miranda rights or just start?
No, ma'am, because he was not under arrest, so it was a non-custodial interview. So there's no need for me to Mirandize him. We just started conducting the interview, the formal interview with him.
When you began conducting the interview with Mr. Copeland, did you have any particular target in mind that you wanted to have him implicate?
No, ma'am, no particular target.
And as you interviewed him, did you attempt to get him to tell you somebody did any particular thing?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And were you telling him the people that you wanted him to talk about, or were you asking him for information or something in the middle?
Yeah, I was asking for information, and pretty much the question was always in the middle.
Okay. When you began talking with Mr. Copeland, did you have knowledge about any people that you wanted him to give you information on?
No, ma'am.
All right. And during the course of your conversation with Kenneth Copeland, did you get information that led you to other people you were interested in talking to?
On that initial night, no.
Yeah. And was there any particular concern that you understood Mr. Copeland to have that night?
Other than he spoke about an altercation.
And when he spoke about an altercation, did you say anything to suggest to him that you knew about the altercation?
Somewhat, yes, ma'am.
Now, did Mr. Copeland's, did he ask you questions during the interview?
I think just general questions like, how did my name come up in this? Once again, I don't know why.
Did he try to get you to help him in any way in terms of ensuring his safety?
Yes, ma'am. He wanted me to speak with the family of Donovan Tom to let them know that he had nothing to do with it and stop coming after him.
Okay. Now, did he know, or did you tell him that it was these people coming after him, or was he just speculating to your knowledge?
He was just speculating.
Okay. Did you give him any assurances about what you would do to try and ensure his safety?
Yes, ma'am. I told him I would speak with the family and let them know that at this point in time, he is not a person of interest or suspect.
And when you gave him that assurance, when you told him that, did you have any information that anybody in Donovan Thomas's family was involved in shooting at Kenneth Copeland or his family?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
No information.
At the time that you told Kenneth Copeland that, had you spoken with any member of Donovan Thomas's family?
Not at that time.
Did you at any point go to the hospital where Donovan Thomas was taken?
Yes, ma'am.
When?
The next day. Well, the morning of the next day.
11?
Yes, ma'am, the 11th, the morning of the 11th.
How long after you spoke with Kenneth Copeland did you go to the hospital?
I want to say about close to midday. About close to afternoon, because I went and spoke to the other two surviving victims.
Okay. Without saying what they said, were they able to communicate with you at the time that you talked with them?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And let's start with Mr. Sanders. Without saying what he said, was he willing to talk to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he offer up any information about who it was that committed the shooting?
No, ma'am.
And what about Mr. Reginald Hendricks?
Yes, ma'am, he's willing to talk.
Do you remember how long you talked to each one of them?
Because they were down at Grady, I made sure I didn't do an extensive, interview with them. So I had to say probably about 20 minutes apiece, no more than 20 minutes.
Were either of them under arrest at the time you spoke with them?
No, ma'am.
Did you do anything like read Miranda rights or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Were there people in the room with Cordarius Sanders when you talked with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was in the room?
His mother.
Did his mother communicate with you without saying what she said? Did his mother give you any information that helped you in your investigation?
No, ma'am.
Was his mother the only person in the room with them?
That I can recall, yes, ma'am, that I spoke with.
Do you remember how old Cordarius Sanders was at the time?
I want to say maybe he was 14, something like that, 14, 15. He was a juvenile.
All right. And what about Mr. Hendricks? Was there anyone in the room with him when you spoke with him?
I don't recall anyone else in the room with him.
Okay. Do you remember about how old he was when you talked to him? Was he older than Mr. Sanders?
Yes, way older.
And was he able to give you any information about who committed the shooting?
No, ma'am.
Was he able to describe whether there was any acts of aggression that he saw that could have prompted the shooting?
No, ma'am.
By the time you talked to Mr. Sanders and Mr. Hendricks, had you had a chance to look at the surveillance video from either the barbershop or the Texaco?
No, ma'am, not at that time.
Do you remember when the first time it was that you had a chance to look at the barbershop video?
I probably want to say probably later on that evening.
Okay. And what about the Texaco footage?
The next day.
Now, as you're looking at the barbershop footage, did you personally recognize anybody that you saw display faces of anybody that you saw out there?
No, ma'am.
What about the Texaco footage? Did you see anybody you personally recognize in the Texaco footage?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Okay. And I mean when you first saw it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you, in releasing the information you released to the public, did you ever release a make and model of a car to your knowledge?
No, ma'am.
All right. When you spoke with Mr. Copeland, did you ask him about being involved in any kind of accident?
Yes, ma'am.
Without talking about what anyone else said, do you know why you asked him about being involved in an accident?
Yes, ma'am, because I started a deep dive investigation on his name.
Uh-huh.
And put him to the APD, Atlanta Police database. And I was able to suss out several reports
Mhm.
of him connected to being in an accident or traffic stops.
Okay. And were your questions based on whatever vehicle you saw reflected in that report, or
Yes,
something
ma'am.
different?
What was reflected on people's description of people was given of the vehicle.
The incidents that you saw within the database, were they incidents that had occurred in 2015, January 2015, or earlier, 2014? Around what time frame?
I think there was a time frames of 2012 to 2014.
Okay. Did you have the same kind of familiarity with Kenneth Copeland as a child that you did with Mr. Zachary?
No, ma'am.
When, if you recall, was the first time you knew about Kenneth Copeland? Like how old was, like around what year?
2015, the year of the incident.
Okay. Other than what you learned as you began investigating the murder of Donovan Thomas, did you have any other knowledge about Kenneth Copeland?
No, ma'am.
Did you ensure or did you offer to do anything else to, or offer any advice to Kenneth Copeland to help him secure the safety of his family? Did you make any suggestions?
I think probably general
Okay.
suggestion of that nature.
All right. Did Kenneth Copeland have any cell phones or anything with him that you saw when you first talked to him on January the 11th?
I didn't see him with a cell phone.
Okay. Now, do you remember Mr. Copeland offering you, and let me ask you this, the interview with Kenneth Copeland, it was recorded, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, when was the last time you could remember looking at that interview? Right. Did I show it to you today?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And do you remember everything about that interview? Everything?
Not everything in detail.
Okay. Like the kind of clothing Kenneth Copeland was wearing, remember that?
I think it was dark clothing.
Okay. All right. Did Kenneth Copeland offer to give you any information that might help you sort of determine that he should not be a target of any retaliatory shootings?
Yes.
All right. Did you follow up on the information that he gave you?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you tell the jury the ways that you followed up on whatever Kenneth Copeland told you?
Yes. The information I got from Kenneth Copeland, I immediately went to Detective Dennis and Detective Gaither to see if they knew about this information. They knew about it. They gave me details on it. He was able to find that they had already started an investigation themselves into it, I believe.
Before. Your Honor, he's not.
The very last comment.
Well, Your Honor, I would say that it is offered as a explanation for his investigation and why it is that he took certain steps. So, and also that the jury has heard from these witnesses as well.
Go ahead with your next question.
Okay. Before you got the information from Mr. Copeland that you went to investigators Dennis and Gaither about, did you personally know about any of that?
Not personally, no.
Had you had any involvement with any persons that you knew called themselves YSL in any capacity?
No, ma'am.
Had you had any, did you have any knowledge about what YSL was before you talked to Kenneth Copeland?
Say that question again, ma'am.
Did you know about YSL at all before January 10th, 2015?
Overruled.
Yes.
All right. Now, was the knowledge that you had of YSL, was it gained from your investigation, your time with it as a detective, or something else?
My time as a detective and my time of working in the school system.
All right. Now, when you say your time working in the school system, about what year would you say you first heard about YSL?
I'm gonna say probably about maybe 2012, 2013.
Okay.
That's
about the first year that you heard of it?
yes.
Okay.
And
Did you conduct any investigations yourself into any group called YSL during that time?
no, ma'am.
Did you speak with, without saying what they said, did you speak with any students about a group called YSL?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how many students you talked to?
Probably a total of 8 students.
How many?
8 students.
And were you on school property, or was this outside school, at the house, or some other place?
School property.
Okay. Were there any particular incidents that led to your speaking to these students about YSL?
Just I heard the name constantly coming up.
And was it you asking particular students, or particular students just coming up to you?
Just actually certain students I was very aware of and had a trust relationship with.
That you had a trust relationship with?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, was Quindarius Zachary one of the people you talked to about YSL or not?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember the names of the students that you talked to about YSL?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember the relative ages of the students?
Yes, ma'am.
About how old?
14.
Okay. And did you, during the time as a resource officer, did you personally observe any things that were being used to identify people as YSL?
No.
Okay. Other than the name YSL, when you were a school resource officer, did you have any other information or knowledge about YSL?
About the name YSL, had no other information other than their previous names.
What do you mean the previous names?
The name went from the Red Cartel to the Rock Crew, which stood for Raised on Cleveland. Then it went over to YSL.
All right. Is this information that you learned, how did you learn this information that you just talked about?
Talking to the kids and working in the neighborhood.
All right. Did you ever speak with grownups, the family, the parents of the kids about YSL or these other groups, Red Cartel or Rock Crew, without saying what they said?
Yes, I did.
All right.
Overruled.
Did you ever arrest anybody during that time just for being affiliated with Red Cartel, Rock Crew, or YSL?
No, ma'am.
Did you conduct any investigations that involved either of those groups, even after you learned about their existence from the students, but before January 10th, 2015?
As in the YSL name itself or the previous names?
Either.
Yes.
All right. How many investigations?
Probably total myself, probably a total of maybe 4 or 5.
What type of what type of incidents? Forms his basis for his knowledge of other questions that he will be asked.
Overruled.
What type of incidents were you investigating that you spoke to the jury about just now?
About aggravated assaults and aggravated assaults, homicides.
How many homicides?
Probably about 2.
Do you remember in particular the persons that were involved in the 2 homicides, victim and suspects? Your Honor, we, based on the evidence we believe that has already come out and information that this witness can provide, we believe that the witness has information which will allow the determination of certain material matters in this case. He can, I don't want to.
Overruled.
Okay, go ahead.
Do I remember the victims' names?
Who were the victims in the 2 homicides?
The one particular I investigated, her name was Julian Jones.
And who was the suspect?
He was not a suspect.
Hang on. What'd you say?
I don't know but what, what is relevant. I mean, we're talking about information that will aid the jury in making determinations about.
Yes. Let's take a bathroom break anyway. It's probably about time for one.
May the witness be excused.
Yes. You can just step out. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Jeff, I just not long started watching it to like, keeping up with us, sir. Ugh. Um, more of these witnesses that are here to help establish the case. Right, establish the evidence. So testimony is evidence, and it shows. It'll show the jury the connection of the connection. Hold on. One minute.
Bench conferences are always taken down. Bench conferences are never recorded. So this is a bench conference.
It'll show the connection.
Well, honestly, it's not because it's just an evidentiary issue, right? Yes. So yeah, that's fine. Okay. All right. So that was a 401, 402, and 403 objection to who the suspect was.
And again, when I said they ain't talking to y'all, they ain't talking to y'all. When she's yelling out these codes, do lay people know what the codes are? Nope. And if there is an attorney in there that don't know what the codes, because it's quite very well possible they don't know what the codes are, but they know it's a code, so they know, and just judging by the number, they know if it's a federal code or a local code. Because if whatever state you're in, you know how your state codes are. Florida was like 902 dot blah 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 whatever. And so you understand what I'm saying? There are certain mannerisms about the law and process and the whole thing that only let me see how far I can go down. Probably law clerks, paralegals, lawyers, judges, all of those people would know. You know what I'm saying? And it is, it is what it is. I'm not making this up. I mean, you could test my theory by hauling out some numbers now. Most people ain't gonna know if I'm hauling out numbers, or am I giving some kind of code? Am I giving a phone number, or But so, yeah, extremely hard job. Because in the end, right? In the end, right? And most of us know people, we done shit. Everybody, whatever, right? You don't have a put it like this. I'm just for what's right. and whatever that looks like. Okay. And if it ain't right, let's make it right. Right. That's it. So that means sometimes I'm going to agree with the defense. Sometimes I'm going to agree with the prosecutor. If it's about process and you have a policy, a procedure to go through when it comes to process, that's what I'm going to look to see which side is right. Plain and simple. You know, we know in this case somebody lost their life, somebody got wounded, you know, some other stuff that transpired, you know, but that's the most thing, you know, and somebody has to be held responsible for it. You know, you know, and I have been around people that, and they have started to talk about, you know, different things or whatever, and they're comfortable with talking around me because they know I'm not going to talk or say nothing, whatever. Let me tell you what I do. I politely get up and remove myself. Or if there's some shit going down, whatever, and you know, somebody, you could be somewhere with somebody or whatever, and they get a call, and the shit finna go up, I politely get in my pocketbook, because I ain't got, my nerves ain't like that no more when I get to going on. Get my ass on somewhere. So I don't want no trouble. I don't want no problem. I just want to be left alone. You understand what I'm saying? So, I don't know. I don't know with these, with both of these sides. Oh yeah, while we breaking, P Diddy's bail did get denied. Yep, I just saw it. I just googled it and saw I can't really be taking people's word for it. So I have to. Oh, his hat is straight white. Go ahead on. He look like George, the Black George Washington. Is that a process in his head over there? Is he the Black George
Are you
Washington?
going to respond beyond just, I believe it's relevant? No. Are you going to tell me why?
I don't like how
Your
they
Honor,
talk. See, okay.
the homicide, I believe one of the homicides that the witness will talk about is a matter that an earlier witness talked about as it related to Rock Crew. I believe that the one that he is going to talk about is going to deal with Quentin Porter and Javaris Crittenton. I believe that this information corroborates information given by other witnesses and allows the jury to determine the credibility of information that they have heard from other witnesses. It's not bolstering because it's his personal.
And Javaris, they talking about Javaris Crittenton. Ain't that a basketball player? Hold on now. Hold on. Let me wait a minute. I don't have to stop it. I'll Google it.
Knowledge, but to have information about a subject from two unrelated people who are not connected with one another, but are saying things that are consistent with one another, we believe allows the jury to determine things that are pertinent to this indictment, the existence of the enterprise, some of the information in the indictment about the start of the enterprise, its beginnings, the kind of crimes that have been committed, and some of the people that they've heard other witnesses talk about. So in as much as I think it was a 401 objection, it's relevant. We're talking about YSL and the beginnings of YSL and the groups from which YSL evolved. The relevant standard is a very low standard, in as much as it's a 402 objection. Any relevant evidence is presumptively admissible, in as much as it's a 403 objection. I'm not sure what, I haven't heard any offer as to how it's substantially more prejudicial. I know I hear a lot about,
Is it that
I don't know.
prong of it, Mr. Steele, or something else?
Every prong of it, Your Honor.
Every prong.
Well, him saying every prong, Your Honor, any information that tends to prove an allegation in the indictment is going to be prejudicial to a defendant. And Mr. Steele or no one on behalf of the defendant Williams is offering up how it unfairly prejudices Mr. Williams for the state to be able to prove the elements in the indictment, the existence of the gang, the beginnings of the gang as we allege, and the kinds of crimes and activities that the enterprise participates in, and the conspiracy itself. He hasn't, I don't know how it's unfairly prejudicial in such a way.
So the question that you asked was, who was the suspect of the murder? I mean, are you going to establish that he, I mean, just for somebody to be a suspect doesn't establish anything other than they were a suspect. Are you going to establish something beyond that?
The person's involvement, I'm not going to go whole hog into convictions and statements and things like that. I wanted to have the jury know people who were alleged to be involved and people he talked to. And as I said, I believe that even when the jury doesn't know from one witness exactly what a particular person did as it related to an incident, that information is then supplemented by other witnesses' testimony. It corroborates things that they have heard and will continue to hear.
What was that noise?
What no?
Okay, whose phone? Whose phone made that noise?
Oh my God.
Somebody knows whose phone made the noise. Whose phone made the noise? Okay, whether it's outside a bag or not, phones aren't supposed to be making noise. So if you can't turn the phone off before you come into court, then you're not going to be able to have the phone in court. Understand? Whose ever phone it was? Because that's disruptive, and they all need to be on silent if you are permitted to have one at all, because you have a Rule 22. It needs to not make any noise. If it happens again, you won't be permitted to have the phone in here. All right, go ahead, Ms. Love.
And this is a case that Trontavia Stevens, I believe that we've heard a little bit about. There were objections, I believe, prior to Your Honor coming on about getting deeper into it, but Trontavia Stevens was a material witness in that case. In fact,
Okay, she's going too far for what I want to speak about real quick. About goddamn it, Javaris Crichton, honey. Oh my gosh! So he do have some kind of connection to it. That it is the basketball player. Yeah, I know listen. I know my basketball shit. I knew he had went off the rails a long time ago. But he got released in, I think it's in 2021. I just read. And when I look, guess what? He is from Atlanta. So most likely that was him that she just mentioned. And so let me tell you what it says. It says that it says in 2011, Trontavia Stevens. Now, 2011, I don't know if this is right or not, but I don't know if it's right or not. Trontavia Stevens, aka Slug, aka Tick, the alleged co-founder of YSL, who took a plea in the YSL Rico case, okay, robbed basketball player Javaris Crittenton, okay. Crittenton wanted revenge and shot at Slug two separate times. One of these times, he accidentally shot and killed a bystander. Oh. He was sentenced to 23 years in jail, but was released earlier this year after getting a deal for a reduced sentence. The gang expert in the YSL case is testifying about this right now. Oh, that must be, thanks Thugger Daily. That must be, no. They said that was November 29th, 2023. Okay. So that's what Javaris Crittenton had something to do with it. All right. And so pretty much, I guess somebody threw up a 401 and a 403 objective. 401, it just means it's not relevant, reliable, relatable. And 403, it's too prejudicial. So they're trying to stop it coming in. And if is it me or does that man have? Do he got a part in a perm? And does that man have like George Washington? I ain't gonna be able to run around with no man with no George Washington hair. I don't care how old we are. Like George Washington. Oh shit.
Had to be arrested on a material witness warrant because of his unwillingness to cooperate in that case. And
okay, I mean, I get, maybe I'm just not following. If the point of it is that Stevens was a material witness and knew something about it, how does?
no, that I'm
that's
tying
not
it into members, alleged members of YSL and the activities that they participate in and the steps to which they go. They're the way that they operate as an enterprise, the existence of the enterprise.
All right, tell me how whatever you think this witness is going to say is going to do that.
It gives the jury the information that this witness is aware of a particular murder that involved Rock Crew, and then later YSL, Quentin
Those
Porter
being
and
Porter and Crittenden
Porter and Trontavia Stevens.
and Stevens,
Yes.
and he's going to be able to testify that they were involved in this murder.
No, they didn't do the murder. They
Okay,
were,
so what is it then?
Your Honor, their involvement and their association with one another, we have to prove association between members of YSL. We have to prove the type of enterprise it is. We have to, and the type of activities and the lengths to which they go to protect and preserve it. So,
and what is it that this witness is going to say about either of those two people that's going to show that?
Your Honor, the existence of those people and their associations, number one, and it's not always going to be a linear, this person saying this directly proves a fact. It's evidence that is relevant in that it gives the jury information.
Don't tell me what it's going to do. Tell me what the evidence is. I mean, I don't know your case as well as you do. So I don't know what it is that you think this witness is going to say that's going to show any of that.
That Trontavia Stevens was what I know happened. So he was believed to have been set up by Big Boo. It was put out that he was set up by Big Boo. There was a break from Big Boo as a result of this particular murder. And that offshoot eventually produced YSL. Now, I don't expect that he's going to say all of that, but it's the connections between Porter and Stevens that I believe are.
Okay, and how is this witness going to testify to connections between Porter and Stevens?
Based on what his investigation and his involvement in the investigation of the murder. He interviewed.
Just going to show that these two people knew each other?
No,
You're
so
not telling me anything. So
to the
I mean, I'm trying to follow you, but
to the extent that their relationship is one that has been described and will further be discussed. Your Honor, just 1 second.
okay. Maybe we'll all take a bathroom break, and then when you come back, you'll be able to articulate what it is. So let's all.
I could. I'll be able to better
Mr. Shaw.
consolidate it.
Okay.
I'll be back.
For the record, I'd like to add my objection, which is going to be hearsay and confrontation clause on top of Mr. Steele's objections.
Okay, well, I, at this point, have no idea what this detective might testify to. So I don't know, maybe we'll everybody who needs to go to the restroom, and then we'll reconvene and try to hash this out.
I know that's what I meant. To say is when he said something about a prong, right? And now you hear them holler out prong in the courtroom, that means it's one of the processes, right? Such as severance has a 2-prong test, all right, to see if you're eligible for severance. I'm just giving you an example, so I don't know what exactly they all out a prong for, but I heard that. So that's what that means. It's a test, a legal test. Like, you must do this. If you qualify for the, I'm gonna say it in that term so you can understand what I'm saying. I'm putting in layman's terms so you can understand. If you qualify, are you eligible because you passed the first prong, then you must also pass the second too. It's a test. Mr. Kelly had prompt. When I tell you my fingers so goddamn small, when Mr. Kelly had whenever he was put in for his acquittal in his new trial, the prosecution said that he failed either one prong or both of them or something like that. It's something Bonji had written. Okay. Let me advance it. We got the butter from the duck today, baby. Ain't that right, YouTube? Ain't that right, Twitter? We Ricoing it up. That judge has the nastiest attitude. I couldn't be fucked with her. I would call her after work. I'm like, look here. You be out in that courtroom, be trying to shine on me and shit. Listen, hey, I ain't really one with all that bullshit. I'm telling you, as women, as girls to women, we were so bad. I know y'all heard of Takira Barnes from Chicago. I ain't had nobody. And that's not what I'm saying. I ain't got no shit like that, you know. But I'm saying we could have easily went down that path. Now, I don't know. I hope I ain't no damn psychopath. But I sure know. Went up in them people's school. I was always a good girlfriend or whatever. But when it came down to business and standing on business, huh? You and that talking about my little experience earlier about me people kept you know, I had to go to mediation.
And it may be that based on
They want you to pay their
Mr.
hospital
Sharp's
bill.
objection,
They
I
want to pay their property
withdraw
bill.
the question, but I'll just tell the court briefly. So
So
Mr.
you go to
Stevens
mediation.
was believed by Mr.
Y'all
Crittenden
know
to
that.
have robbed him, stolen some of his jewelry. As a result, it is believed that Mr. Porter alerted Mr. Crittenden as to Mr. Stevens' whereabouts. And Mr. Stevens was Mr. Crittenden's intended target. There has been testimony and will likely be a little bit more testimony about the impetus of the transition from one group to the other. Detective Thorpe, because of his relationship with kids who were, I'll say, rock crew adjacent associates, he was able to, because of his relationship with them, they willingly offered him information that he was able to then go and get to assist to help him solve that crime. So that's as specific as that inquiry gets.
Okay.
And so
Her body language, and this is a part of forensic psychology, her body language even suggests that she is a person that, you know, overly makes her point, put too much on it. But the fact of the matter is, you know, we sitting around here with a male-led, male-driven section. Well, they probably don't even know who Javaris Crittenden was. Time I heard it, I knew who the fuck that was. And he 36. That is my, when I haven't been watching no basketball. Let me tell you something. When Kobe retired, I retired too. And every once in a while, somebody call me, and you know, be talking about the season, and I am like, huh, because I ain't watching it. And then I'll, with getting excited from what they're saying, and then also feeling like an old loser because I don't know what they're talking about. I'm really out of the loop. I'll peep in, and it might be like on a game or something they're talking about right then, or I have would catch like the finals or something like that. Not all the games or whatever, because I'm trying to tell you, your mama was a frequent buyer of the NBA package, but now I'll never have to pay for that because it's all on the what? Channels. And I will be selling them channels. You can get the NBA package and all of that. NBA package is $100 and some, $200. I'm saving you. But anyway, yeah, y'all gonna buy them channels. Y'all, I'm gonna put them channels. Y'all gonna buy them channels. But listen, so anyway, so now you see, like they're giving the details about how Javaris Crittenden, like this is like a star-studded ass motherfucking trial. Look at Thug them brought it to the set, baby. Y'all got everybody involved. Everybody's going to jail. Yeah, this is crazy. But her demeanor and stuff like that, it's one of those the way her body language, you know. But anyway, when I talk about, I hope I ain't no motherfucking sociopath or psychopath, no shit like that. Because seriously, listen, I would be overdressed at the club, whatever, overdressed, beating your ass or what have you, fucking up, whatever it is the situation, and take my ass to a decent, respectable job. I was digging in them people's mouths, beating your ass at night. All kind of old crazy old shit. That wasn't my fucking sociopath for this motherfucker. I'm gonna tell you, one day, because elevator man, we had got, and I told you I'm only banned from one place, and that's in old funky ass Georgia. I want to ban from one place, and I did so much work, to get that together. But my daughter by witness to that. I'm banned. That motherfucker. We got a bunch of us got banned that day. But one day, because we got banned from his hotel here for that incident about the girl that was with us had let this woman, well, her husband, she was with him. I told you about the story. Wasn't with him, but he had custody of their daughter, and the girl come down there in her face while we down there in the pool and said, "If you want to see your daughter, you got to come through me." And Shauna went to crying and shit. That girl, that girl who I saved from the fire, her mama got out the pool, got up there and slapped the shit out of Shauna and went to shaking. Don't you ever let no bitch like that come down here and talk to you or whatever. No. So at that point, not only did she try Shauna, and Shauna was part of the game, she done tried us. Here we go. We went to filing out that motherfucking pool. The guys were standing up on the ledge because the guys was watching it and encouraging it. Now, we got to get with y'all motherfucking asses. So they already knew our reputation, and you know how shit goes. They already knew how this was going to work out. They already knew. We went to, getting out, whatever. We, started yelling shit up there, threatening them and shit. They started filing down the stairs to run to the garage, get to the cars. We took off and started running behind them. They got in the car. Now I told y'all I was drinking. What is it, Baller Maker? Lee had done gave me a Baller Maker while I was in the pool, and I was instantly, I don't know, but I ain't throw up. So I might try to figure out, what was the concoction, whatever. I ain't throw up behind that. I just was feeling real heavy. But I could drive that goddamn stick. They jumped in that car, took off. I was right behind that motherfucker. We was chasing them all around downtown Jacksonville, just downtown. So they pulled over and stopped. We pulled over right behind them. It was a face-off. And I drew the line, and that's when everybody got all right. They always see me talking about, baby, you told us to come across that line, and you drew the line. I drew the line in the sand. I said, come across the line. They ain't move either. Come across this motherfucking line. It was fixing to be a problem. Like, how you gonna let your bitch talk to your ex-wife? Not your, well, they were still separated. Like that. Huh? And like you pushing the shit off, baby. Ooh, y'all better thank God for Jesus. I ain't like I used to be because I would be on a West Coast tour right now, baby, all up to the East Coast. Oh, y'all better thank God. Oh, I'll be all in the Midwest trying to come on out here. The fuck? Ooh, but y'all some police ass niggas. Y'all better thank God. Woo. And so, if I get this girl on this line one day and she tell you how many times she done had to tell me it ain't worth it, how many times she done sent people and cut me off, meet me where I was going, because I roll by myself. Because see, that way you won't have snitches calling the people, telling on you. But yeah, honey, I thank the Lord thy God, Jesus. And now I don't even have the nerve for all that. Oh my God. You know. But yeah, we was that well, oh, I saw that elevator man in that damn elevator. And I was at college with my glasses on, my protractor, and my books. That meant I wasn't on that type of time right then. I was on the education time. I got in there with elevator man. Because elevator man, of course, he watches everything. You know, he was out there when that melee happened. You know, we would always see him in the elevator. Elevator man said, "Hey, ain't you one of them rough girls that be fighting and shit?" Hey, now I got on my little skirt, my little shoes, and my hair at that time was cut like Tony Braxton or Holly Berry, whichever one you want to go with. I wasn't fucking with nobody. Had my little books and shit and trying to get this education. And I'm just looking at them. And then when I went home, I told the girl that I tried to, that held the board so I can, set on fire in the club. I said, "Girl, I saw elevator man," and I told him what he said to me. And I said, in my head, I started to motherfucking take his head and ram it in the motherfucking numbers on that goddamn elevator and wrap the goddamn emergency phone around his fucking neck. Ask me all them stupid ass questions. The fuck? Yeah, and at that time, I had done went back to karate training. What? What? Ask me, am I one of the rough girls? Bitch, what are you trying to say? First of all, I'm not rough. That's not what I am. I just don't. Thank you. When I tell you, my mama used to have her and her little praying friends pray all the time for me. They just went always praying. We praying for you. Like what? Oh Lord. Baby, we can't talk about a whole bunch of shit. Hell to the no. These motherfuckers get caught on these Rico. Hell no, I don't know nothing about it. I wasn't there. I don't know nobody that was. So listen to them. Police ass niggas. Don't send them here, cause I'ma send them back your way. And plainly, they gonna take my word over yours. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Don't fuck with me, and I won't fuck with you. Nope. Oh Lord, that's why you have to, baby. You have to, you have to stay in your own area code. You understand what I'm saying? And you have to let, especially when they be on the pub. You got to No. I'm good. I'm good. You got it. You win. No problem. Whatever you say, you got it. You got it. You got it. Because you might activate a whole bunch of shit. You may activate them old ways. And then you might activate, you know, your police ass ways and shit. And then, listen, Baby, I'm responsible for shitting people. I ain't got time to be fucking around for nobody to treat me out the goddamn game. No, nothings. The fuck. And that's why and my attitude isn't that I understand. Trust me, on all levels, on all fronts, I have no choice. Been there and done that. But my thing is, I don't understand people that constantly just stay there. I don't understand nobody that won't improve their education. I just don't get that. Like, what the fuck is going on? How long you gonna be stupid and dumb? How long that's gonna be? There ain't no way you found an improvement. There's you still want to be, a criminal enterprise. That's what they call y'all now. Still want to do that? You still want to, shuck and jive and shit? Huh? Like, what are we doing? How long are we going to do that? Why you may take that and turn it into this? Like, what are we talking about? If I got time for So I don't have patience with that. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I used to probably start hollering and screaming, used to Yvette or whatever. Like, dumb shit. Like, what the fuck would you take your unemployment check and go sit your ass up there to the internet cafe? And that's what we called them here. That's what the names of it was. And they had that shit so disguised that the people came in and shut them down. Where you sit up there, and they had the disguise at the like the veterans place. Something about the vets was they the ones that were the name was on the lease, and they were like it was a veterans place. This how they had this shit set up. These motherfuckers here, baby, they listen, about $1, shit, fuck a 50 cent. They about $1. They had the veteran because they had the VFW outside on the building. You supposed to come in there, and that was set up for people to have computer access. I'm using air quotes. Computer access for people who's living in this century, in this decade, that don't have a computer or access to one. You get to the computer, and then there is the damn casino on there where you're playing all them casino games. You're winning money, you're losing money, you're winning money, you're losing money. Now, I have a slight addictive personality, right? I can be more addictive to casino type shit like that, the lottery, that type of stuff, right? I can, get off into that pretty deep, right? Or some little games. So I don't try to get into that type of stuff because I know how that'll work. That ain't gonna do. That's not gonna, because I'm gonna get mad if I lose too much money. So, and they were open 24/7. They were everywhere. And listen, she had, I don't know who got her hooked on them, but she was, I'm a night owl. I had, during that time when I was down for them 18 months, I had me and my daughter, we went out there like maybe to meet her because she was on my side of town. Because she was saying, girl, I was losing money to the one on my side, so I came on your side. And she, and I sat down. And baby, after I didn't win, I don't know how much, baby. I said, oh no, I can't do this now. But she's sitting up there spending her unemployment check on the internet cafe, which was a goddamn little gambling place. And she'll win somewhere. And then one time, not one time, but the initial time, when I had bought like the whole row of $5 tickets, scratch off, we just stopped, we should start buying the row. The initial time, the one time I started with her. That's who started me in that shit. She just a motherfucker make bad decisions. But I never, say it was her fault. Well, because it was my doing, all kind of shit. Yeah, all kind of goddamn shit. It was so crazy when um the people, that old crazy ass girl, fucking did that identity theft with me and this other girl in Tampa. No, she was the one from Tampa, but this other girl, I forgot where she was from. I thought I was like, I hope this ain't Yvette done got some bullshit going with my, but it was this crazy fucking girl who actually got mad at us because she got caught. Like what? Oh my God! I done been through all kinds of motherfucking shit. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. And then the people, they didn't know what's what, who's who, this, that, and the third, whatever. Because remember, they know me. And I literally worked for y'all, and y'all wasn't sure. Was it me or was it her? A whole bunch of shit going on. And then that's the first time I kind of got upset with that girl I met through Yvette because I didn't know how that shit was gonna go. And I told her, listen, I don't know how it's gonna go. I'm gonna need you to be on the phone because if you got to pick up my child, then but I don't know what the hell, how is this gonna get straightened out, whatever. Because nobody's was telling anybody anything. So I didn't know. They kept us all separate. That was crazy. Until, and then it was going in the judge's chamber, all kind of crazy. I've been through all kinds of things. Leave me the fuck alone. I'm stressed out. And so, yeah, it was a lot. It was a lot going on. It was a lot going on. But yeah, that internet cafe shit, them people, I don't know what, I don't know how they were able to open them, and I didn't know what law closed them. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, but all I know is start coming on the news, they closing them. So, but yeah. Now I don't know why I went towards all this shit,
But yeah, given the hearsay and confrontation clause objections that have just been voiced,
Yeah, I can, what I'll do with the court's permission, if it's okay, if it's an okay question by the court standards, is just ask, well, given that that was what I was going to pull out, whatever the court's ruling is.
well, it seems like the only way he would know that is through his investigation, and given that it was an investigation that would be testimonial and
they're not, he's not talking about what they said. He's just saying that they were able to.
he's going to be saying, I learned XYZ. Well, how did you learn it? Well, somebody told me.
Right.
So it's still hearsay.
So
even if you rephrase it in a different way.
Right. I can withdraw.
Okay.
I can.
All right.
Your Honor, I appreciate the fact that the state's withdrawing this line of inquiry. However, I would just like to say, moving forward, this is an example. This alleged crime, or I mean, it was adjudicated in court from 2011, I believe, is not on the indictment. There was no 404B notice. There was no 418 notice. There was no discussion of this as an intrinsic act. So, you know, I just don't think that we should just be bringing up wholly unrelated murders just willy-nilly without at least noticing the other side of our plans to do so.
That seems reasonable.
Your Honor, as it relates to the information that I elicited from the witnesses, it's nothing that hasn't been, number one, it's not 404B because I'm not saying that any one of the defendants committed this act. In fact, it was alleged that Trontavia Stevens was the intended target. So in as much as the questions that I asked may involve incidents that YSL members were involved in, number one, it's going to be things that have been provided in discovery. But number two, just because it's another act or overt act, and I think that my brief to the court sort of addressed this, but it's relevant information and evidence of the existence and the nature of the enterprise that they claim is a rap group. So every time that we present evidence of something that proves the existence of the enterprise and the nature of the enterprise, there has been and will be the objection that it's 403, it's too prejudicial. But the point is that the information that I'm soliciting from the witnesses are intended to prove up elements of count one in this indictment.
Your Honor, may I respond?
He's talking about a lack of any kind of notice.
But so he wants to know the questions, because I don't believe that a notice of my asking about questions regarding incidents that one we've talked about. I don't believe that
We have
the
never
court, that
spoken
the
about
defense
this.
is entitled to the list of questions that the state is going to ask.
No, I agree with that. But
We've never spoken about this. There's no mention in the discovery, to my knowledge, certainly no police reports about the murder of, I guess, Julian Jones. I only know that because Detective Thorpe said that name. No mention of the Javaris Crittenton case. There's no mention of that in the discovery, to my recollection. So I don't know where the state's saying that they've given notice through discovery. But even if they had given notice through discovery, there's also Georgia rules of evidence that dictate when notice needs to be given when bringing up extrinsic, non-charged matters in a trial, and that has not been done. And I just don't want, at this point, I think that we've cut this off, this particular incident, but I just don't want it to repeat in the future.
Your Honor, and that's another thing. These matters that are alleged by the defense as being extrinsic, uncharged matters, they're not. When we're asking about them, and just to cap off something Mr. Sharp said, we've had a witness already talk about the Crittenton murder earlier on, and Trontavia Stevens' involvement in it, just to put a point on that. But the assertion that these are extrinsic, uncharged matters are efforts, we believe, to curtail the state's right to prove its case through valid questions that are not improper, they're not impermissible, they're not 404B. These are questions and evidence through testimony, we believe, that proves an element of one or more elements of count one, the existence of the enterprise, the nature of the enterprise, and the means by which particular people participate in the enterprise.
Well, I'm not sure that evidence, it's not going to come in through this witness in this way anyway, but I'm not sure how evidence that Porter told Crittenton Stevens' whereabouts in any way establishes any of your elements that you need to prove for Rico.
So, Your Honor, since we're not talking about this particular one, the point that I was making is that this detective's investigation involved two members of Rock Crew, and information he was able to obtain through other persons associated broadly. I'm not arguing or trying to get that in. I'm saying that there will be times when we are asking about matters that I have heard alleged are extrinsic, but they are not. And I guess it's on, if there's an objection, that's one thing, but the defense is in no way entitled to know every time we're going to ask about something that tends to prove what it is that we are alleging in the indictment. And so to the extent that that's what is being asserted, we vehemently disagree with that. We are not and will not go further into that particular inquiry with Detective Thorpe about that particular murder, but instances that involve actions and YSL members that witnesses have personal knowledge of are relevant to show the existence and nature of the enterprise and other material
I
elements.
guess we'll just have to see as the evidence plays out. All right, let's get the witness and the jury back in. Thanks for y'all's patience. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Detective Thorpe was the investigation into the murder of Donovan Thomas the most exposure or most extensive investigation you've done that throughout your investigation of Donovan Thomas, did you have an occasion to investigate more about the group YSL?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that the most extensive investigation that you have done that has involved or in which the name or group YSL has come up?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What is when you went out to Van Ira on January the 11th of 2015, was Deshaun Quarterman the only one you talked to?
I recall, yes.
Did you speak with an Emmett Yarborough as well?
Yes.
All right.
Excuse me.
without talking about anything that Emmett Yarborough said, were there concerns addressed regarding the Donovan Thomas murder?
I've called, I believe so.
When you collect shell casings did you direct, I'm sorry, when you are on scene as lead detective, do you or other homicide detectives working sort of in tandem with you, do you all direct the collection of those shell casings?
Yes, ma'am.
And what do you do with them once you collect them?
Yes, ma'am. They're photographed and they're placard, so we know exactly what shell casing belonged to what group. And at the time, our crime scene investigations unit, they collect the shell casings, and we at that time, we turn them in directly to the GBI firearms.
Now, do you all also have with the Atlanta Police Department, do you all also have a firearms section or a department that conducts NIBIN comparisons?
Yes, ma'am, we do now.
Is Jennings Kilgore the person that does that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you work during the investigation into the murder of Donovan Thomas with ATF as well as the GBI?
Yes, ma'am.
Was some of the evidence that was collected in later associated incidents submitted to the ATF versus the GBI?
I believe so, they were. Yes, ma'am.
Did you collect the firearm, or did you interact with the person that you saw going into the barber shop with the assault rifle?
Yes.
Right. Did you collect that firearm?
Yes, I did.
At various points in your investigation, did you gain information that caused you to interact with a Quintez Griffin?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that person have a nickname?
Yes, ma'am.
What was that nickname?
Head, Head.
Now, how was Head ever brought in as a suspect?
Yes, he was.
And was he interviewed?
Yes, he was.
Did you collect any information, any evidence from that arrest of Quintez Griffin?
Yes.
All right. And was that evidence submitted to the GBI or the ATF? Either one?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Throughout the month of January and into February, were you personally aware of other incidents that you then looked into as connected with the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Not myself in particular, but I was getting information from the gangs unit.
All right. And when you were given information from the gangs unit, what, if anything, did you do to aid in your investigation into the murder of Donovan Thomas?
At that time, we did a collaboration. Anything that they needed done, like search warrants or anything pertaining to that nature, or oral production for inmate to do an interview with, I would conduct that for them.
And when you would do things like an order of production to produce an inmate, is there a record that you're taking someone out of custody to APD, for instance?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And did you keep records of each inmate that you did that with?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when you talked about Spencer Wright, how did you learn about Spencer Wright?
Okay.
Let me phrase that better. Did Spencer Wright reach out to you, or did you reach out to Spencer Wright?
Neither.
Did he reach out to a member of the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, he did.
And when he reached out to a member of the Atlanta Police Department, did that member of Atlanta Police Department reach out to you?
Yes,
Overruled.
Yes, they did.
At the time that you spoke with Spencer Wright, was that the name that you thought was his name?
No, Spencer Wright was his real name.
Right.
Yes.
Was that the name that you were first advised
No,
wanted
ma'am.
to talk to you?
No,
Do
ma'am.
you remember the name?
I think it was Robinson, I believe it.
Nicholas Robinson?
Nicholas Robinson he used.
How did you learn, or from whom did you learn that his name was Spencer Wright?
Detective Gaither of the gangs unit.
All right. Between January of 2015 and October of 2015, when you interacted with Spencer Wright, were there any other steps that you took that you can describe for the jury to help you solve the murder of Donovan Thomas without going into anything anybody said, just the steps that you took?
Yes, I will work and correlate information along with the gang unit, possibly develop suspects based on their investigation.
Okay. Do you know how many incidents between January of 2015 and October of 2015 you looked into to aid in your investigation of the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes, ma'am.
How many?
It was over 40.
Were all of these incidents the same type? What type of incidents were they?
Retaliation shootings.
Did you interview the people who were affected by the shootings? Did you have an occasion to interact with or interview any of the people who were affected?
No.
Did members of the Atlanta Police Department,
Yes, ma'am.
responding officers,
Yes, ma'am. In the gang unit.
and was it always Detective Dennis and Detective Gaither, or did, for instance, Investigator Connor, Investigator Price, and other people help you?
Sustained.
Was it always Detective Dennis and Detective Gaither?
Yes, ma'am.
Sustained.
Who in the gang unit gave you information during the course of your investigation of the murder of Donovan Thomas?
It was Detective Gaither, Detective Dennis, and Detective Underwood at times gave me information also.
Detective Underwood, did she work in any other capacity with any other agency?
I believe she worked hand in hand with the ATF.
Was she a task force officer?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
Did Detective Underwood ever participate in any of your interviews with persons that you found were of interest in your investigation?
Not that I can recall.
Did Detective Dennis and Gaither?
Yes, ma'am.
Were they the only persons who helped or participated in these interviews?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how many interviews you conducted in trying to find out or solve the Donovan Thomas murder?
Objection to solve.
Objection to what?
To
Solve. Oh, okay. Sustained.
I asked,
To
did he,
help.
to,
Just
okay.
rephrase it.
Do you know how many interviews that you conducted to aid in your investigation into the Donovan Thomas murder?
Probably a little bit more over 12, a dozen or more.
Were these between January and October 2015, or did you do any after that date?
After that date.
All right. Now, at some point, do you try to locate or determine what vehicle that is that you saw, that grayish vehicle that you saw in the surveillance?
Yes, ma'am.
What steps do you take to identify that vehicle?
It was one based on a description given by one of the victims. I started sending around to other officers or detectives in the Atlanta Police Department who are very familiar with vehicles.
And without talking about what anyone says, unless I specifically ask you, beyond seeking information from other people, did you take any other steps to identify that vehicle?
No, ma'am. Nothing about it.
Did you At what point did you learn of a specific, did you ever learn of a specific make and model vehicle that you were interested in that investigation of Donovan Thomas's murder?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the specific make and model of the vehicle you were interested in?
I believe it was an Infinity Q35.
And do you know if the Infinity Q35 preceded any other model?
No, not to my knowledge.
Now, when you became interested in the Infinity Q35, did you do anything to determine who had or whose vehicle it may have been?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you able to tell the jury whether you got that information from a source, one particular source, or multiple sources?
Multiple sources.
How many times did you talk to Kenneth Copeland?
Maybe total, maybe 4, I believe.
Did Kenneth Copeland provide you information that you were able to in any way use to get more information about the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he provide you information that you were able to confirm or deny was accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you take steps to confirm or deny the accuracy of the information you were given by Kenneth Copeland?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you ever given phone numbers by Kenneth Copeland?
I can't recall.
Were you ever given information regarding vehicle rentals by Kenneth Copeland?
Yes, ma'am.
Before 2016, did you go or make any efforts to try and locate information about that?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, what vehicle information did you get that you tried to follow up on before 2016?
That it was possibly a rental.
And a rental from where?
The airport.
And did you ever go out to the airport before 2016 to try and get information about it?
I believe I did.
Were you successful?
No, ma'am.
Now, after a certain point, do you keep your file with you and that's the end of it, or do you turn it over to the district attorney's office at some point?
Turn it over to the district attorney's office upon their request.
When you turn the file over to the district attorney's office, does the investigation or do you stop working on the crime itself?
No, ma'am.
Do you work with any particular people to further investigate the crime?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there any one particular person at the district attorney's office back in 2016 that you worked with to try and further investigate the murder?
Yes, ma'am. Senior ADA Mike Sprinkle.
All right. Do you know what his job was at the district attorney's office during that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he work primarily in homicides?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you participate in any interviews with Senior ADA Mike Sprinkle back in 2016?
Yes, ma'am.
Based on, were you able to get information from Senior ADA Mike Sprinkle that you didn't have before 2016?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you make any effort to follow up on that information?
I did, because I worked with him. He was doing the follow-ups and let me know.
Okay.
So I became his assistant.
All right. During 2015 and 2016, were you familiar with social media?
Yes, ma'am, somewhat.
When you say somewhat, did you ever utilize social media inquiries to help you in your investigations?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever gain assistance from others with social media to help you assist in your investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
And for the Donovan Thomas murder, do you recall who it was, if anyone, that gave you social media assistance?
I believe it was Detective Gaither and Senior ADA Mike Sprinkle.
All right. And how is it that Detective Gaither assisted you with social media?
She would tell me about different media posts,
Okay.
what is what is being spread around on Instagram, media posts, social media, period, about this incident.
Would she capture any of those posts and provide them to you?
Yes, ma'am, and she'll tell me that she's looking into this to verify.
Okay. What about Senior ADA Sprinkle? Did he look into social media information to help you in your investigation?
Yes, he did.
Did he provide you with social media accounts and posts that aided you in your investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Going back to Mr. Wright, did you interview him once without Senior ADA Mike Sprinkle?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you interview him again with Senior ADA Mike Sprinkle?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What about Quindarius Zachary? Did you ever conduct any interviews of Quindarius Zachary, not getting into anything he said?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how many you conducted?
Maybe about 2 or 3.
Okay. Did you take any steps to compare information you got in one interview with information you may have gotten in another interview?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you in any way use those comparisons to sort of either dispel information as untrue or corroborate information?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you learn from anyone in particular who may have rented the vehicle that you were looking into, the Infinity?
Yes, ma'am.
Calls for hearsay.
Your Honor, the evidence has come in, and if we may approach so that I don't speak more improperly.
You know, the one thing I meant to tell Mo before she had got out of here, is that you know I agree with her about the the R. Kelly presence versus
Thorpe,
Diddy presence.
before you got the name Jeffrey Williams from Kenneth Copeland as being the person who rented.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Right there. She's you heard what she said, right? Before you got the name from Kenneth Copeland, meaning she's probably somewhere at some point and probably have been. I just don't be paying attention like that. Um, and making sure because they acting crazy with this stuff. They do the agreements because they don't recall, they don't know that they gave us the information. We ain't told that we ain't tell them shit. Y'all gave us the story. Y'all gave us the people's names and the car and all this. We don't know shit about none of that. All we do is we know that you been shit. And you probably been, know some shit. And then, then it don't. And then it also come out that my boy Woody, and which I love to death, had been, a snitch for a minute. God, that's crazy. But yeah. Oh, but what I was saying that the thing of that but I do agree with Mo overall about the fan base with the between R. Kelly and and P Diddy. But also, I just want to make sure I put this on the record. It is not like R. Kelly hasn't done a bunch of work with some notable white folk. Celine Dion, Lady Gaga, and I don't know who else. I'm pretty sure it's some more white people. But and I think one time didn't he do a country, a rock song or something like that? You know what I'm saying? I don't know who. I think he collaborated with somebody with that. I just want to make sure we get that on the record. I mean, I still believe that Diddy's um, fan base is more extensive, but I also want to establish that R. Kelly did this some white work, and R. Kelly's been in the industry a long time, so I don't know who he's made friends with. I don't know who's in his contact list. Okay, we don't know. I'm pretty sure Diddy's contact list is more expansive with people who are more, you know, probably would be in in um in bigger and better positions, right? And maybe some of the people R. Kelly knows, but I do know that once he's been around music forever. He's been around entertainment forever. Put it like that. R. Kelly has, right? And once you go on them to these record companies and all of that, you just and you know how those steps go up, and then they cross over and all of that. So yeah, you just don't meet and just be friends with just one record exec at one corporation. You understand what I'm saying? You meet others, and it's a whole bunch of shit be going on because the people that be having other type of deals. I don't know I don't know which one is it. This distribution deal, this whatever. The people that be having them deals, one of them have a deal for this, one of them have a deal for they don't just stick with the same. Everybody MCA don't have the same people. They don't have the same publishing company, all the artists and stuff. Everybody don't have the same ones. Okay. You know what I'm saying? So people, they spread out. And so what I'm saying is that they widen their contact list. They widen their reach around there. visibility. So that's what I'm saying. I just want to make sure I like to get everybody shit accurately reflected on the record.
An Infinity from Hertz. Did you know that Jeffrey Williams had rented an Infinity from Hertz?
No, ma'am.
Were you present when are you aware of whether members of the district attorney's office, in conjunction with the Atlanta Police Department, went back out to Hertz in 2016?
Yes, ma'am, I'm aware.
Did you all talk to the same set of people? When you went in 2015, do you know if who you talked to was the same persons that they talked to in 2016?
I do not recall. I do not know if they're the same person.
And were you able to get more information in 2016 once you began working with the district attorney's office?
Yes, ma'am, a lot.
Did you use that information gained from Hertz to aid in your investigation into the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes, ma'am.
Without saying what was said to you, were you able to determine during your investigation if people went outside of Atlanta after the murder of Donovan Thomas?
I do not know about that part.
Did you get any phone records during your investigation into the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes, I did.
Did Detective Gaither aid you in getting some of those phone records?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you get phone records in investigations like this, would you tell the jury how it is that these records assist you in your investigation in trying to determine who murdered somebody?
Yes. We use the cell phone records to plot their course of travel. Also see if they was in the area where the incident took place based on the cell tower. Also, we try and see based on their call logs, who did they call before, during, and after the incident.
Do you remember all of the phone records that you gained or gathered through this investigation from 2015 through 2016, either alone or with other members of the Atlanta Police Department or the DA's office?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Would you tell the jury, without getting into the details about the phone records themselves, some of the persons whose phone numbers you sought and were able to obtain?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, who are some of the people whose phone numbers you got during this investigation?
I believe it was Kenneth Copeland, Demikian Garlington. Can't recall the other person's real name. Knew him as Montauk, I believe it was.
Antonio Sledge?
Yes, ma'am.
Who else? Who else's phone numbers do you recall getting throughout this investigation?
I believe that's the ones that I targeted on.
Were other numbers provided to you by members of the DA's office or members of the gang?
Yes, ma'am.
When you met with the people that you interviewed, did you show them the surveillance footage and attempt to get information about this footage from the people you interviewed?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
I did not, because I didn't want it to affect how they described the incident to me.
Okay. Now, how is it that you reach a point where you turn the case over to the DA's office? For you generally, at what point are you saying, okay, here, DA's office, take the case?
Usually have a conversation with the DA's office, a meeting. At that time, that ADA or senior ADA made a determination to transfer the file to me, get full investigation completed, and we'll take a look at it and move forward from there. And we need your assistance, we'll give you a call.
Okay.
Follow up for investigations.
Is your completion of the file followed up by a determination or an indictment or a dismissal or something like that?
Yes, ma'am.
And who makes that decision ultimately, whether to present it or to dismiss it as it relates to people that you've turned over to the DA's office?
The ADA's office.
And does the district attorney's office always agree with the determinations that you've made in your investigation?
No, ma'am.
And do they ever ask you after you've turned over a file to? The question was going to be, has he ever been asked to get more information after they get a file from him? I don't know how this hearsay is a request, so it's not hearsay. And does he act on that?
Why don't you just ask the second question?
Okay.
Sustained.
Yes, Your Honor. Do you ever act on do you ever act on requests from the DA's office for additional information even after you've turned it over, the file over to them?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you act on that, do you turn over to the DA's office whatever information you get that they've asked for?
Yes, ma'am.
In the Donovan Thomas murder, do you know whether the shell casings from those scenes you described were compared to see if there were any Nibin matches?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that done at your request, the gang units, or someone else's?
My request.
Did the information that you gained from every person that you interviewed always turn out as true?
Yes, ma'am.
Every person that you talked to told you the truth?
Objection has been answered.
I'm gonna overrule. I'm gonna let her clarify.
Did the information you get from the people, everybody you interviewed, did it always pan out? Did you always find that it was true, or did you sometimes disprove or discredit the information?
Yes, ma'am. Sometimes we proved and disproved what they were saying.
Okay. And if you were able to discredit or disprove information, did that help you in your investigation as well?
Yes, ma'am.
In what way?
We know if we hit in a wall or we found a good door to go through to further investigation, find more information.
Okay. Do you particularly in your homicide investigations ever attempt to listen to jail recordings to get more information about your homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
And did the DA's office get you information about jail recordings that aided in your homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that Senior ADA Mike Sprinkle?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also work with David White?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that ADA Sprinkle's investigator?
Yes, he was.
Was Mr. White able to get you even further information that helped in your investigation?
If I recall correctly, yes, ma'am, he did.
Do you know where, did you ever determine where the vehicle that you were interested in from Hertz ended up?
No, ma'am, I was able to determine what happened to it.
Do you know if
Excuse me.
ADA Sprinkle and Investigator White investigated that further?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection on calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Without saying what information, did you get any more information about where that vehicle ended up from either Investigator White or ADA Springfield?
Yes, ma'am.
When you got phone numbers to look into, were some of those numbers given to you during the interviews of the persons who, for instance, if you're interviewing me, I offer you my number. Does that happen sometimes?
Yes, ma'am.
Did that happen sometimes in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Where was Spencer Wright located when you first went to talk to him?
He was involved in an incident and he was transported to the homicide office. I can't recall what street he was on.
Had he been arrested?
Yes, ma'am.
And was he trying to offer up information to sort of get some kind of help with his case?
Not to my recollection, no, ma'am.
When you get information, do you ever get information from people who've been arrested that want sort of quid pro quo?
Yes, ma'am.
And what do you discard that information, or do you try to follow up on it, or something different?
I try to follow up on it.
Why do you follow up on information when they're offering it in exchange for help?
Because that's part of the investigation process. You got to figure out if they're telling the truth.
Mhm.
Information they deeming is correct and can help you further your investigation.
Okay. Were you able to get information about persons you did not previously find of interest after you began working with ADA Sprinkle?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when you get to the point where you turn over a case to the district attorney's office, do you have to make arrests? I mean, have you at that point made arrests or taken out warrants?
Overall of this particular case.
In general, do you turn over the case before or after you've taken out warrants?
It depends on the investigation. Sometimes before, sometimes after. A whole lot of times more after the arrest is made.
And what is it that decides whether you're going to turn it over before you decide who to arrest versus after?
Depending on the investigation, like I said, we have a discussion, a meeting with the senior ADA, and let them know exactly what's going on with the investigation. This is what I've determined as a possible probable cause. 9 times out of 10, sometimes they see it your way, sometimes they don't.
And if you've made an arrest, do you have to go into court and testify after, not before trial, but before a judge to make any determination about whether or not?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Sustained.
Were some of the people that ultimately you believe, Your Honor, I need to approach because there's a question that this is
All
going
right.
to.
All right, so we're going to take our lunch break now. Yeah, let's be back at 1. Can we be back at 1:30? Can y'all be back at 1:30? Is that going to give you all enough time? Let's do that, since we got a late start this morning. All right, detective, you can step out and we'll see you back at 1:30.
Yes, ma'am.
That man had like George Washington. Mm. I want to advance it to.
And what would your basis be?
Hearsay, as to any witness that has not testified.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, maybe she getting to it. Hold on. Maybe she getting to what I was saying.
That has not yet testified. And I don't want to have to object like I'm trying to hide something.
Hold on. Let's see. Maybe she talking about the statements, and maybe so if it's hearsay, most likely she's talking about some kind of statement or something, or somebody. Let's see. Maybe she's saying what I said would be the solution.
A couple of things, and to make certain that I move in limine that these matters not be broached on cross-examination. I have intentionally not asked about the content of anybody's interviews, and I don't know whether or not any member of the defense intends to attempt to elicit testimony about what any particular witness or defendant said who has not testified from Detective Thorpe, but I would ask that the court preclude questioning about what anybody said in an interview that has not yet testified. And I don't want to have to object like I'm trying to hide something, but I did specifically ask about certain people, but I intentionally did not go into what the content of any interviews were. So in as much as that may be an issue, I would rather, if we can, address it before the jury comes out.
All right. Anybody want to be heard on that?
Okay, she's not talking about what I'm talking about.
Well, I know that. So, does anybody want to be heard on that?
Sure. I guess it depends on the question and the reason for it. So that's very broad. So I don't want to agree with, I don't want the court to just say, yes, that's off limits, but I think we should do a question by question objection.
Okay. And what would your basis be?
Hearsay, as to any witness that has not testified.
All right. I mean, I don't know that I can decide that before I hear sort of what questions being asked.
I'll give you an example, if I may. You've heard the name Spencer Wright, Your Honor, which is R-I-G-H-T for the Miss Winfrey. Well, it is my belief that Spencer Wright lied, did not tell the truth. He was looking to get a deal, a favorable agreement from the district attorney's office through the detective as well. And Detective Thorpe took out warrants that then were not followed through. That would not be hearsay because it's not offered for the truth. So that's why I said the question by question should be continued.
Your Honor, having Detective Thorpe testify that Spencer Wright lied necessarily gets to what Spencer Wright said. I think it's an improper question to ask him if he lied.
I would not think that was what Mr. Steele would be asking. Mr. Steele.
I told
Yeah,
you.
but it's a very
Pull
broad
out that word
objection.
lie.
So you asked for a response. My response
Okay.
is we should go question by question.
And Your Honor, the reason that since Mr. Steele used Spencer Wright, for instance, if the question is, did Spencer Wright tell you, or did you, given that Mr. Steele's assertion is he thinks he lied, and therefore asking him about what he said isn't really offering for the truth of the matter asserted, it's hearsay, it's an out-of-court statement, and I don't believe that it can be cured with the assertion, well, I believe he lied. If he wants to get into what Spencer Wright said, then Spencer Wright can be called as a witness, but I don't think that it's proper to allow Detective Thorpe, one, to characterize, to testify about what Spencer Wright said when I've not opened that door, and there's no exception that affords him the ability to permissibly elicit that type of testimony from the witness. I'll stop there.
So I would think that if I understand Mr. Steele's argument correctly, if he asks, what did Spencer Wright say, or who did Spencer Wright say did X, Y, Z, that he wouldn't be eliciting that for the truth of what Mr. Wright said, but to then follow up and say warrants weren't taken out for whomever that person was, I guess. Is that what you're saying?
Well, Your Honor, he could ask whether warrants were taken out based on what Spencer Wright said, but I think that him getting into whether he lied or what he said specifically.
Yeah, I don't
would
think
not be
he's,
proper.
yeah, I agree with that, but we weren't talking about a question about whether the officer thinks that, or the detective thinks that Mr. Wright lied. It would have been, you had said this would be hearsay, and he's offering something that if he asked it wouldn't be for hearsay purposes because it wouldn't be for the truth of the matter.
Your Honor,
So, I can't make a blanket ruling that nobody can ask anything about.
but
Go ahead.
asking about whether Mr. Steele believes that it's the truth or not, eliciting specific statements from the witness. It's an out-of-court statement that may or may not be considered true. He may say he's not offering it for the truth of the matter, but I think it's akin to asking what Detective Thorpe did based on information he got from other people. And the idea is that it wasn't that what they said is true, he followed up on it, but I can't talk about what the other people said. And in the same manner that the objection was sustained, that I can't even, it's somehow embedded hearsay, this idea that having Detective Thorpe talk about what Spencer Wright said that Mr. Williams' attorney believes isn't true, somehow is okay because he doesn't believe it's true. It's the same type of situation where he's asking a question that necessarily relies on hearsay and sort of almost implicitly puts before the jury information that without Spencer Wright testifying, they should not be made privy to. And he can ask a question, did Spencer Wright give you information? Did you try to confirm it or to disprove it based on what Spencer Wright said. Did you do certain things? But getting into the specifics of what Spencer Wright said, I believe, is even more improper than, is not proper.
All right, well, thank you. Okay, we're ready for the witness and the jury.
Give an answer on her thing. See, so damn well. Hold on. I know damn well that judge ain't sit up there and said that Miss Love cannot ask a detective what someone. Okay. It's what that person said, not well. The person told me that somebody said, that makes it hearsay. Well, if somebody told that the detective directly, I don't understand how that's hearsay. I got the I tell you, hearsay is so confusing, y'all. I've been told y'all that. Judges get it wrong. The people, the fucking appellate courts get it wrong. Everybody gets it wrong because it's goddamn confusing. But so I don't understand how she gonna let the defense ask those questions. Let me dig into hearsay real quick because I'm getting upset.
And I'm sorry, I just want to say one thing. And I will be asking if he interviewed certain defendants. I will not be asking what they said.
Okay. Yes.
Just as a protective measure, it is my understanding that Detective Thorpe did not interview Mr. Williams. I would object to any questions. Did you interview Mr. Williams? I just don't see the relevance of it. It already came out. I objected to it. Did Mr. Williams come down? It was with Mr. Sledge. I objected to that question by the prosecutor. Did Mr. Williams come down? Did you, Mr. Sledge, speak with the police with Mr. Coben? Did Mr. Williams come down? I asked the court that comments on pre-arrest silence under ORR, and I know it's not a blanket rule anymore, but it's a 403 analysis. I don't see any benefit to it. So again, I don't want Mr. Williams' name to come up. Did you speak with or interview Mr. Williams?
Your Honor, I have a response of the court.
Go ahead.
Judge, on cross-examination of Mr. Sledge, it was elicited that that it was talked about that Mr. Williams encouraged Mr. Sledge to take Kenneth Copeland to the police station, and that the state instructed the witness to not tell the jury that. The fact that, and then Mr. Sledge somehow said yes, but the fact that that happened, and the fact that if that is what's out there, and of course I impeached him, I believe, but the fact that if it's relevant that Mr. Williams encouraged him before Mr. Williams, the pre-arrest silence prohibition does not apply to if Mr. Williams is encouraging someone to go. Did Mr. Williams go with him did Mr. Williams ever go down to the police station himself to talk about the fact that his stepfather's house was shot up? Asking about Mr. Williams going down to the police station after it's been talked about that he encouraged someone else to, I think is very relevant. If he's encouraging someone else to go, then he can go himself. And I'd have to find the case, but specifically.
Right. I don't think a question that just says, did you interview A, did you interview B, did you interview C? And the answer is either yes or no is a comment on pre-arrest silence if they say no. So you may ask that question.
Okay.
Are we now ready for the witness and the jury?
I wanted to ask the court, so will the court allow me to ask whether or not Defendant Williams ever not just did he interview him, but will the court permit me to ask if he ever came to offer information about the shooting at his stepfather's house?
No, I think that gets a little too close to pre-arrest silence. No. Are we now ready for the jury and the witness?
Yes, I have.
Yes, okay.
It's like it is
I
it?
think it is.
Okay. Detective Thorpe, before you talked to Kenneth Copeland, did you know that Jeffrey Williams had rented a Corvette before he rented the gray Infiniti?
No, ma'am.
After you spoke with Mr. Right, did you also, without talking about what anybody said, speak with a person with the last name Stillwell, Tremont Stillwell?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you speak with that person along with ADA Sprinkle?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that in the DA's office?
Yes, ma'am.
When you mentioned earlier that you put out a picture, a photo of the person entering the barber shop with a gun, I'm going to show you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 292 Charlie, 292 Yankee Charlie 2, and ask you if this is generally the depiction that you release to the public.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right. And I'm going to now show you State's Exhibit. Just 1 second. 5 Yankee. 5 Yankee. And ask you whether this is or isn't similar to the photograph that you released to the public. Just 1 second. And while we're actually pulling up, it's going to be a different exhibit. I'll ask you this. After speaking with Kenneth Copeland, did you also speak with Antonio Sledge?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall who all was in the room or in the interview with Mr. Sledge?
Yes, should be Detective Dennis and Detective Gaither.
All right. And did you also speak with Diamante Kendrick?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was in the room when you interviewed him?
Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis.
Did you also interview Shannon Stillwell?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Who was in the room when you interviewed him?
I believe it was Detective Dennis and Detective Gaither on that one also.
And were all of these interviews captured in the same way that the interviews in normal interview rooms are recorded, audio and video?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Showing you 296 Yankee. Is 296 Yankee reflective generally, like, of the area that you put out or depicted when you put out the photo of the car passing by the barbershop?
Yes, ma'am.
After you did you learn about a Kelvin Treadwell during the course of your investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever speak with Mr. Treadwell?
I believe so.
Okay. After, did you know about a person by the name of Javaris Bradford before you turned your file over to the district attorney's office?
No, I did not.
Did you learn about a person named Javaris Bradford afterwards?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall where you first heard the name Javaris Bradford in the course of this investigation?
The fall investigation done by Senior 88, Mike Sprinkle, and his team.
All right. Ariel Bax, had you heard that name prior to turning over the case to the district attorney's office?
No, ma'am.
All right. Did you learn that name after 88 Sprinkle began looking into this case?
Yes, ma'am.
What about, did you know about a person by the name of Kenya Morton?
No, ma'am.
Did you learn about Kenya Morton after you turned the case over to 88 Sprinkle?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you personally ever pull any phone calls from the jail from a Martinez Arnold?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Were you now, did you personally ever interview or speak with Mr. Williams, Jeffrey Williams?
No, ma'am.
Tell me if you interviewed or knew of, rather, the name Justin Cobb before you turned the case over to the DA's office?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Do you remember how you first learned of that name?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you learn about it before your investigation, or did you know of that name before you began the investigation into the murder of Donovan Thomas?
No, ma'am, during.
Did you speak with Justin Cobb before you turned the case over to the district attorney's office?
I do not believe so.
Would you tell the jury whether after the interviews that you made, whether you conducted any other acts to further your investigation, either in conduct, in tandem with Mr. Sprinkle or someone else, in order for you to further your investigation into the murder of Donovan Thomas, without telling what anybody said?
Okay. Yes, I did.
What types of other actions did you take to further your investigation?
Interviews.
Mhm.
We conducted several interviews afterwards,
Okay.
in which they took the lead.
In which, who took the lead?
ADA, senior ADA Mike Sprinkle.
And after those interviews, and when you collected cell phone records, was it you that plotted them, or did you simply aid in collecting the cell phone records?
ADA collected cell phone records and sent it all over to the ADA's office.
Okay. Did, before you turned your case over to the district attorney's office, did you execute a warrant for people who were not later indicted for the murder of Donovan Thomas?
No, ma'am.
Did you, and by a warrant, I mean, did you have a cert or an arrest warrant signed for Antonio Sledge for the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes, I believe so. I did.
Is that a person that the district attorney's office declined to prosecute for the murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you execute an arrest warrant for Kenneth Copeland?
Yes, ma'am.
Did the district attorney's office decline to prosecute Kenneth Copeland?
Yes, ma'am.
Did the district attorney's office indict people that you had not arrested or executed arrest warrants for?
Yes, they did.
Was one of those persons Javoris Bradford, as it relates to the murder of Donovan Thomas?
I
to your
believe.
knowledge?
I believe so.
And what about Justin Cobb?
I believe so also.
And did the district attorney's office execute or indict the remaining people that you executed arrest warrants for?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
How long is it customary to investigate a murder? Do you have a certain timeline that you have to finish it by?
No, ma'am.
Do you close it after one arrest, or if there are other suspects, or do you continue to investigate it?
Continue to investigate.
Is it unusual for you to investigate a murder for over a year, or is that common?
No, ma'am. It's not unusual.
And so over the course of a year, can you tell the jury what is it that would take a year versus allowing you to finish a murder in 48 hours, like you might see on TV? Your Honor,
I mean, sustained, you might be able to ask them the different, but sustained as to that question.
yes, Your Honor. Would you tell the jury some of the factors that led to the length of time that you investigated this particular murder, generally speaking?
Cooperation, other substantial evidence, physical evidence from the scene, tangible, and that there was a series of people that we had to interview to suss out what was good leads, what was bad leads.
Okay. Were you ever given any, were you ever able to obtain any surveillance footage from a McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue?
I believe I was not to my knowledge.
Did you make an effort when you obtained information in an interview to follow up on each piece of information, or did you just discard some and just?
No, I followed up on.
Just 1 second, Your Honor. Can you describe for the jury where the are you familiar with a place called the Green Store?
Yes, ma'am.
What kind of place is the Green Store?
It's one of the local neighborhood convenience stores, mom and pops.
Okay. Were you ever able, or did anyone ever give you reason to believe there was surveillance footage at the Green Store of interest to you?
Not to my knowledge.
When you interviewed people who were under arrest, did you make certain to always read them their rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And if they weren't under arrest, was there ever any reason to read any rights?
No, ma'am.
All right, just 1 second. Do you recall the time, the exact specific time that you took the warrants out for the murder of Donovan Thomas, arrest warrants?
I believe it was around the month of November,
Of what year?
2015,
Okay. And do you remember when it was that you turned the case over to the DA's office?
January of 2016.
Okay. Did you know the name Demise McMullen?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you learn about that name prior to turning the case over to the DA's office?
No, ma'am.
Ooh, let me get this on the record and correct it, honey. I knew I was about crazy. Okay. So I had you do a little hearsay getting together. That hearsay is a motherfucker. You hear me? I ain't never liked it. Hey, that was them 800s. God damn, it was always some shit with that shit. Okay, no, they right. Let me get it together. So no, you can't testify about what somebody told you. You can't. That is not. Sometimes you get that confused with that being direct evidence, because it's a direct testimony. It's not right. Because here's the whole thing, right? You unless it qualifies as a hearsay exception, right? So that's falling in the line of one of those. Other than that, you can't testify about what somebody told you, even though they told you directly. All right, and the whole thing about it is they cannot, because that person that told you that isn't on the stand to be tested for their truth and credibility. So that's why, I had to do a quick little beep 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 beep. Come on, to get my shit back in order. I can stand here and say like, ain't the military's like no motherfucking hearsay, cause always some bullshit. Google it and see. I bet you'll find out that people be like talking shit about hearsay, and they'll tell you judges and everybody get that shit wrong because it's so confusing. And you got hearsay within a hearsay, also known as double hearsay. Look, everybody got time for all this, right? And all the exceptions. And then there's the thing where when hearsay is not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, then it's not hearsay. Then therefore it may be admissible. What? Like, well, what the fuck? Shit, I could just say it's not being offered for the truth matter of the truth asserted. Like, what the fuck? Like, it's a whole bunch of bullshit with that hearsay, baby. You be scratching your goddamn head, honey. Listen, I don't know how many times I was in class and they done sent me back. No, this is wrong. No, this is not right. And then when you have a teacher sitting there, wait a minute, let me think about it. It's some bullshit. Some bullshit. Yeah. Just as a rule of thumb, just say you can't say what nobody told you. All right, on the stand. All right, if you stick with that, then then let somebody else tell you whether or not you can. All right, and that would be a what? An attorney that you working with, that you done hired, that that you going through your case with. Other than that,
Your Honor, I think that that's all that I have at this moment.
All right. Any defense counsel have questions for this witness?
Good afternoon, Detective Thorpe.
Good afternoon, Mr. Steele.
How are you?
Fine, sir. How about yourself?
Can I ask you some questions?
Yes, sir.
I want to go to Sunday morning, January 11th of 2015.
Yes, sir.
So just to orient you and the jury, you're at the Atlanta Police Department with Kenneth Copeland. That's what I'm focused on, okay?
Yes, sir.
And there's something in evidence already. It's a video audio recording.
Yes, sir.
And you were the one who started or ensured that that room was being video and audio recorded when you were with Mr. Copeland. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, it's already in. It's JW, Jeffrey Williams, 241D. May I play it, please?
You may.
It should come up on your screen.
Who's Walter Lee Maddox? Who? Who's Walter Maddox? Huh? No, y'all. Did y'all ever rent or own an Infinity? Infinity. Y'all ever rent one of those cars before? Have you ever been stopped in an Infinity before? Have I? Yeah. Had an accident in an Infinity? No. A maximum? Have I ever had a cover in? No. Okay. Let me think. So did you? Anytime. I had a coverage in the Pontiac. That was a couple years ago. I ain't had no coverage. I ain't had no red sleep. I ain't have none of it. What kind of car your brother drive? Oh, was that in there? A white Dodge Charge. This truck car he gave me. Your brother got two cars? Nah, they Jerry got a car in the car. He got the Dodge Charge. Oh, okay. Then she got the little ugly little Malibu, like a 19 something. 2014 Dodge Charge? Yeah. White? Yeah. Who drives a Nissan? A Nissan? What color? What color is it? Gray. How about that? Okay. Y'all ever had a Infinity Gray, a gray Infinity Q45 before? A truck? No. A cup? Yeah. Not I know of.
Were you able to hear that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's fair. That's accurate. Looks true.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you were asking Mr. Copeland questions about a gray, potentially rental car Infinity. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And this is within 8 hours approximately of the shooting of Mr. Donovan Thomas and the two other people, right?
Yes, sir.
And when you asked him those questions. Mr. Copeland was there because you had information, I believe, that the streets were calling his name about being involved in this crime, right?
Yes, sir.
So you gave him the opportunity through a conversation you had on the telephone. If he wants, he doesn't have to, but if he wants to come in and talk to you, that's what we're going to talk about. His possible being involved in the shooting, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, when he told you, no, he didn't know Mr. Maddox, no, there was nothing to do with a gray colored Infinity rental car, you had already obviously information that he may have been involved with that car. Is that fair to say?
Objection made as to that part.
Sustained.
The car that I just referred to, the gray rental car Infinity.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, he denied any knowledge or access to that type of vehicle that we just saw in Jeffrey Williams 241D, right?
Yes, sir.
And you had a reason to believe that he was not being truthful, correct?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, as to the improper form of the question.
Sustained.
You did not, at that point, you had information contrary to his denial, true?
Yes, sir.
Now, he also at that same interrogation meeting, interview, whatever you want to call it is fine, with Mr. Copeland. You also asked him where he was at and around the time of the shooting. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And he told you two places of interest. One is a McDonald's, right?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, mischaracterizes regarding at or around the time of the shooting.
Overruled.
Tells you about a McDonald's, right?
Yes, sir. He told me about McDonald's.
And that McDonald's, the jurors have seen pictures and they've heard the address, but we're talking about on Cleveland Avenue, fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And it's near a laundromat. If you're familiar with the area.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Near the laundromat, near the auto place, and across the street is other establishments, including a gas station convenience store. Fair?
Yes, sir.
And to your knowledge, at that time, were there cameras, when I say cameras, surveillance cameras, on the laundromat building?
I believe so. There was.
Were there cameras on the McDonald's?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Were there cameras on the auto parts store?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Were there cameras across the street on the convenience store gas station?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you went, I assume you followed up on that alibi, true?
Yes, sir.
When you went to those establishments, or did you go to those establishments?
Yes.
I object on the basis of assuming facts and evidence. There was no, the question was regarding an alibi and base. I think it's an improper question.
Overruled.
Did you go to those establishments?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you attempt to locate and ask for, use subpoena power, the jurors may not use a search warrant, to get any of those video surveillance cameras if they existed?
I went and checked to see the video footage. So if they had video footage that could be of use, then that's when I'll go and obtain a search warrant to indicate in the search warrant, this is the time frame I'm looking for. But I believe at McDonald's, they already reached their 15-day mark. So the video footage, I think, was already overwritten, I believe.
Now, who did you already told the jury that you would take notes and put this all in your reports, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you have to do that. You have to document what you're doing, right?
Yes, sir.
Because sometimes cases are tried. In our case, we're 9 years after, 9+ years after January 10th, 2015, right?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jurors whether you ever put in your report anywhere that you saw the video at the McDonald's or you spoke with somebody?
No, I believe I did not.
Is there a reason you did not put that detail in your report?
No, because I didn't understand any evidence from that. So that's why I didn't document in my report, but I had it in my notes.
Okay. How about your notes then? Did you ever, where are your notes today?
I can't find my notepad.
And to be fair to the jury, I asked you about your notes previously, fair?
Yes, sir.
And you said the same thing, you can't find it, right?
Yes, sir.
It's gone.
Yes, sir.
Now, how about you mentioned McDonald's, how about the auto parts store? That video surveillance. Can you tell the jurors what you did to secure that surveillance on January 10th, 2015, the relevant period of time?
Same time, I believe I went out there maybe a couple of days later to look. Notes.
Okay, how about your notes then? Where are your notes today?
I can't find my notepad.
And to be fair to the jury, I asked you about your notes previously, fair?
Yes, sir.
And you said the same thing, you can't find it, right?
Yes, sir.
It's gone.
Yes, sir.
Now, how about you mentioned McDonald's, how about the auto parts store? That video surveillance. Can you tell the jurors what you did to secure that surveillance on January 10th, 2015, the relevant period of time?
Same time, I believe I went out there maybe a couple of days later to look because I focused on the McDonald's since that was he was talking about. And I did not obtain any video from them either.
What did that person tell you? If you remember.
Objection is to hearsay.
Sustained.
Let me ask you this way. In your report, did you put anything about going to the auto parts store to inquire about their surveillance?
No, sir.
Okay. And it would be in your notes?
Yes, sir.
Notes are gone.
Yes, sir.
Can't find.
Can't find.
Okay.
Sustained.
Across the street, the convenience store gas station, their surveillance equipment. Did you go there and ask them for theirs?
I believe I would ask them for theirs.
You did not?
I believe I did not.
Okay. And how about the laundromat across the street from the McDonald's?
I don't think their system was working at that time.
Do you remember who you spoke with?
No, can't remember the name.
And the same questions, it's not in your report, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You mentioned the green store. Do you know the true name of the green store by any chance?
No, sir, no offhand.
Okay, that's fine. But it's called the green store for the obvious reason that it was green?
Yes, sir.
All right. And how far, if you know, and if you don't know, just say, I'm not familiar. Would you say the green store is from the location, God forbid, that Donovan Thomas was shot?
I want to say maybe a couple of blocks.
Okay. We're talking close, right?
Yes.
All right. Now, Mr. Copeland told you that on January 10th, 2015, when I say told you, I'm still sticking to the next day or 8 hours later. He told you also that he was at around the green store at around the time of Mr. Thomas being shot. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And are you aware, did you find out, did you look for it, whether the green store had surveillance cameras?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did the green store have surveillance cameras?
I believe their system was down also.
Okay. And who did you speak with?
I can't recall the person's name.
And did you it's not in your report, fair to say?
No, sir.
And the notes are gone?
Yes, sir.
Now, surveillance footage is a good tool. Would you agree with that for
Yes,
law
sir.
enforcement?
Yes, sir.
Because a surveillance camera, if it's properly working, no one tampered with it, it doesn't really have any motivation or agenda. Is that fair?
Yeah. Vague and motivation.
True.
True.
And it just captures, if it's working properly, the images that it has in front of it, right?
True.
So we wouldn't really have to debate whether Mr. Copeland or others were at a McDonald's if we had that surveillance.
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
All right. Now, with regards to Mr. Copeland, when he told you he made the denial of the infinity, remember what we just played?
Mhm.
At that point in time, that got you, I assumed, so you tell us, that got you interested in maybe he's not being forthright. Is that fair?
Objection, Your Honor, as improper questions regarding.
Sustained.
You questioned whether he was being truthful with you. Is that fair to say?
Still, Your Honor.
Sustained.
did you have questions on his answers that he denied the infinity?
Objection,
Bless you.
vague. Bless you. I
I'm
said vague.
sorry.
I said objection vague. The question was, did you have questions?
Questions on his sustained.
How did you take it when Mr. Copeland said, no, I don't have anything to do and no memory of the infinity?
Objection, Your Honor, vague
Overruled on that basis.
Okay, how did I take it?
and
Yeah.
relevance, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Okay. All right. Let me ask you about Jeffrey Williams, okay? You found out that Jeffrey Williams rented a Corvette vehicle from Hertz Rental Car at the airport, fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And when I say rented, on or about January 6, 2015, something like that. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
If my day's wrong, I'm not trying
Yeah.
to, it's around that time, right?
Yes, sir.
And then the Infinity on around January 7th, 2015, fair to say?
Okay. Did I find out if he rented it January 7th?
You found out later that
Yes, sir.
Mr. Williams, in his name, there's an Infinity vehicle rented, right?
Yes, sir. Through the DA's office. Yes, sir.
Tell the jurors what evidence you have that Jeffrey Williams drove that Infinity vehicle, rented vehicle.
Objection, Your Honor, regarding matters that within the province of the jury in terms of evidence.
Rephrase.
Do you have any evidence to share with the
Rephrase.
jury?
That's the issue that she's rephrased the question.
I think that's a proper question.
Rephrase the question.
I'm going to have to move on to another topic. Let me ask you about,
Do you want to approach from that?
sure.
Just check and make sure it's a little distracting. Check and make sure your phones aren't getting picked up by it.
Oh, he don't look guilty today. He not guilty. He's not guilty today. He don't look guilty today. He don't. Let me see about that guy behind the Let me see how he look. Yeah, he look like he did something. Oh, you know who did it?
You've taken it anyway, so go ahead.
Yeah, he don't look guilty today. He not guilty. Hey, Pumpkin. Look at Joe Lieberman in the back. Y'all probably know who Joe Lieberman is. Y'all probably don't know who that man is, but That man in the back, when the first time I seen him, I said, "Is that Joe Lieberman?" The fuck? Oh,
Yeah, I don't have
is
any
that
more
that
questions.
same
Thank
man
you
with the
so much.
white George Washington
Yes,
hair?
Miss. Yes,
Oh,
Miss
look a
Steph.
little different
All
now.
right,
Same here, sir.
Ms. Short, you're standing up. You have questions?
She
Well,
is
I
in
mean,
a
you're up
fucking
and nobody
mood.
else is, so I guess you can take your turn now and then we'll see whether anybody else has questions.
I can't. I ain't gonna do with her talking to me like that. Talk crazy to me. Hey, let me tell y'all this real quick. Remember, I was telling you about that old crazy job with them old guys that was trying to, just give me a hard time or whatever for just no reason at all, just because I came to the job with a resume. I have no idea what the fuck was the problem. And it's it's a lot of shit that would go on. It's a lot of shit that went on during the job as far as when we was transferring that money and watching that money, all that type of stuff, whatever, and making sure things were done right or whatever. There was a lot of stuff that would happen. Well, there was a lot of stuff that would happen when once your ass get off. That even if it was your problem, or maybe you had a step in it, whoever the problem, whatever it is, the on call person is supposed to handle it. That's why the fuck they're on call. So I have this rule, right? I know how to, probably shouldn't say this, but I know how to talk to these people on these jobs, and it's a threat, but it's not a threat to where I'm gonna get in trouble. You gonna call the cop, whatever. Yeah, just what I'm talking about. So, of course, I know how to play by the rules and the guidelines and what have you. But I know how to say what I need to say and make sure you understand that. Cause I'm not gonna be. Listen here, I'm not gonna do it. Right? You're not gonna talk to me crazy. So, um, they, as a part of that job, they would just nitpick, fuck with you. I mean, like, blame you for shit that you don't even, all that type of shit. And then finally, the guy that was over us, he was, finally figured out what the fuck was going on. They was harassing me and the other guy. The guy that y'all heard him say that he didn't hire on to this job that he now runs, right? Um, when he saw his name, right? And and so listen, they was like wanting me to come out with them on like little job functions and stuff like that. I'm like, I'm not faking phony like that. Fuck that. We listen, fuck that. Nope. I don't want to do nothing. And listen, if I don't want to be, and I told him like this, I said, if I don't want to be bothered with you between the hours of 9 to 5, I'm not gonna be want to be bothered with your ass after 5. I didn't say ass, but with you after 5. So, um, something. So, and I had already told them. I said, listen, because they did this to me once before. They will call you once you get home, and you don't have the work, the work laptop. You don't have nothing that you can get in and see what the hell is it, right? So you're pretty much just like, I don't know, you know what I'm talking about? And here's the thing. The protocol, I don't care who hands in it, who broke it, who didn't fix it, who whatever, who didn't answer the email, who was supposed to deal with the whatever it was, it all falls now on the who on call person. Okay? And I said, because they hadn't tried me one time and called me after 5 when I'm at home with my child going over homework and shit. And when I got back to work, I said, look, do not call me after 5 no more. I don't care what happened. Don't call me after 5 no more. Baby, you know how niggas are. Niggas are out east, from the east side. They moved to Pearl World. You know how it is. That boy called me after 5 one day saying, hey, call me by my government and telling me that I didn't fix something or something, whatever. Something, I don't know what the fuck happened. Oh no, or something broke or something like that. I know I think it was something broke. Baby, I read that motherfucker for the ages. I read his ass so, baby. That, listen. Oh, I already don't like your motherfucking ass. 1. I already don't want to be fucked with your ass between 9 to 5. 2. 3. You know how I be looking at your motherfucking ass. I want to goddamn swing on your ass at them people fucking facility, but I can't do so. 4. And I told you, don't call me after 5, because you're going to get more than what you motherfucking bargained for. The at home Angie and the offline Angie is very, very nasty. Leave her alone. She don't want to be that way. She just want to be left alone. It ain't about being nothing but about being me. Okay? And it is what it is. That boy called me, honey. I laid his motherfucking ass out and hung up the goddamn phone. Now what you gonna do about it? Shit. Motherfucker. You know what? That's so damn crazy. That Mo pointed out I be getting mad all over again. I do. I be going down. That's when them flashbacks and them and going down. Sometimes that's not helpful for me. I get oh. I be like, oh.
Investigator Thorpe, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
All right, my name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you have a copy of your report in front of you?
No, sir.
Okay. Let me see if I can get you.
I can't hear you, but I don't, oh, if Mr. Shard has one, I have one that he can use.
I believe
It doesn't matter.
And Your Honor, may I just approach and bring it up? And I'm not asking Detective Thorpe to refer to it at all right now. I just want him to have it handy in case he needs to.
In the event, sure.
Thank you.
They scared of
Yes, sir.
Judge Whitaker. They be real delicate. Judge, can I just go
Okay.
ahead and give her this?
Detective Thorpe, I'm going to ask you about October 19th of 2015.
Okay.
Okay? And that is the day for reference. Do you know what happened on that day off the top of your head?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that was the day that you spoke to the person who identified himself as Nicholas Robinson, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, I'd like to talk to you about how that happened. Zone 1 Day Watch contacted you about having a person in custody, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were informed by your fellow officers that this person was named Nicholas Robinson.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's the way, to your understanding, this person identified himself to the police.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, this Nicholas Robinson, he was in custody, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. he had, on that day, on October 19th, 2015, he had been arrested for a felony offense of theft by receiving, correct?
Yes, sir.
Objection, Your Honor, as to, never mind, withdraw the objection. Right.
And he was also had probation warrants.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The reality is Nicholas Robinson was on his way to Rice Street, to 901 Rice Street, the Fulton County Jail.
Yes, sir.
And your fellow officers called you and said, this person may have information on something you're working on.
Yes, sir.
And you decided, well, before I get there, on direct, as I understand your testimony, you testified that you did not think Nicholas Robinson was trying to help himself out by talking to you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when I say help himself out, I'm talking about get consideration on charges that were now pending against him. Are we on the same page?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And your testimony is you do not believe that he was trying to get help for
Objection,
those.
asked and answered.
Overruled.
Is that your testimony? You don't believe he was trying to get curry favor and get help with his pending charges?
Yeah, he may have, but that was not up to me.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Prior to October 19, 2015, prior to the date he had been arrested, had Nicholas Robinson ever come up to you and tried to give you information?
No, sir.
Okay. You decided to conduct a formal interview with this person who to you was known as Nicholas Robinson.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what was he wearing at that time of the formal interview? Was he in Rice Street Blues yet?
Relevance.
Sustained.
Okay. During the course of your interview with Nicholas Robinson, he continued to refer to himself as Nicholas Robinson, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you referred to him as Nicholas Robinson because you believe that was his identity, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he never corrected you.
Yes, sir.
And you all, without getting into what was said, you all spoke about the shooting of Donovan Thomas.
Yes, sir.
After this interview on October 19, 2015, Investigator Gaither informed you that this man's name was not, in fact, Nicholas Robinson, correct?
Yes, sir, but it was not after the interview. It was during the interview.
Okay, during the interview,
Yes, sir.
Investigator Gaither informed you that this man was not, in fact, Nicholas Robinson,
Correct.
and his name was Spencer Wright.
Correct.
Okay, and just to be clear, when we say during the interview, it was well into the interview. The interview hadn't just started. You guys had been talking for some time.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this interview happened on October 19, 2015.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The warrants that you took out on the Donovan Thomas case were taken out. I know you testified that it was in November sometime.
Yes, sir.
It was actually taken out on October 20th,
Okay.
2015. Isn't
Yes.
that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about your reports. You've been in law enforcement for how long?
30 years and 8-9 months.
30 years and 9 months.
Mhm.
And all that with Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Okay, when you were brought on by the police department, before you even started you started on the streets, right?
Yes, sir.
On the streets. Okay, before you even started, they trained you on writing reports, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and throughout these 30 years of service you have with Atlanta Police Department, you've obtained refreshers, taken refresher courses on writing reports, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You've been trained that your reports are to be accurate, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, accurate about evidence received,
Yes, sir.
accurate about things that have been told to you,
Yes, sir.
and accurate about the work you do on a case, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were supposed to document that work, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's also, these reports are also supposed to be complete, correct?
Yes, sir.
So as per your training, work you've done on the case, your reports are to include a complete accounting of this work, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you testified, and I'm not going to retread over things that Mr. Steele covered, but just briefly. You testified that you went to the McDonald's to search for surveillance video.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what date did you do that?
I believe it was not the 11th, I think it was the 12th. January 12th, I'm sorry, January
Okay,
12th.
January 12th, you
Or-
went to the McDonald's
Yes, sir, I believe it
to
was.
look for video,
Yes, sir. I can't recall exactly what day it was.
but you're pretty sure it was January 12th?
Yeah, it was in that time range. It wasn't like 2 or 3 months later.
Okay, did you not just testify that when you went to the McDonald's, they informed you that the video had been taped over?
Yes, most of it's on a 15-day cycle, so I don't never know when their 15-day cycle starts or ends.
Okay, but if you went on January 12th, that would have been 2 days.
Yeah, once again, do not know when their 15-day, everybody's system is different. Might not follow the same 15 days like as in the months. It's like sometimes we get them and the video can be 2 hours behind, 2 hours ahead based on that particular location. So I do not know when their 15-day rotation was.
Who went with you?
I went by myself.
Who did you talk to at McDonald's? What was her name?
I cannot recall the name.
Did you record any of this?
No.
And none of this is in your report?
Yes, sir.
Yes, it's not.
Yes, it's not.
Okay. The auto parts store. When did you go speak to the people at the auto parts store?
Maybe a couple of days later.
And who went with you?
Nobody.
And is that recorded?
No, sir.
And is that mentioned in your reports for APD?
No, sir.
When did you realize you lost your notepad?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
I cannot recall, but I knew that upon hearing the indictment, I went looking for the case file and I could not locate the case file.
Did you not hand over your notepad to the DA's office when you handed over your file?
No.
Okay. Let's talk about the Green Store. The Green Store is formerly known as Mommy's Grocery. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that's on Glen Street.
Yes, sir.
About 100 yards from where Glen intersects with McDaniel Street, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You would agree 1/4 mile from the scene where Donovan Thomas was shot?
Yeah, about a block and a half, 2 blocks maybe.
Block and a half to 2 blocks.
Yeah, possibly, probably.
To drive from the Green Store to that scene about a minute?
Probably less than that,
Less than a minute. Okay,
depending on the traffic.
gotcha. Okay, as I understood on direct, your testimony about surveillance at the Green Store was no one told you they had surveillance.
Well, I believe they said the system was not working that day or something like that.
No, when I'm talking about what Ms. Love asked you, I believe you said that no one told you that they had surveillance. Is that not correct?
I can't recall, but I believe it was to that degree that the video system was not working. So they didn't have video.
Okay.
If the video system was not working, they didn't have video.
So your testimony isn't that no one told you they had surveillance. Your testimony is you went to the Green Store?
Correct.
Okay, who went with you to the Green Store?
No one.
Who did you speak to?
I cannot recall the person's name.
What day did you go to the Green Store?
Probably within that week, I believe it was.
Okay, and it was that trip to the Green Store, was that recorded?
No, sir.
Okay, is that in your notes?
No, sir.
I mean, excuse me, in your report?
No, sir.
You testified that on the night, well, early morning of January 11th, you had a brief conversation with Deshaun Quarterman.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Deshaun, other than that brief conversation with Deshaun Quarterman, did you speak to Deshaun Quarterman any more about as part of your investigation?
No.
Okay. Mr. Copeland, Kenneth Copeland, you said that you were involved in about four, I believe the testimony was 4 formal interviews with Mr. Copeland?
I believe so it was. Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have Mr. Copeland's phone number?
No.
Did Mr. Copeland have your phone number?
No.
Did you ever speak on the phone with Mr. Copeland as part of your investigation, other than that first night when Deshaun Quarterman called him and you?
No, I can't recall ever talking to him on the phone.
Okay.
Or interviewing him on the phone. No, sir.
Well, okay, I want to be clear. I'm not saying just an interview. I'm saying talking to him on the phone.
No, sir.
So your testimony is you never spoke to
Not that I
Kenneth
recall.
Copeland on the phone. Not
No,
that
sir.
you recall, or you never did it?
I can recall if I ever did. I think I did not talk to him over the phone.
Okay. Are there any mentions in your notes, your reports about speaking to Mr. Copeland on the phone?
No, sir.
And Kelvin Watts, you know him as Shell Kel, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ever interview Kelvin Watts as part of your investigation?
Yes, I did.
Okay. When was that?
I cannot recall when it was, but he we want to go into detail, but it was.
I'm not asking you what was said.
Okay.
I'm just asking when you spoke to him.
I cannot recall. He was brought on an unrelated case.
Okay. So as part of this investigation, I'm asking, not unrelated cases.
Yeah. Well, I asked him because he was there at the time of the incident. So I asked him roundabout questions and he was like, don't want to talk about it.
So let me ask you this. In your investigation, were you able to determine Kelvin Watts' whereabouts on January 10th, 2015 at 7:20 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to object based on hearsay. It would necessarily require.
Overruled.
And where was Kelvin Watts?
He was at the location, the incident location.
Where Donovan Thomas was shot?
Yes, sir.
How far away was he from Donovan Thomas?
Your Honor, may we approach? I need to.
You may.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see. Let me advance it. Let me launch it. They need to, where's all them even ass? People that can testify.
The video surveillance footage of a person coming inside the barbershop was presented to the media, placed on the news, and his father called me and notified me that the person I'm looking for with the assault rifle is actually his son, Kelvin Watts.
Oh, okay. Let me try to clear this up. Okay. Investigator Thorpe, could you does Donovan Thomas Sr. have multiple sons?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Okay. Would looking at your report refresh your recollection about who was in the barbershop?
Yes.
Okay. Could you please turn to page 3 of your report where it talks about January 11, 2015. I'm assuming your page 3 is the same one I'm looking at. Do you see where it says on January 11, 2015 at approximately 18:45 hours?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could you read that to yourself and see if that refreshes your recollection about who was in the barber shop with the gun?
Yeah, okay, yes, sir.
Okay. Who was in fact the individual that was in the barber shop with the gun?
Okay, DeMonte Thomas.
Okay, and is that another one of Donovan Thomas's senior's children?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, Kelvin Watts, I'm going to ask again, do you know whether he was at the scene or not?
No, sir.
You don't know one way or another?
No, sir.
Okay, and did you ever specifically ask him, without giving me the answer, did you ever specifically ask him when you interviewed him about a
Objection,
different case?
relevance as to whether he asked him, it would.
Overruled.
Did you ever specifically ask him if he was at the scene or not?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you able to identify, you've seen the surveillance video, correct?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to identify all of the people that were standing by Mr. Donovan Thomas Jr. when he was shot?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any other defense attorneys with questions for this witness? Mr. Williams, questions for this witness? Okay. Is there redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Detective Thorpe, you were asked on cross-examination about an alibi that Mr. Copeland gave at the time of Donovan Thomas's murder. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
And do you recall exactly what it was that Mr. Copeland told you he was doing at the time of Donovan Thomas's murder?
Yes, if I recall correctly, he stated that he was home in the bed asleep.
So did he ever tell you that he was at the green store at the time of Donovan Thomas's murder?
No, ma'am.
Did he ever tell you he was at the McDonald's at the time of Donovan Thomas's murder?
No, ma'am.
Did Mr. Copeland offer you, let me ask you this, was that information that he gave to you about his whereabouts captured on the video surveillance in the interview room?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Mr. Copeland ever tell you anything different about what he was doing or where he was at the time of Donovan Thomas's murder outside the interview room?
No, ma'am.
Now, how many, you said you worked 300 homicides or more during your time with APD?
Yes, ma'am.
How is it that you give to the district attorney's office the results of your investigation? Do you normally just turn over your notepad or do you summarize it in a report?
I summarize it in a report.
Okay.
It was called the lead investigative supplement.
All right. You were also asked on cross-examination about the time it takes to get from the murder scene to the green store. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Kenneth Copeland ever give you any indication that immediately before or immediately after the murder, he was at the green store?
No, ma'am. He never gave me any indication. So,
In all of your interactions with Kenneth Copeland, did he ever change his whereabouts as to where he was at the time of the murder?
no, ma'am, he did not.
You were also asked whether you interviewed Kelvin Watts.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you said it was in the course of another investigation, do you recall what investigation that was?
Yes, ma'am.
What investigation was that?
It was a homicide.
A homicide of who?
I can't recall the victim's name. It was a young lady.
Now, as it related to that particular homicide, did you interview Shannon Stillwell?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you were asked on cross-examination about asking Kelvin Watts his whereabouts at the time Donovan Thomas was murdered, do you have any indication, or did you see any indication on the surveillance footage that you saw that Kelvin Watts was there at the scene of the murder?
Not definitively, no, ma'am.
And regarding the victim of the murder that you were speaking to Kelvin Watts and that you interviewed Shannon Stillwell about, was that victim Tierra Jones?
I believe so, yes, ma'am.
When you take notes about what you learned in your investigation, do you include every negative outcome that you have? In other words, I went to this store and found nothing, this store and found nothing. Do you include all of that every time in your investigative summary?
No, ma'am.
Would you keep that information or share that information if you were asked about it?
Yes, ma'am.
You would share it?
Yes, ma'am.
So why don't you put all of the negative information, like in terms of not having found anything, in your investigative report?
I try to keep my supplements relative to the investigation. So if they wish to do a follow-up, they say, okay, this is where he went, he got this, let me go back and verify this, verify that.
You were asked on cross-examination as well about questions that you spoke with Mr. Copeland regarding.
Yes, ma'am.
And specifically, if he rented a grade container.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any knowledge that Jeffrey Williams had rented a grade container at that time?
No, ma'am. None.
And when you say that you met Kenneth Copeland at the back of police headquarters,
Yes, ma'am.
did you see how he arrived?
No, ma'am.
Were you given information about how he arrived from you?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you given any information about who all was in the car when he arrived?
No, ma'am.
Did your questions regarding what kind of car that Mr. Copeland may have owned or rented have anything to do with what you believe he arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
You, when asked on cross-examination about Mr. Copeland's whereabouts at the time of Donovan Thomas's murder? Do you know or have personal knowledge of where his cell phone records indicate he was at the time of the murder? Personal knowledge.
No, ma'am, I do not have personal knowledge.
Did you see yourself and Mr. Copeland on the screen who was asked on cross-examination about defense? Jeffrey Williams defense exhibit number 241Z.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see the cell phone on the table before you in front of Mr. Copeland?
Yes, ma'am.
When I asked you earlier if Mr. Copeland carried a cell phone, did you recall at the time that he had one during the interview?
I didn't recall that he had one during the time of the interview.
When you video record interviews such as this one and others, does the video recording of the interviews, do they serve to preserve information that you may not remember later?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you turn over all of the video recordings of interviews that you do to the district attorney's office and to be provided in discovery?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Kenneth Copeland make any effort, to your knowledge, to hide the phone that he had with him during the interview?
No, ma'am.
Sustained.
Did you see Kenneth Copeland attempt to cover up the phone?
No, ma'am.
Did you see Kenneth Copeland make any moves to conceal the phone from your eyesight?
No, ma'am.
Do you recall whether Kenneth Copeland pulled out that phone during the interview and offered to show you stuff? Do you recall?
No, I do not recall him doing that.
Would looking at that interview, a certain portion of it refresh your memory?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me show that to you in just a moment. Do you know who or where it is that you got the name Walter Lee Maddox?
I believe,
Without saying what someone said, just do you believe?
law enforcement database.
Okay. Prior to Kenneth Copeland telling you, did you know that his brother drove a Dodge Charger?
No, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 378 Yankee Echo at timestamp. And I'm going to show it to you just to see if it refreshes your memory. Approaching at timestamp 3/21/14, Your Honor. And since I'm not playing sound, are you able to remember whether or not Kenneth Copeland pulled out his phone to show you information by looking at this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
Is your memory refreshed after reviewing it?
Yes, ma'am. Somewhat. Yes, ma'am.
During the interview, did Kenneth Copeland, and it's 378 Yankee Alpha, during that interview, did Kenneth Copeland pull out his cell phone and show you and offer to show you information?
I believe he did. Yes, ma'am.
Did you see him pulling it out and extending it towards you?
No, he was mostly keying it up himself.
Was he keying it up himself in front of you, under your nose?
Yes, ma'am.
During the course of your investigation, was it common or uncommon for the people you were interviewing to essentially key up information under your nose?
No, ma'am. It's not unusual.
Did anyone else do that during the course of your investigation?
No, ma'am.
Sustained.
When you turned your file over to the district attorney's office in 2016, did you also turn over the recordings that included the interviews that you conducted?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you were asked about the auto parts stores by at the auto parts store and the other places in the area, nearby where the murder of Mr. Thomas occurred, at the time that you were investigating the homicide, do you recall what time it was or when in proximity to the murder that Kenneth Copeland said he was at the McDonald's?
He said afterwards.
And did he also give you information about persons who were at the McDonald's with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Through your investigation, did you attempt to and gain phone records for people who he said were at the McDonald's with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Was, according to Mr. Copeland, Demekion Garlington at the McDonald's at the same time he was?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Mr. Copeland, to your memory, give you information during any one of his interviews about where he and other people went after leaving the McDonald's?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was that?
Jeffrey Williams' residence.
Okay. Did you determine the location of that residence after speaking with Mr. Copeland?
Yes, ma'am.
When you reviewed the video surveillance at the Texaco back in January, when you first reviewed it, what were you looking for?
Looking for any one of those vehicles being in the parking lot near the gas pumps.
When you first reviewed the surveillance footage at the Texaco, did you know what Diamante Kendrick looked like?
No, ma'am.
Did you find any evidentiary value when you first reviewed it, or see or anything that you felt you needed to follow up on as it related to people going into the Texaco?
No, nothing afterwards.
Okay. And when you say not until afterwards, what do you mean?
As we, when the case file was turned over to Senior 88 Mike Sprinkle, we saw going over it, and he noticed, he opened up the interior cameras and saw subjects of interest.
Your Honor, he's not talking. Go ahead.
He saw people of interest walking in.
When you say he opened up the interior cameras, can you explain what you mean?
Yes. We downloaded both interior and exterior cameras. What I was looking for on the exterior cameras was possible a tag for the vehicle that was used in the drive-by, or that if the car posted up at the gas station, circled the block, how many people was inside the vehicle, and if I can identify the people inside the vehicle. Senior 88 Sprinkle, he said, let's go ahead and look and see if anybody was inside the store. And he said, once he opened up the interior cameras, that's when we noticed people of interest that he started developing.
Okay. Does 88 Sprinkle, was his knowledge of that digital system similar to yours or greater than yours?
Greater than mine.
All right. At the time that Mr. Copeland left the police department after your interview, did he leave with his brother who was waiting for him?
Yes, he did, ma'am.
Do you know whether or not he was taken home by that brother?
I do not know their destination afterwards.
Now, when you looked at the video surveillance at the Texaco initially, did you find anything of evidentiary value? Did you recognize anything of evidentiary value?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Were you able to get a license plate on any vehicles?
No, ma'am.
I'm gonna have to advance this a little bit more because we are going to find out.
Did you do anything to intentionally hold back or withhold anything in the notes you talked about on cross-examination? Did you like intentionally destroy them or anything?
No, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report what Diamante Thomas told you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report information regarding the video surveillance that you captured from Hair Unlimited Barbershop?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report social media posts that you investigated?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report the type of the type of vehicle described by persons that you interviewed,
Yes, ma'am.
did you put in your report information about what your investigation revealed were retaliatory shootings after the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you only interview Kenneth Copeland while he was outside of custody and voluntarily came in, or did you interview him after he had been taken into custody for other things?
After he'd been taken into custody for other things.
Did you detail in your report going to Hartsfield-Jackson Airport to try and find information provided to you by Kenneth Copeland?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail the date that you went to Hartsfield-Jackson?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail who went with you to Hartsfield-Jackson?
Yes, ma'am.
Who went with you to Hartsfield-Jackson?
Detective Summer Benton.
What date did you go to Hartsfield-Jackson?
I can't recall. I can look at the note.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm showing you your report.
Okay. I believe it was June 11th, 2015.
Did you detail in your report who it was that suggested meeting you at the homicide office the first time that you spoke with Kenneth Copeland?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that you requested Kenneth Copeland to meet you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that he agreed?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that you were not able to find any information about the rental that Jeffrey Williams did when you and Summer Benton went?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report the date and time that you interviewed Demekion Garlington?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report what he told you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that you interviewed Justin Cobb?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report the date and time that you interviewed him?
Yes, ma'am.
For this case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Just one second. Other than Mr. Copeland's brother, did you see anybody else accompanying Mr. Copeland at the time that he came to see you?
No, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that Mr. Copeland came to see you with his girlfriend, Deshaun Quarterman?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Just one second. Your Honor, with the exception of a matter I'd just like to approach the bench about, that may be the only
Okay.
question that I have.
All right, come on up. So I got an indication just now that somebody was having a hard time hearing through this system. So whomever that was, can we just test it now? Because I suspect it's not this system. It's that people aren't holding this close enough to their mouths. So I wanted to just have y'all see if you can. Yeah, I guess if we want to, yeah, go ahead and everybody who needs to use the restroom, and then we'll come back on the record before. Resolved anything.
Mr. Kendricks.
Said in the interview.
Let me be specific. Did Mr. Kendricks tell you that he did not remember what day did you interview him? Did you indicate in your report, reflect in your report, what day you interviewed him? Did Mr. Kendricks, did you ask him where he was or what he was doing on January 10th? And did he reply he couldn't even remember that day?
No, I'm not going to allow that. And you said yourself, you think you can maybe ask that through another witness. So ask it through another witness, because that's more the type of thing you should ask on direct.
Okay.
Then redirect.
No problem. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Kendrick.
What did I say?
There's no S at the end.
Okay.
No S at the end.
No S at the end.
Okay. Anything else before we get this witness back and the jury back? Are you about to wrap up with this witness? Okay. And then how long is your next witness going to be?
I'm trying to see how fast they can actually be here. Our next witness was one who had on that list.
So you don't have another witness here and ready to go, even though I have said over and over and over and over again to have your next witness ready to go?
Even though our best efforts have been made to make that happen. The person, I'm not going to represent that they're not. I just want to find out where they are before I say something different.
Can we know who the mystery witness is?
I intend that it will be G. Baker that we put on the list this morning.
Could you speak into the mic, please?
G. Baker, who arrested Quindarius Saffery.
G. Baker, I think is what she's saying.
Yes. Yep.
And, okay, well, is there somebody else if that witness isn't available?
Let's see.
I mean, frankly, I'd rather that a witness get I don't want anybody inconvenienced, but I'd rather you have an extra witness here than we have an hour left with the jury, but nothing to fill their time.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Lord. God dang.
Okay, anyway, well, so how much longer are you going to have with this witness? 30 minutes more with this witness?
10, 15.
Oh, my God.
I can count the questions for the court.
Okay, again, this is redirect. I don't want you to count the questions.
Oh, my God, honey. Girl,
Just
just so slow.
stay focused. Do we have an answer to the question, how long the next witness is away?
Oh, bad. Oh Lord, I didn't even know my mute wasn't on, honey. I was coming right there oh Lord.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, well, let's just continue with the redirect, and then there may or may not be any recross, and then we'll see if the witness is here yet, and they better be.
Woo!
Serious. I know.
Uh-uh.
Okay, so let's get the witness and get the jury. Report.
Unprofessional. It's not unprofessional. I ain't gonna say that, but it's extra. It's extra. Yeah, I would have to close him out, and I would have to, fuck this case. I would have to go home for the day.
Asking Kenneth Copeland about waiting so long to talk about the date of the homicide incident.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report him stating that he was not a snitch?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that only after you talked to Kenneth Copeland did you begin to learn or investigate Jeffrey Williams' rental of that Hertz Infinity?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report the information that you got from one witness that may or may not have been consistent with the information you got from another witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to object to this line of questioning under 403.
And Your Honor, my response is when the question was asked about what he did not put in his report, I think it's important that since that the jury is aware of what all he did put in his report.
Overruled.
And see, little bald head over there, he sensed the little tension between the judge and the prosecutor. He just want to make some kind of, I know, let me see if I can get some shit going my way. All of this is strategy and shit like that. I don't like all this. Oh, I know.
Did you detail in your report who it was that was in the room with you at the time that you interviewed Quindarius Zachary?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that you interviewed him on August 5th, 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that you interviewed Diamante Kendricks on October 6th, 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
I didn't hear.
Did you detail in your report that the date that you spoke with Spencer Wright or Nicholas Robinson at the time was October 19th, 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report confronting Mr. Wright about giving a false name?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report taking Mr. Wright anywhere for him to show you particular places?
Yes, ma'am.
You were asked on cross-examination regarding the date that you took out warrants, and you said that it was October 20th, 2015. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that you took those warrants out the day after you went with Spencer Wright to a certain location on
Yes.
October 19th, 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report what you observed when you arrived on scene on January 10th, 2015 at 21:15 hours?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report seeing yellow crime scene tape restricting pedestrian and vehicle traffic into the area?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report who you met with when you reported on scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report who escorted you through the scene and showed you tangible evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report being advised that Mr. Thomas Jr. had passed away from his injuries?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report the lighting on the streets of 330 McDaniel Street at the time you arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that the lighting did not require additional support lights for processing?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your reports that there were 3 different shell casings on the street, 3 different types of shell casings on the street?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report information that you got from the anonymous person about what may have led to the shooting?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that you were going to have an autopsy conducted by the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report the date of birth and address of each of the victims?
Let me fast forward.
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's the store that's a block and a half or 2 blocks away from where Mr. Thomas was shot.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then his story to you was after the shooting, he was at the McDonald's.
Yes, sir.
All right, over the last like 30 minutes or so, I'm not going to go through all of them. Ms. Love asked you about 75 different things that are in your report, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the bottom line is your report is thorough, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, your report includes you and Investigator Summer Benton going to the airport
Yes, sir.
to look for rental records in the name of Jeffrey Williams from Hertz Rental or from any rental car company at the airport.
Correct.
Okay, and the reality is at that time you did not find any records, correct?
Correct.
Okay, that was a negative, you received negative results.
Correct.
Okay, but despite the fact that you got negative results from the rental companies at the airport, you still put your efforts to find evidence in the report, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So going to the airport, looking for rental records, not finding them, made your report, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But going to the green store, looking for surveillance and not finding it, that didn't make your report.
Yes, sir.
Going to the McDonald's, looking for surveillance
Oh,
and not
go ahead
finding
on, boy.
it, that didn't make the report.
Yes, sir.
Going to the convenient or going to the auto zone or the auto parts store right next to the McDonald's and not filing surveillance, that didn't make the report.
Yes, sir.
Your testimony seems to be the only things that didn't make your report.
Your
You
Honor,
would-
I object to the characterization of the testimony. The jury can hear what the testimony
You
was.
were just asked by Miss Love if anything else didn't make the report and you said no, correct?
Yes, sir.
So your testimony is the only 3 things that didn't make your report are going to the McDonald's, going to the green store, and going to the auto parts store looking for surveillance.
Yes, sir.
And we can't find your notes.
Correct, sir.
No further questions.
All right.
Your Honor,
Okay.
Your Honor, may I ask just one, based on what was just asked, may I ask just,
Come on, Mr. Steele.
Who just say no? Did you say no? Oh. Okay, bald head. Bald head, put it on him right then, baby. Go ahead on, chill. I ain't mad at you. You nailed that.
You have your supplemental report in front of you that Mr. Shark gave you by any chance?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, the jurors some of them may not understand this, in law enforcement, some may not. So I just want to ask you some questions about reports, okay?
Yes, sir.
You testified already, you made it clear that report writing is something that you studied, you were taught, and you know it from your 30 years of experience. It's critical, right?
Yes, sir.
And it's critical because people rely on what you do, right?
objection, Your Honor, as to, the characterization about people lying on.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
Because you're doing the work, and then later, people like Miss Love and the Honorable.
Objection, Your Honor, as to any reference to, it's not relevant. People like Ms. Love and.
What's your question gonna be?
Prosecutors rely on what you do, right?
Yes, sir.
And oftentimes they're not with you when you're doing it.
Yes, sir.
And people like me who represent people charged with crimes, we rely on what you do. We read your reports. You know that, right?
Yes, sir.
Judges like the Honorable Judge Whitaker listens to things that you say from reports, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And through that process, you want to make sure that you dictate, that you put into your reports everything you can that you did in the case. That's material, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, at the bottom of each report, you have to sign and you take an oath and you swear,
correct.
right?
Yes, sir.
That the report is true, correct?
Yes, sir.
Correct,
Yes, sir.
legible,
Yes, sir.
and complete.
Yes, sir.
And that's what you did in this case.
Yes, sir.
And you tell the jurors and you put in all the details of what you did, whether it was negative, positive, or whether it had to get further investigation or not. You put it into the reports, right?
Yes, sir.
Because you want to be fair to everybody and explain to them what you do, right?
Yes, sir.
What you do is important.
Yes, sir.
By not putting in anything, because there's no mention, and if there is a mention, just tell me I missed it. There's no mention of getting the McDonald's video in your report. Am I true?
Yes, sir. You're right.
And there's no mention of getting the video of what we're calling the green store, right?
Yes, sir.
So you're going back approximately 9 years, 8 years, 9.5 years, whatever the date is, to your memory of when you went to the McDonald's, right?
Yes, sir.
But you can't remember who you spoke with at the McDonald's, right?
Yes, sir.
And to be fair to you, are you telling this jury on your oath that McDonald's told you that the day before or 2 days before, we don't have that video?
Your Honor, objection as to the question, it was asked and answered, and to ask if he's telling him under oath it's to harass and embarrass.
Well, overruled.
Oh, I told you don't
Okay, what was
object
that, sir?
no more.
You're relying on your memory, right?
Yes, sir.
See, right now, they all are emotionally charged. So she is objecting to shit, and she's not even putting forth the right objection, to be honest. The judge sick of her ass, for whatever reason. And the defense, I found a time to pounce, and they did. They taking advantage of this shit here, because it's all going in their direction. Lord have mercy. Oh, I wish I had some more tape. Only got 16 minutes, y'all, so really 15, and I got to end it.
Your memory, I'm not trying to argue how good or bad your memory is, but the reason you write the reports is so you have something contemporaneous, meaning at the time, right?
Yes, sir.
That's why you bring your notepad, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in your notepad that you brought with you to the McDonald's, right?
Yes, sir.
And you wrote down who you spoke with, right?
Yes, sir.
You got a telephone number in case you had to follow up, correct?
Yes, sir.
You saw their videos to ensure that they were correct, right?
Yes, sir.
Because you're not going to take somebody's word for it, because they could be telling you the truth, but they could be mistaken, right?
Yes, sir.
And you have all that information in there, right?
Yes, sir.
You might have even taken the video that they had, right?
Objection, Your Honor. That assumes facts are not in evidence, and that question was asked and answered regarding the video.
Sustained is asked and answered.
The notes, though, that you keep those as backup in case there is something inadvertently or intentionally left out of your supplemental report, right?
Yes, sir.
But in this particular case, for whatever reason, those notes have vanished, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, do you remember testifying in a case, do you know who the Honorable Judge Ellerby is
Yes, sir.
in this courthouse, another judge?
Yes, sir.
Powerful like Judge Whitaker?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember testifying in a case, State of Georgia
Yeah, I told
versus
you.
Brandon
You said
Kirkland,
something
also
Your
known
Honor,
as Big
objection
Red?
as to relevance.
I don't know what the relevance might be, so I can't
It-
rule on that.
Your Honor, this is a whole other.
Why don't we approach?
I tell you, love, stop objecting. Just let it go. They are against your ass today.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember explaining that your notes were also not around? Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember explaining that once an arrest is made by you, you shred your notes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in this case, you didn't shred your notes. You can't find them. Is that true?
Correct.
All right. Now, what does refurbishing notes mean? Is that
No,
your,
no,
go
refers
ahead.
to notepad.
Okay, so
we're using the same notepad.
So instead, if you're writing about your and my going to lunch on Notepad, but then you're going to do another day that you're going to eat lunch with the Honorable Keith Adams, you would rip up the parts that you met with me so you have a refurbished, a clean notepad to talk about when you went to lunch with Mr. Adams. Is that what you're saying?
No, basically, I take a new notepad and I may use it as a notepad as I'm assisting another detective who is the lead. So, or I'm going out on a suicide or a kidnapping or anything death-related investigation. So I'll just use that notepad instead of taking a brand new one
Sure.
and using that one.
So the empty sheets is what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. And what do you do with the sheets that you wrote about notes on this case?
On this case, I didn't do anything with those. I just can't find the notepad itself.
This case was preserved, but it
Okay.
vanished.
Okay, talking about the Kirkland case.
No, talk about our case today
Okay.
that you're sworn under.
Okay.
That's the one that vanished. You can't
Correct.
find it. Okay.
Correct.
Now, I want to talk with you. Since we don't have the notes, you didn't give those notes to the district attorney's office, correct?
No, sir.
All right. So
You're enough.
all we
You
have
don't want nothing to do with
to go on, all the jury has is your memory that we don't have that recording for the McDonald's, right?
Yes, sir.
Same question for the Green Store, just your word.
Yes, sir.
Now, with regards to,
So right there is making him feel like he's not a credible witness, a reliable witness. But
questions that you asked on redirect examination by Ms. Love, that there were certain people in this case that you charged with murder on or about October 20th, 2015. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
One of those people was Mr. Sledge. It came out, right?
Yes, sir.
One of those people was Mr. Copeland, correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember stating that you're aware that the district attorney's office did not charge the offense of murder of Donovan Thomas to Mr. Sledge? You aware of that? You remember those questions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And same with Mr. Copeland. They did not
Yes, sir.
charge him with that either. You never charged Jeffrey Williams with murder of Donovan Thomas. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
You never charged Jeffrey Williams with any crimes. Fair to say?
Yes, sir. Fair to say.
you know the district attorney's office hasn't charged Jeffrey Williams with the murder of Donovan Thomas.
Well, actually, I'll let him go with that one. I thought he was going to ask a different question. I withdraw the objection.
All right.
You're aware of that, correct?
Okay, repeat that again, sir?
Sure. You're aware that the district attorney's office through the grand jury did not charge
Trying
Jeffrey
to
Williams with the murder of
separate
Donovan
Jeffrey
Thomas,
from
am I
his
correct?
Rico
Yes, sir.
Now,
and the charges.
do you have any information that you can share with the jury that Jeffrey Williams was in possession of the Infiniti rental car, gray, from Hertz on January 9th of 2015?
Trying to separate him from the alleged drive-by car, whatever you want to call it.
Nothing that I discovered. No, sir.
Same question for the next day, January 10th of 2015. Any information you could share with this jury that Jeffrey Williams was in possession of that same rental Infiniti vehicle?
No, sir. Not on my investigation. No, sir.
January 11th, you realize that's the day it's returned?
Yes,
You
sir.
don't remember, okay. Do you have any information to share with this jury that Jeffrey
Your
Williams?
Honor, as it relates to this portion regarding the objection about the scope, I would object that it goes beyond.
Sustained.
I have no other questions.
All right. Very briefly, Ms. Love.
Thank you.
Ooh.
And Detective Thorpe, I know nobody in here believes that I'm going to be brief, but I really am going to be brief. With respect to what Mr. Steele just asked you about not putting anything else of value into the report or leaving anything out, did you put in your report that you took gunshot residue samples off Kenneth Copeland's hands at the time that you interviewed him?
I believe I didn't.
You did not?
I believe I did. I can't recall.
Could you please look at your report and see if it refreshes your memory?
What page would you be looking at, ma'am?
This is a
Just-
disaster.
The page where you talk about your January 10th, 11th rather, interview with Kenneth Copeland.
All right.
Well, I hate to cut this off. Oh, it got good, huh? We should have went all the way to the end.
Jurors, I'm gonna remind y'all, if there's some time like this where there's a pause when a witness is looking at something or looking for something and y'all feel the need to stand up and stretch, please feel free to do.
And in the report that you talked to, and when I say every piece, I mean, did you put every detail of your interview with Kenneth Copeland into your report?
No, ma'am. That's why the video is included. You say refer to details
Okay.
from the video.
Did you put in your report that after you took gunshot residue from Kenneth Copeland's hands, that you resumed your interview with him?
No, ma'am.
Did you resume your interview with him at about 4:00 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now,
Hey, love.
you were asked on recross by Mr. Sharp, I believe, whether Kenneth Copeland said after he got up, he went to the Green Store. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you put in your report exactly what Kenneth Copeland told you he did in chronological order after he got up?
No, ma'am.
Is it recorded on the video?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Kenneth Copeland tell you that after he got up, he left his girl's house and that his brother gave him his car?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he tell you that after he got up, he went and got a Band-Aid for his mouth?
Your Honor, objection. This is outside the scope of cross.
Your Honor, I'm asking information that Mr. Sharp pulled up regarding what Kenneth Copeland did after he got up. Mr. Sharp specifically asked him, did he tell you he went to the green store after he got up?
Overruled, but let's keep in mind that we're on redirect at this point. Ask if
Yeah,
whatever
right.
the necessary few questions are, and let's be done with this witness.
Yes, Your Honor. On January the 11th, while you're talking to Kenneth Copeland,